I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa, Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden, I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there is really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's, so, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this is, I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. what would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with these every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are in that sense blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we're so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material thing that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
right,
in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna, is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of I would say arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of our of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life, and then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think, for better or worse, it's a big part of our life, and I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well, but also of the themes, like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day, on an everyday basis. And so, but through the process of dialogue, which is, key to a good society, and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue. And that's something super rare, I think. And so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right, and listening. Therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right, or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society, to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen mud. Can we translate yen mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
Oh no, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain
calm,
calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is the what's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What, say again? You contradict
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? Our the roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
okay,
stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wandering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately, it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And these young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers?
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and that's and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, and or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in, and I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides, because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century, to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part, but I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest, I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden, I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately, we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so that I don't even want to distinguish. I was gonna say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert. But I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth or at minimum preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this thing, this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, you know, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, do or demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, you know, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name is Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to like write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like, I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. Like, for example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note-taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the peaceful homekeeping system, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The peaceful homekeeping system is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel, where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that, and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me, because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also, just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? for me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No. But I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused. We want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I going to wear? What are the kids going to wear? What am I going to pack for snack? What are you going to have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were going to pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you got to make a new decision. What am I going to make for dinner? I said I was going to make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that. But those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids, because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize being okay with not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of
Hi, I'm Elisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I am the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the My Flow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual health care concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. The biocycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, without your noodle, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because here we are, we're eating clean, we're exercising in different ways that are really body aware, we're living these more health and wellness based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? What is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, That medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often, where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flow supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, to quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that, you know, you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, you know, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, you know, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. You know, everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is. And it's just so important. You know, as important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up, because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth, is such a gift to give yourself. You know, instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. You know, it's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I mean, I always joke, people say, you know, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. This is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, you know, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, you know, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in. And so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play. It starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, you know, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, you know, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that, and hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones The short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do, is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones, which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the two. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or 2. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and like if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, you know what, gee, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You know, you throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. You know, start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. You know, I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, you know, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, you know, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who've have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated, and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, But also you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was going to do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff. It also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons in nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this video. Today we're going to be talking about biohacking, sleep, and peak performance. How I've actually gone ahead and been able to achieve such extraordinary results that people look at, they're baffled, they're, how the hell have you done this in 19? And there's a lot that goes into it. But there's a lot of fundamentals that a lot of people look over, and there's this entrepreneur spirit, which is just like, this is just the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'll sleep. I see this all the time. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I love that one. I'll sleep when I'm dead, or it's all about the hustle and grind. It's
Gary V.
It's always the people, and it's always that mentality. It's always those people that I've seen that are always the brokest. And keep in mind, this guy has sleep stats of people making 5K a month and making 300K a month. So he knows he knows that the people that sleep the most are the ones that make the most money. But anyways, point is, if you don't know who this is Billy Harris. I call him the Protector. In my circle, in my company, we call him Billy the Protector Harris. You want to tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I've been working with Iman now for a period of around, how many months now? 14 months or so, year and a bit. Yeah, so I came in to obviously optimize his health, his sleep, and then as a result of that, correlate that in terms of business performance. So that came about a year ago, and then from there, I've been working with him ever since, pretty much every day. And then from there, started to work with other individuals like Iman, primarily in the digital space, and obviously to then optimize their health, their performance, correlate that with more business success, and then build out the systems with that being said.
Yeah, so somewhere around May of last year, I was waking up at 5:30 a.m. every morning. And it'd be tough. I'd wake up around when I first started waking up early, it was so damn hard to actually do. Then I built a bit of like a morning routine, and I implemented things like alarm me, wake up light, like stuff that literally it was almost impossible to not wake up with that sort of stuff. But even with all that stuff in place, and even the discipline and the willpower I have, I'd still wake up probably at 5:30, maybe 75% of the time, and that extra 25% of the time where in my mind in the morning I'd come up with a reason as to why I need to stay in bed an extra hour and a half, and it was a good idea. To me that just wasn't okay. So I started looking for a personal trainer, someone who would come to my house, wake me up, take me to the gym and train me, and had a lot of applications come through, and Billy was by far the one that understood what I was doing and what I was trying to accomplish. And I've been very, very lucky over the space of the last year. Billy, when he first started working with me, he was literally still working in a gym, right? And then over the space of the last 14 months, I've been very, very, very fortunate that even though Billy's gone from working in the gym to, can I tell him how your business is doing?
Yeah.
Literally going from working in the gym to, in the space of 14 months, going from working in the gym to making 20 grand a month profit. Once again, very important key number. We always talk about profit on this channel, profit a month. I've been very, very lucky that over that time, he's still stuck by me. And I'm still the one client that he sees every morning, wakes me up, or makes sure that I'm woken up.
Bright and early. And so now what Billy's gone ahead and he's done is he's transitioned into working with
other people like me, you know, other people who are doing 10K a month, 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, et cetera, and really, you know, really those entrepreneurs who block out all the noise, block out all the crap on social media, block out this sort of hustle mentality, and really realize that like the most important thing is not how much time you put in, how much you claim to be hustling or working, it's your output and your focus within that time, right? And it's basically, it's everything outside of the business that has the biggest correlation to the business. So what are some of the things that you focus on with your clients?
We want to assess the variables that coincide with business performance. So obviously, that being said, primarily sleep, nutrition, and then from there, energy and focus throughout the period of a day. So from there, reverse engineering the process in regards to what your goals are with those variables and how that translates into further business success. So what I mean by that, first and foremost, would be as a key element of sleep, ensuring your sleep duration is efficient, then from there optimizing your sleep metrics as a result of that process. So we have a first hurdle in terms of sleep duration, and then from there the efficiency in regards to metric data, how we can then further improve your sleep systems, which then correlates into focus, energy, and output with work. So as an example of that, obviously Iman sleeps for roughly 8 to 9 hours per day when we're on the ball in regards to all variables.
Winter definitely 8 to 9 hours.
8 to 9 hours.
Summer probably, and I'm talking like actual sleep, not time in bed, like sleep. Probably summer closer to 7 to 8 hours.
Yeah, but we must not forget, with that being said, is that its efficiency of sleep is very, very high. That doesn't necessarily correlate with sleep duration. Okay, so I have individuals who sleep for 6 hours per night and their sleep metrics are incredible. Others who sleep for 9 hours per night when they first start with me and their sleep metrics are pretty poor, or they're almost going down the drain. As a result of that, their business performance is pretty minimal, or it's not where it should be in that regard. So as Iman said earlier, it's not about working in terms of time duration, but efficiency with that being said. So mastering your sleep is one of the most important variables in terms of then optimizing performance and work, and then from there focus and output as well, especially with energy. Yeah.
And for me, like sleep is probably the biggest thing. Like maybe it's also because I'm young or younger. I feel as though if I eat shitty food when I'm like 40, it's gonna have a bigger effect than, you know, here at 19. But like honestly, for me, like sleep, I would take sleep over like nutrition any day. I take sleep over like training any day. Like for me, like if I have crappy food that day for whatever reason, I can still kind of push through. If I don't train that day for whatever reason, I can push through. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I just know my day is just totally messed up.
Yeah, totally.
And
primarily from a cognitive perspective,
yeah,
in terms of brain function capacity.
100%. And Billy, obviously, you guys know that an old client of mine was Oura Ring. So, you know, myself, pretty much all of Billy's clients, we all have Oura Rings. So he actually comes in and he tracks every variable of sleep every single day. Him and his team track that. For me, I don't know if you do it for any of your other clients. I don't think any of your clients use Muse, but for me, it's the same thing with meditation. We track my meditation, we track my screen time, because, you know, the lower the screen time, the better. And, you know, that has a direct correlation to the amount of focus I have, and the amount of focus has a direct correlation to the output I have, et cetera. So I think one thing that's definitely like a real mystery for most people is sleep. And, you know, we take sleep to, you know, between us, we take sleep to such an intense level where we're looking at like EMF, where I literally just bought this thing for $5,500. What was it? The
New Calm.
Right? And that thing's a beast. It's coming in a couple of days. Super excited for it. Don't want to get into that because that's so super complicated. What are just like 3 simple, very practical sleep tips that you can give them?
For sure. So you want to observe the lowest hanging fruit in terms of variables. So with that being said, don't focus so much on the supplementation element of things. From there, even obviously then observing things like a bed jet, for example, you want to focus on first and foremost is the basic principles of sleep. So from there, first and foremost, in terms of reverse engineering the process with time duration. So let's say, for example, you're an individual who wants to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get a good start to the day bright and early ahead of the curve, which is most entrepreneurs in this space anyway, kind of the grind mentality, right? What we want to do is reverse engineer that process. So let's say you want to master 7 hours of duration, ensure that your bed start time is at 11 o'clock at night. Okay. Now, with that being said, your sleep start and your sleep end time are 2 very, very important variables in regards to maximizing your sleep and efficiency with that. Primarily based off your circadian rhythm and the alignment with that too. Okay, so if there's disruption in terms of your sleep start and your sleep end times being all over the place on a daily basis, your sleep efficiency is going to be really, really poor for everyone. That's just, no matter who they are, it'll be very, very poor. Okay, primarily from a hormonal standpoint in terms of melatonin production, also cortisol production in the morning. Okay, so you want to stay consistent with that. So on the weekends, still establish your sleep start and end times and try to adhere to that within an hour range.
This is something I don't really understand, why people like sleep, like I understand an extra 90 minutes, right? You get another sleep cycle, like if it's, for example, like your day off. But I don't understand people when they sleep in like for an extra 4 hours just because it's a weekend.
I mean, it's more of a common thing when working with younger individuals. So for example, Iman is 19. Many individuals at that age would be sleeping in for a crazy period of time in the weekends. And then from there, they'll notice that on the Sunday evening, if they slept on a Saturday, their sleep routine and rhythm as such has been totally disrupted. So sleep for the rest of the week is awful in terms of quality. As a result of that, output and focus is then really crap. And then the final variable I'd really focus on in terms of 3 key variables would be then utilizing a tool like Aura Ring to then assess your metrics. So without assessment of variables and assessment of efficiency, we have no idea how we can then progress and move forward. It's like saying, I want to make my bank account bigger, but you have no idea where your bank balance is right now. It's simple as that.
That's actually a lot of people though.
A lot of people. And I mean, it's one of those things which seems painful at first in terms of actually observing that and seeing the things that you're weak at and really poor at. But in order to improve that, you have to assess it. So that applies in this variable too.
Yeah, and it's so funny. Like I've even had, just sort of outside of this sphere, I had one of my old clients, and I catch up with, old clients. I keep on good terms, and this client was with me, I think 2 years ago at this point. And I kept telling the guy, I'm like, dude, you got to get like an Oura ring or some, form of tracking mechanism. He's like, no, I know I'm getting good sleep. And it's just like, it's always the people who are like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already, if you're watching this right now and you're like, oh, I'm already getting good sleep, or I'm already like, doing well in the gym, or like, my business is already doing good enough, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm making 20K and I'm like 20. It's like, like those are always the people that need it the fucking most. Those are the ones that desperately need it, right? Because the thing is, you don't know what you don't know. And it's like, we've even seen it, right? And I've even, as I said, Billy works with all of my team members as well. So, we've even seen it, or I've even seen it where like, at times I thought my sleep was gonna be good, but it's actually shocking. And like, you've seen it, I'm sure, with your clients where like, they think their sleep is incredible and they're getting incredible sleep, and then they actually find a way to tangibly track it. Yeah. And it's just like, not that at all.
Yeah, there's no consistency or anything like that in terms of efficiency either. But
because it's, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't, like, I guarantee there's people on the other side of this where like you are just giving up, and I pretty much guarantee everyone is just paying too much in taxes. And by that sense, I mean, if you don't, you don't know what you don't know. So if you don't know that you could have been more streamlined and more efficient here, you're literally giving up thousands, multiple 5 figures for some of you guys, maybe even multiple 6 figures a year, just because you don't know what you don't know. In the same sense with Billy and the stuff he does, it's like you don't know what you don't know. So until you actually start getting someone in there, until you start getting someone in there to make it a priority for you and really watch over your numbers like a hawk, you're gonna think you're performing at a high level. And then that paradigm is just going to be completely obliterated when, as I said, when you get someone like Billy and his team to come in, audit everything, tweak things, see what the results say, tweak it again, see what the results say. And as I said, in 6 months, like you're going to be, and I've seen it even with his clients, like you're going to be performing at a level that you wouldn't have even believed was possible. For me, I can literally knock out, and not to say that I do, but I can knock out a 4-hour workday and get more done in those 4 hours than someone in 12 hours, because that person in 12 hours, their sleep, they might have even slept 7 or 8 hours, but their sleep is just so horrendous. The sleep is so horrendous that, in terms of their willpower, they're giving into things that they shouldn't be. They're checking their phone too much, social media too much, because their willpower is drained because they don't have enough energy from the night before, etc., etc. They think they're doing well in the gym, yet they're not even performing to the level they could be. There's no structure, there's no plan to their training routine, their nutrition, they're eating shit that like they don't even realize is draining them of energy.
And even if they have a system and a strategy in place, being held accountable to that is a different matter. So from there, if you have all variables that you think are correlating with your goals, but you don't have anyone to assess that from a third eye perspective, then there's quite frankly, there's an area of room where you can grow, or there's certain capacity for growth. With that being said, I think that's really important to assess as well.
And I think it's super important, the fact that like, if I get a crap night's sleep, he's on it, right? He's on it in a flash. If I don't meditate, he's on it in a flash. I can't hide. Like back before I could hide, but when you have someone looking at your stats, when you have someone, looking at your stats, when you have weekly accountability calls with, Billy and his team, right, that he's built up, assembled and trained, when you have that, it's like, there's no running anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, You can't hide, and this is such an important part. To me, this is the most important part of your business outside of your business. And honestly, I think it's on the same level, because the thing is, like, we all have the same 24 hours, right? It's just like, why does one person accomplish more than the other? They're working more efficiently, more effectively, and they probably have more energy, right? That's the thing. Like, everything you create in your life is because you have energy, and you put energy and time into that, right? In order to put that work, that effort, you need more energy, right? So that's why, as I said, that's why someone like me, I've gone to the point where I can literally work 4 hours a day and, you know, be making multiple millions a year, while someone else is working 12 hours a day and struggling to like make like 3K a month, right? Now imagine me at 4 hours, right? Which I don't do. Now imagine me at 8 hours, right? With that same output, right? So that's why, you know, I've even had people be like so baffled as to, you know, why are you like, how have you accomplished that, you know, how have you managed to have such a ridiculous growth curve? It's because I didn't just look at the business aspect of it, I looked at everything outside of it. Now, you work with pretty much exclusively online entrepreneurs, online entrepreneurs, digital marketers, stuff like that. Like that's pretty much your niche.
Yeah.
What are some other common mistakes, f-ups you see that people are making?
From a whole health perspective, or just from a sleep perspective?
From nutrition, I mean, we've talked a lot about sleep now. From nutrition, training, et cetera, et cetera.
So from there, the first mistake that most individuals make when I come in to work with them in an online space is actually their food template in terms of meal timings and also in terms of frequency of eating. So most individuals think that eating healthy consists of eating 6 meals per day, starting from 6 in the morning. First thing, ramming some food in, maybe oats, fruit, yogurt, all of the above. Then from there, consuming 5 or 6 meals on top of that in order to ensure that their glycemic variability is controlled as such. That is not the case. So the individuals I work with, we implement an intermittent fasting protocol, primarily involving around a 16-8 fasting window. 16 hours fasting, 8 hours consuming meals. So in regards to how that correlates with your work block, what you would then do is you may train first thing in the morning if you get up at 6, then from there work in terms of your first work block until, let's say, 2 in the afternoon, 12, midday, whatever. Then from there, consume your first meal. At that point there, you've got the majority of your heavy or intense work done, with your glycemic variability staying really neutral in terms of incidence spikes and regulating that, which correlates with focus and output of work too. Then from there, consume your first meal. Then from there, go into a lighter work block as such. Then from there, maybe consume 1 more meal in the day. Now you may be thinking that's only 2 meals in the day as opposed to 6. My metabolism is going to be going out the window. What the hell am I thinking? My body composition is going to be all over the place. In terms of that aspect of things, that has been proved void in terms of science behind it, in terms of meal frequency. Actually, eating 2 meals per day can be more beneficial from a growth hormone standpoint and also from a perspective of glycemic variability, as I said, and regulating that. So you may experience, if you eat a meal, let's say first thing in the morning, and you have a conventional breakfast, you may experience a bit of a slump after that period of time. You may feel like your energy is low, your focus and your output is really poor. That's because your insulin levels are spiked and then they're now beginning to crash. We can prevent that by fasting and implementing that protocol as well.
Yeah, so, you know, in that sense, so I've been doing intermittent fasting for quite a few years now. And the thing is, like, you know, it's known as the thermogenic effect. Like, you know, your body, it takes a lot of energy to take all that food and digest all that food, especially because in the first place, most people, without realizing, you know, the moment you speak to Billy and his team, he'll be able to know in like literally 2 seconds, you know, why you're flaring up, why you're having effects to these foods, et cetera, et cetera. But like most people, let's just even put aside the fact that most people are eating stuff that they shouldn't be eating based on, you know, based on some sort of, you know, based on their genetic predispositions.
Digestive health, gut health.
Yeah, exactly. You know, let's even put that aside, because the thing is, obviously, if you're putting junk into your system, or just stuff that your body is not predisposed to deal well with, and you don't know that, once again, you get a lot of your clients to take Viome, right?
Yeah, the gut health testing kit.
Right, so I've taken Viome, you know, I bought Viome for all of my employees, got them to take it all. And once again, that like, you don't know what you don't know. Like, some stuff came back on there that I was very confused with. I was like, I would have never known that, right? But let's put that aside. Just in general, digesting food takes so much energy. So the thing is, if you're waking up and the first thing you're doing is eating, you know, what you think is to be a healthy breakfast, then, you know, energy and resources that would, you know, normally flow up to your brain, and, you know, your brain could use, because once again, your brain, I believe, you know, in terms of your total output, takes up like 20-25% of your total energy expenditure that day. Yeah. rather than going there, it goes there, right? And that's not really what you want. So that's why obviously I do intermittent fasting. Most of your clients, if not all
of my clients implement it. And then also to add to that, in terms of from a hormonal standpoint, first thing in the morning, there's an influx of cortisol, which is the hormone which is going to be waking you up and almost combating melatonin, which is your natural sleep hormone. So by then adding an element of, like, for example, carbohydrate consumption, your insulin spikes and your cortisol spiking, and they're like the Batman Joker. They're going to be battling against one another totally. So at that point there, you will feel very, very groggy first thing in the morning if you are to consume a meal first thing upon waking, especially if it's carbohydrate heavy. So in terms of breaking a fast, you then want to consume protein and fat sources as well, or consume something like bulletproof coffee.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that, and then obviously with me, with lunch, I just have a more paleo-inspired diet. It's not a paleo diet per se, but for me, you know, mainly my lunches are just salads, basically, pretty much all the time, and then the heavy carbs are left for dinner, right? So that's the way we do it, and 2 meals is not an issue at all.
No.
You know, and apart from that, well, once again, as I said, there's just so many areas in your life, like even just like, you know, even just taking a look at my bedroom, like Billy noticed, like, you know, this is stuff that and this is around like 9 months ago, 10 months ago. I mean, at this point, like my bedroom's optimized as hell, but you know, there's even, well, actually pretty much everything's optimized.
Yeah, everything's optimized.
just ridiculous, just on another level. It's getting to the point now where I'm starting to feel like Iron Man.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like even the new Calm, like this thing that's come in a few days, like the thing costs like $5,000. It's nuts. And you know, I have the Earth Pulse and I have this and that. You know, it's getting to crazy. Yeah, it's getting to crazy levels, you know. But in terms of, you know, all the Juve, like all the weird, wacky stuff we're testing. But once again, that's me trying to go from 7 figures and multi-7 figures to 8 figures a year. So, you know, the higher level you're trying to get to, the more crazy shit you kind of have to do and kind of have to try, right? And he's here along with me, and he's here along with all of his other clients, you know, whether they're trying to make like literally 8K a month or trying to make 300K a month, whatever the spectrum is, right? He's there to make sure that they can break through that ceiling and get to that next level. And in order to break through that ceiling and get to that next level, you need more energy, right? And that's, at the end of the day, that's what, you know, peak performance is. It's having more energy, more mental clarity, more capacity, etc., etc. So yeah, I mean, you know, we're doing crazy stuff at this point in terms of, you know, the new Calm, the Earth Pulse, the this thing, that thing. But as I said, you know, back to my point, literally like even 9-10 months ago, I wouldn't have known this stuff. Like, you know, I literally, obviously I have the luxury of, as I said, you know, he's still or I'm still the only client he works with one-on-one in person. Obviously we live in London, so, you know, that's a aspect of that. But he walked in my bedroom and he just noticed like all these electrical plugs and stuff like that, right? And he was like, dude, do you not realize that, you know, have you not thought about the EMF, right? And I'm like, like I kind of knew that. I was like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, I mean, like I kind of knew that, like, you know, the electrical charge was bad, and I knew that, you know, you should put your phone on airplane mode, blah blah, this and that thing. But I'm like, why does it really matter that much? And he was like, no, that's really gonna F up your sleep, right? And I was like, okay, cool, right? So we rejigged a couple things around. I removed most electronics. The tools that I do have in there, for example, the Earth Pulse, that thing has like the special wiring around it, so it literally emits 0 EMF, just stuff like that, right? And once again, because he tangibly tracks, you know, he's not just like him and his team aren't just like some coaches that like will just like sit there and be like, oh, I think you should do this, blah blah. It's like, no, literally every week, you know, you sit with his team and it's like, we do this, we test it, we see if it works, both in terms of your nutrition, in terms of your training, in terms of your sleep. We test it, and if it works, we keep pressing and we make it better and more efficient and more optimized. And, you know, that was a perfect example right there, where every night I saw probably a 5-point increase in my sleep just after we implemented that, right? To the point where last night, what was my sleep score?
95. 95. Yesterday was a high school.
Yeah, it was. Right? And like 90s are very, very common for me, you know, not so much in the past 3 weeks, because
not so much the past 3 weeks,
because we've been traveling and having fun and stuff like that. But you know, that's a very, very common sleep score for me, is, you know, to consistently hit in the 90s, right? And it wasn't always like that. You know, when we first started working, it was 70s, 72, 75, etc., etc.
And also I'd add to that, the last point that I'd make with that being said is also establish your sleep start time, end times around social life as well. Because obviously we're not just individuals who work 24/7. You wouldn't be healthy if you were doing that, nor would you be happy necessarily. So from there, in terms of sleep start and end times, most individuals I work with at first will do the 5:30 wake up.
That's actually such a key point, because the thing is, it's like, you know, even like a lot of personal trainers, like, you know, outside of peak performance, like personal trainers you work with, like we even had you know, with one of my good friends, he started working with a personal trainer, and the personal trainer would work him so hard that he'd get home and he'd need to sleep. And it's like, the thing is, us as entrepreneurs, we're not going to the gym more than likely. I don't know about some of you guys, but like, I'm not going to the gym to get a six pack or get like super hench. If that can happen, awesome, right? But that's not my main focus. My main focus is to go into the gym, wake myself up, give myself some more energy. And the thing is, you know, when you have like a regular personal trainer or a regular sort of coach, you know, they don't understand what the end goal is. Whereas if you have like, you know, one thing I love about you and your company and the way your team does is like, you know what the goal is. You know that for me, like even stuff you know that I'm not going to do. Like we even just talked about like shakes. Yeah. Like for me, like I'm not, like I don't care about growing my biceps like an extra 0.3 inches if that means that like I have to remember to have a protein shake, and like I don't like protein shakes. Like, so the thing is, like, that's very, very important. Yeah. Is like the fact that, you know, working with you, it's like you keep my lifestyle in mind, which I really appreciate. You keep my lifestyle in mind, and that's why even, you know, you can tell them about how we moved from 5:30 and then...
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was going to say. So when we first started working together, Iman's wake time was 5:30. So I was often here by 5:30. I'd be getting up at 5. We'd then go straight to the gym by 6, finish by 7. Now what we found in terms of keeping that consistent was it's very hard to do so, primarily from a social perspective here. So
well, we kept it consistent, it's just getting good sleep consistently.
Yeah, increasing the performance in that regard. We found that it was very much flatlining in that point. So
and it was really hard to get 9 hours, because the thing is, if I wanted to wake up at 5:30, I would literally have to go to bed at what, 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30.
Yeah, like
in the summer.
Yeah, it's
like,
just,
come on. And also as an 18-year-old guy, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
So from there, in terms of assessing that, we then moved our sleep end time back further. So now it's actually 7:20 in the morning.
Well,
previously it was 6:20, now it's 7:20. So we actually made that step forward as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of then understanding that, and from a social perspective, if for example Iman has a business dinner or a social dinner he has to attend to, if he gets back at let's say 9 o'clock, at that point he can still adhere to his night protocol, his evening routine, and then from there still optimize his sleep and efficiency, as opposed to compromising that by thinking, I want to grind hard, get ahead of the curve, be in the gym by 6 in the morning, which is a common attitude carried by most individuals in this space. So yeah, that's really important to assess as well.
Yeah, you want to implement all this stuff and get the low-hanging fruit, but you also don't want it to be like, if you you know, if it feels too tough, too draining, like we're not gonna do it, you know what I mean? And yeah, especially with that wake time, you know, moving it from 6:30, and then now, as I said, we literally moved it from waking up at 6:20, because 6:20 was fine, because even to get 9 hours of sleep, you know, I'd have to be in bed at 9:20, you know, sometimes I would have dinners, you know, and 7.5 hours is totally fine, right? So I knew that if I had dinner, I get 7.5. 7.5 is still fine. I can still even hit the 90s easily with a 7.5 hour sleep time. But now that it's summer and it's like literally it's like light out at like 9:30 or whatever, it's just
10 even. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it just means I could never get 9 hours sleep. So we even made the decision like a couple days ago, I'm gonna start waking up at 7:30, because that way it gives me the option to have 9 hours of sleep, like legitimately.
And with that being said, sunlight being a precursor to obviously then actually falling asleep as well, and obviously disruption with that being said as well. So assessing those variables is very, very important, and make sure you're happy with actually getting up at a certain time as well, because obviously in terms of this process, enjoying the process is very much important too, without having too much resistance in terms of facing it. Otherwise you're not going to adhere to the protocol. No matter who you're working with, whether it be myself, for example, in the online space, it'll be very much impossible to do so. So assessing that, being honest with yourself, very, very much important too.
Yeah, well, I don't want this video to drag out too long. We've literally just touched really just the tip of the iceberg. Like there's, like, I mean, I'm just thinking back to potentially a list of 20 or 30 things that we've actually implemented, whether that be paid, free, like literally small, just tiny little changes, moving a couple things around, like 20, 30 things that have literally taken me from like, you know, my output being average when I look at the other entrepreneurship space to an output that is like, that I'm very proud of at this point, right?
Ridiculous. Let's be honest.
And as I said, it's because I've been able to have someone there that's constantly testing, optimizing, in the same way that I sit down with my team and we're testing and optimizing every single part of the business, both for the agency and the education company. You guys know what I'm like. If there's a leaky hole, it pisses me off so much. If there's a 3% inefficiency at any part of my business, I'm raging hard, right? Yet I don't have the time and attention to, I don't have the mental capacity to take that same, effort and then apply it into, the other areas of my life, nutrition, sleep, blah, blah. I can do it decently, but when you have a dedicated person for, for you to do that, and a team. And also the cool thing is now you're literally like, you got like 12, 13, 14, 15 clients you're working with. And these aren't entrepreneurs, making like 2K a month. These are entrepreneurs literally clearing, some of them 8K a month, some of them 50K a month, 100K a month, 200, 300 G's a month. Yeah. These aren't like small, these aren't small players. These are heavy hitters, So the thing is, he has that knowledge. He knows what works and what doesn't work, and his team literally has the data to know what works and what doesn't work. So as I said, this is really just the tip of the iceberg. If you want to learn more, I strongly encourage you. I'm going to leave the case study link down below. I think that's like 25-30 minutes. Yeah, that's 25-30 minutes. I'll give you some more information. And then I strongly urge you guys, hop on a call. I've referred so many of my clients to Billy. So guys, sorry that cut out at the last minute, but anyways, I was saying I've referred so many of my clients, so many of my trusted peers. I've referred, obviously, Billy works with not only me but my team as well. And yeah, as I said, I strongly urge you to go check out that case study, book in a call with Billy, and start taking the actions, because as I said, every idiot has the tricks, the tactics, the hacks. Like every other schmuck has that thing. It's not it's not like you have some sort of special information. So I feel as though some people think that they're gonna learn something from someone or a coach or something, and it's just gonna be some special information. No,
pot of gold. Yeah.
It's pot of gold. No, very rarely that's the case, but most of the time it really is just bringing everything back to the fundamentals. So look, if you're looking to make 20K a month, 50K a month, 100K a month, 200K a month, 300K a month, like some of Billy's clients, 500K a month, $1 million a month, then this is the sort of stuff you need to be focusing on. Also focusing on the actual, everything else in the business, also focusing on how to drive your business forward, implementing new systems, et cetera. Also looking at the tricks, the hacks, what's working right now, what's not working right now, but always remembering that it comes down to the core, the fundamentals, the stuff that Billy and I have been working on for a long time at this point. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, do you have anything else to say?
No, that's all good. I look forward to seeing you guys on a call myself.
Yep. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed this. On behalf of Billy Harris, the Protector.
Do you go for a fist bump? You know how I do.
We ask this every morning after the gym.
Thank you. Okay, I forgot my clicker. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for coming today. And before we start, since now you know me, and I usually don't do that, usually I don't tell anyone who I am until the very, very end. So if you don't like it, you don't know me, forget about me. So let's start to get to know you. And why are you here today? So let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm a professional. I'm a technical consultant with a cloud computing organization. So I look into regional operations and business development. And I'm here because my partner is going to class. He couldn't make it today, and I want to start helping him, as a side partner. So there's a lot I thought I could learn for myself and for him.
Okay, fantastic.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here because I really want to be more aware of my emotions when it comes to doing business. Because I realized that it's kind of an up and down all the time. Like there's setbacks and success. So kind of just understanding how that works and how it affects my decisions as well. Basically. I'm very curious to hear this.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Vignesh. Like everyone said, so I was very interested in the title. It was emotional strength for entrepreneurs. But I think it applies almost everywhere. But
True.
it's a very interesting thing because the biggest obstacle is usually just yourself. Yeah, like you put up a wall on what's possible and what's not possible. So all that happens inside your head. So let's see what emotional strength can help me achieve here.
Great, great.
Okay, so Tim is here. Good morning, and I'm a freelancer. Currently working on different IT projects, and I'm here just because of some curiosity actually. And the title is nice. I'm also interested in startup environment in UAE. Also, I've been to many startup events. Not the winner, but usually on the second or the third place. So why not actually to learn new techniques, how to handle actually such a point.
Great. And what's your name?
TS or
TS. Okay. So thank you again for coming, and let's jump into it. This is for me is really challenging. I usually take between 3 to 5 days to speak about emotions. So putting it in 2 hours is really fun to try. So let's see how this will work out. So I will start with some questions, and let's see, what do you know about emotions? So what's your definition of emotion? Do you know anything about that?
Feelings?
Feelings. Okay.
In one word. So basically, depending on your mood swings or depending on your situation, how you feel at that point of time and how you express those feelings or emotions.
Okay, fantastic.
Connect it with movements, even like movement, because that's what it felt like to me recently as well. Like as I just said, going up, going down, like feeling good, feeling bad.
So it moves.
It moves, yeah.
And it's really a bit weird because people will always refer to emotions as feelings. And do you think there's a difference between emotions and feelings?
See, the way I look at it, every feeling or emotion, it has to have a neurochemical basis for its existence.
Yes.
So a feeling could be just like a low dose of some neurochemical reaction happening in your brain, and then when there's an overload, you could call it an emotion. You can get really excited, or you can just be like mildly happy. And it's like the difference between like taking a little bit of, like having a little drink and having a lot of drink.
So the little drink is the feeling,
Yeah.
and the bigger drink is the emotions. Okay, interesting.
Actually, I'm not expert in that area, so I'm just.
So you will have the right answer.
Yeah.
So try it. You will have the right answer.
For me,
Gut feeling. what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is like just, yeah, some kind of actions or responses from our body based on the environment. And yeah, I wouldn't make, I don't know actually what exactly is the difference yet.
The difference between them. Okay, fantastic. So this is emotions in general, and I will tell you the difference between emotions and feelings in a minute. Before that, let's go to something more difficult to answer, is what are negative emotions, and how do you deal with them? And I'll tell you how people usually deal with them, but let me hear from you.
So negative emotion is something that makes the other person uncomfortable. So let's say you do something that makes the other person uncomfortable. Now, making yourself comfortable or uncomfortable with that is a very subjective matter of personality. Some people retrospect and it's like I was wrong, and some people just feel no, that is my point and I stand by it, but the other person might still be hurt.
And how usually do you deal with your negative emotions?
Well, for instance, for me, it takes a while. I need my space to retrospect the entire equation.
Okay.
And then I'm more old school, so I maybe would just, think about what was my fault, what was the other person's fault, and maybe try to come from neutral ground. If it was my fault, maybe just apologize. If it's their fault, maybe just try to explain it more politely.
Okay, fantastic. And how do you deal with your negative emotions?
First of all, I don't call them negative emotions. For me, everything
Great.
is a challenge. So
Okay.
Because what I realized is that, I still don't know what's my full potential. So based on all these small challenges, I can somehow explore my full potential. So for me, I'm ready to handle such things, and I don't pay much attention to them. So if there's some kind of difficult day, I just want to learn from it. This is my way of,
Great. So when you talk about challenges, you're talking about what's happening in the day, not how you feel about what's happening on the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I got.
I don't put much attention to the emotion part because I just want to be practical.
So you ignore them and focus on the learning. Is that correct? Great. How do you deal with the negative emotions?
I deal with negative emotions. So last 2 years, I've actually been working with one very specific kind of meditation that really focuses on that aspect. So how it works is, a very brief summary is, you have all different kinds of emotions, but you react to your emotions in a very specific way, very subjective way to you. So this the process of this is that you want to be more positive even with negative emotions. You want to be very accepting of anger, of shame, guilt, feeling like an idiot.
So you want to bear them in a way.
No, you want to be as positive as you can be, and if you keep practicing, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah.
And so you put a positive frame around a negative emotion rather than putting a negative frame around a negative emotion.
Yeah.
It's one option, basically, one possibility.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good.
Think so.
I feel good.
Okay, fantastic.
It's very much what everybody else is saying. For me, I think I try to relabel them or negative emotions, or just look at them from a positive point of view, or also what helps, and that is not always, I don't always manage this, it's very difficult sometimes, but or for me, gratitude, I don't know if that's an emotion or a feeling or whatever, but this one really helps me to, let's say I'm even trying to be grateful for challenges or negative emotions that I can learn. So that's the one I use most of the time to remorph
the gratefulness,
gratefulness, and it works sometimes. But the more I practice, like you said, actually it works.
Okay, great. So
I think it works sometimes. I do that as well. I think about the positive things that have happened. But sometimes things are not up to you. The emotional baggage you have, you don't have the control to that situation. So
So because sometimes it's not in your control, you cannot do anything else, right? Okay, great. So people would usually use 3 strategies to work with negative emotions. And before I tell you the difference, let's see how people would deal with them. And tell me from your experience, how's that? The first one is that we will try to ignore them. So I will feel fear or sad or frustration or whatever, but I'll try to ignore it. Okay? And when I try to ignore it, do I really ignore it? You'll always feel something, right? Because it's there, it's living with you. As if you're carrying a bag and you said in your head, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, but are you carrying the bag or not? It's still there and you still can feel it, but you choose not to focus on it, but you're carrying it. So this is one thing. The other thing is, if you cannot ignore it, then you're going to have to bear it. You're going to live with it. You're going to say, I'm angry, but I don't care. I have fear, but I don't care. I have frustration, but I don't care. I'm strong, I'm da. So try to bear it. And then usually that will also not work. And if this also does not work, hello, then you come in. If that also does not work, then people would go to the last one, which is really amuses me, which is competition. So you come to me and you say, Yusri, today I'm really very sad. And I would say, but I'm more sad than you. Go to your wife and tell her, today was a really very horrible day at work. She will tell you, what about me doing with the kids and doing that and doing this? She will try to compete with you with her negative emotions. And let's see who have more negatives than the other ones. And these are the strategies. These are the only 3 strategies that people use when they deal with negative emotions. And usually it will not work. It will work for some time, but then does the problem go away? It doesn't. Okay? So after a while, you'll find out that I didn't do anything because I bared it, or I ignored it, or I competing with it. And competition is really nice because you're talking about it, so you feel like you're good. I'm not really carrying it on my back, I'm carrying it with me. So me and my sadness, me and my regret, me and my kids, and me and my work, me and my stuff. Whatever is making you feel irritated or have negative emotions with you, you're competing with it. But is there a way that we can actually deal with our negative emotions, and are they really negative or not? So to answer this question, we need to answer first, what are emotions? We really need to understand what is that. So emotions are different, and how we get them depends on how you deal or understand a certain situation. Emotions and feelings is that emotions are the reaction that we get from an external event. So let me give you an example. What team did you support in World Cup?
Well, I was actually supporting. I was supporting France.
France. Okay, fantastic. So if France would have scored a goal on the final at the very last minute of the game, how would you feel? Very last minute. Joyful. And what do you usually do when you're joyful?
Maybe just make some noise, celebrate with friends.
Okay, so you'll do noise, you will jump. What do you do when you celebrate at the last minute if your team scores?
Pretty much the same thing.
Show me.
What?
Show me. What do you do?
Just, I mean, let's see. I would just, just let us scream or something.
Scream.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that now? You can do it? Yeah. Okay, so come here. Show me, how will you be excited? Exactly. So this is how you do it. So you'll scream, you will jump, you're left, right? But how long will that last? The jumping, screaming, and hugging someone next to you. Few seconds, maybe few minutes, right? If this is the finals and the final game and all of that, so it will last for a few minutes. But do you continue your day jumping and dancing and doing like that? No, right? But how do you continue your day?
Well,
You're happy. So what would we call the first one? Joy. And the second one? Happiness. What is the difference?
One is short term, one is long lasting.
Exactly. So one is short and one is long. One has a high key. So joy, we jump, we dance, right? We scream. But then happiness. How do you live by when you're happy? It's a low key, right? Now I'm happy. I'm not dancing, I'm not jumping, I'm not screaming like her, but I'm happy, right? So emotions are the reaction of an external event. Feelings are the reaction of emotion. Does that make sense? So an external event will happen, I'll get emotion, and then once I get the emotion, I will have a feeling to that emotion. And this is how we do it. So emotions are your reactions to the external events. But is it only the reaction to external event? I forgot to tell you about the good news and bad news. Okay. So the good news, let's start first with the bad news. The bad news is that because now we know that our reactions are emotions toward the external events, now we have bad news, or the bitter news is that we cannot get rid of our emotions, especially the negative ones, because you cannot control external events, right? So whatever external events happen, you will have to have an emotion. This is the bad news. The good news is they are not actually negative emotions. So there is nothing called negative emotions. And I know that we've spent years and years and years, and we've been brought up people telling us there is something called negative emotion. It's not true. It's a big lie. There is nothing called negative emotions. We have, as he rightly said, we have negative events. Emotions are not negative. What happened is negative. So we have negative events, challenges in life. Our emotions are separate from that. So we have emotions. So whatever we have, it's called emotions. Not negative, not positive. They are emotions. Okay? And as a result of our emotions, we get what we call feelings, which is a wrong word. What we get is, when we fall in love, what do we say? What do you say about yourself? When you are, I am in, yes, put one word before love. What would it be? I am in, no, after you have fallen. So after you have fallen, where are you? Huh? State, exactly. So it's not feelings, because feelings are hot, cold, right? Soft, hard. This is feeling, right? If I put my hand here, I can feel something. So these are feelings. But what we call feelings are actually called state. So I'm in a state of love. I'm in a state of sadness. It's a state. And how do we produce this state? From external event. Emotion, and then our state. So do we now understand how can we reprogram our emotion? How?
I have a hunch.
Yeah, tell me about your hunch.
So basically then it comes down to how I perceive these emotions. So the emotions, I have to live through them anyway.
You perceive the emotion, or how do you produce the emotion? As a result of
the
external event. Then what do you need to perceive? What is the thing that you're perceiving?
The emotion.
The external event.
The external event.
So how you understand the external event, create an emotion, and then the emotion will create a state. So let me show you this in a drawing. So an external event will happen, and then you're going to get this external event through your 5 senses. And this is the model that they use in NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Anyone have been in a neuro-linguistic programming before, NLP? Yeah, good. 1, no, 2, okay, fantastic. So this is what we call our communication model. In the NLP world, they would call it communication model. And the communication model refers to how we communicate with our internal stuff, so our emotion, feelings, and all of these things. So an external event will happen, and then through our 5 senses, we're going to get this, and then we're going to create an experience. And then depending on our experience, we will create a meaning. So let me give you an example. If, what happened? I'll tell you a story better. So I was giving a training, and then the lady, assistant lady who was helping me in the room from the company that I went to give the training, she was pregnant. And I was carrying big box of stuff, and I was going out of the door, and she was coming out of the door as well in front of me. So when she left the door to slam in my face. So one of the attendees was sitting there. He ran quickly and he said, "Yossi, I'm really sorry, she didn't mean, and ta-ta-ta-ta." Do you think I should be angry? She slammed the door in my face. Yes, no?
It depends on your state of mind at that point.
Do you think it depends on the state? Yes, it depends on the state.
Well, if you're trying to that box, you would be angry, and but if you just look
But why would I be angry? Why would I be angry?
Because the door's not.
Yeah, but why? Why did that make me angry? From her? Am I angry from the door or from her? The door. The door. So I will go to the door.
the action of the door being slammed.
That angered you more than her walking through the door.
Yes,
So it was the action of the door slamming rather than her walking out and not leaving the door open.
exactly. So what does that mean? Exactly what you said. It's my perception of what happened. If I give it a meaning that she purposely did that, I will get angry. If I get a different meaning that because she's pregnant, she has her own load, couldn't focus on what she's doing, she didn't notice the door, do you think I'll be angry? No, right? If I'm speaking right now and one of you guys started telling me, Yossi, I have a question now, and you interrupted me. Again, I can get angry if the meaning I get is that you are interrupting me, or I get really happy if the meaning I give to this event that you are excited to ask. So who is responsible to create an emotion? Me, the event, but I'm responsible for the meaning I give it to it. So my wife would come to me, and I'm working on my laptop. I have 2 startups, 2 kids, 2 cats, 2 partners, 2 investors.
Only one wife.
Only me. Okay. Yeah, only one wife now. Yeah. And it is recorded. Don't forget. Okay. So 2, and I'm working on my laptop, and she would go first and do all the makeup, all the stuff, and she looks fantastic, and she comes to me, Yossi, I want to speak to you, not now. Yossi, I need you, not now. How do you think she'll feel? In her head, what do you think the conversation that will happen? Yes, she's not a priority, I don't love her anymore, I'm getting old, all of that stuff is happening there, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every second. Now, why is this happening? Because of? The interpretation of?
No, her expectation.
Her expectation?
Of you.
Yes. And before that, it was the meaning she gave to the external event that I did, not now. This is the external event, not now. Or even I didn't hear at all what she's doing. I didn't look at what she has done. She spent hours in front of the mirror doing things, and I'm... So she gave a meaning to that movement that I don't care. Now, could she have taken another meaning? Yes? What was a different meaning?
She could think of it as you trying to provide for her and creating more income or whatever, trying to provide for the children and her.
Okay, so this is a really positive meaning. I'm focusing on what I'm doing, I'm busy, I'm trying to provide for her and the kids, and I'm working really hard. But does that mean that she don't take what she needs? Or can she still take what she needs?
She can, but
Later? No, I mean now. Do you think she can take what she wants now?
I don't think so, because you're invested with your breakthrough and your
Exactly. Now I want you to impersonate me. Now you are the one who's doing all of that. Okay? So you're Yusri. Okay? And I'm Mariam. And she will hear me saying that. So this will be another conversation. Okay? So, so what I will do is I will come to you and I say, Yusri, I know you're very busy now, and I know you have lots in your head, and I want to speak with you for 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? What do you think you'll answer me now?
Are you sure it's going to take a minute?
No, you tell me.
If it's really important, tell me what it is, or if it can wait.
Exactly. So now what happened?
Now she would probably give it a second thought if it's actually that urgent or it can wait.
Exactly. So how did she come to act differently? What did she do? Yeah, and she communicated. And before communication, how did the communication came right? Because she changed the meaning of what I've done. So the meaning that I've done, it's not, I don't like you, I hate you, we're old, all of that. It's, I'm busy. So I understand you're busy. So I come to you and I say, I understand you're busy. Can I take a couple of minutes? Can I take a hug? Whatever. Whatever she would say, I will do, because she now understands what is happening. Does that make sense? Yeah? So because we get the emotion. So the emotion that she brought, what would we call it at the beginning, before she understood, when she understood that this was bad? What was the name of the emotion that she created? What was the name of the emotion?
The rejection.
Rejection, right? So she took the rejection and then she acted on the rejection. And how do you think it will go after that? It will be a big fight, right? And this is what we do, because we don't understand how it goes. So an external event will happen, we'll receive it with our 5 senses, and then it will go to our experience, and then we will create a meaning. Once we create a meaning, we will have an external representation, internal representation in our head. So our head does not understand words, does not understand anything except pictures. And this is why we call it internal representation, because it will create a picture. And the picture in your head may be colors, cats, dogs, whatever it is. It does not have to represent the actual thing. So if you think about your loved, your wife or mother or anything, the picture in your head can be anything. So if your mother could be a carrot cake or an apple cake or whatever, it doesn't need to be the mother herself. And we'll do a test right now. And then once we create this picture, then the mind will create our state. And once we create our state, it will affect our physiology, so how we sit. So people will talk to you about body language, and then they will come to her and say, why are you crossing your legs and crossing your hands? You're probably feeling scared, closed, not open, all of that. Are you feeling all of this? Or cold, simply, right? Or maybe, I feel comfortable this way, right? Have you ever felt comfortable that you have done that? Because you are comfortable, right? So it doesn't mean anything except if there is something happening. So our physiology will be affected by whatever is happening, and then we will make our own body language, and then through this body language, we will create our behavior. Does that make sense? Yes. So external event will create an emotion. Emotion will create a state. The state will affect our physiology, how we move our body language, and then our body language will affect how we behave. So behavior is whatever comes out of your mouth second. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So this is how the whole thing goes. So what does that mean? It means that we can control our emotions. Isn't that right? If I know, We can control our reactions. Exactly. So we cannot control our emotions. Because why?
Emotions are internal, reactions are external.
Exactly. So emotions will happen anyway as a reaction to an external event. So if they happen anyway as an external event, what does that tell you about it? Why do they happen? Why do you think the purpose of having them?
You know how to act.
Exactly, because it will tell you how to act depending on the meaning you gave to them. So if I said Yusri is busy, I will behave differently. If I say he's rejecting me, I will behave differently. So it depends on the meaning. But your emotions will tell you how to act. And this is why there is nothing called negative emotions. They are all emotions. But because people before that didn't understand them, didn't know how to deal with fear, anger, frustration, and all of that, they didn't know what to call them, and so they called them negative. And what do you do with negative emotion? Nothing. So you'll come with all of your frustration and you go to someone and he will tell you, play music, go to the gym, run. What do? You go running and you go to the gym. When you go to the gym, how do you feel? Fantastic, right? It all goes away. But when you go back to your bed, what happens? It all comes back, right? You go play music, fantastic. You come back, bad. Because you're not actually listening to what is the emotion is telling you. So you're trying to do the three stuff that we said. People will deal with negative emotions with three stuff. Either they try to bear them, ignore them if they couldn't, and then compete with them if both other strategies fail.
It's like a placebo effect, you know, because you assume it worked for them, or at least you assume because they said it worked for them, it might work for you, but you actually don't know if they were affected by it in a long term.
Exactly, and this is why people get stressed. So what is stress? Stress are many negative emotions that you are keeping inside and you're not dealing with them. And then in a little while you'll understand why stress happens and why it doesn't really matter whatever pills we take, it doesn't work because it's not in your physiology, it's in your head. And if you understand the meanings of your emotions, you can fix it really very quickly and very simply.
Is there something you said people may compete with them? What do you mean compete? Like generate other emotions?
Okay, so this is what will happen. I will come to my wife and I say, today I had a very horrible day at work. She said, Yusri, who cares? I had a more horrible day with the kids. And then I will tell her, yeah, but my boss did that, but your mother did that, and but and then we'll keep competing with them because we cannot do anything about it. And so this is how competition works in negative emotions. You'll sit with a friend and your work is stressful, but not as stressful as a startup, and startup is not as stressful as being a manager, and it's not as being starting my life or ending my life. And we're all competing with negative emotions because we don't really understand them. We don't know the reason for it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. So let's do a test and understand the cycle that I told you. So what I will ask you to do now is I will ask you to close your eyes. Okay. And then I will tell you a story. And then through this story, you will experiment two things. How internal representation happens, and how do you feel with the story. Are you ready? So when I say 3, you will close your eyes. Okay? Don't close your eyes because you're looking at the camera, so you don't do that. All right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the story goes like this. You won your lottery. You've seen the numbers now on TV. And you made $65 billion. First thing you do is you call a limo. The guy comes to your house. Now you can see your house as you can see it. It's totally up to you. It's your house that you're living in now. But the limo is coming to take you to your dream vacation And this could be a nice little island, big island, jungle, desert, wherever you want to go. The driver comes out and he puts the red carpet. And then you walk through this red carpet to this really nice limo that has your preferred color. You go in, you have all your drinks, all of the stuff, nice music, and he drives away to the airport. In the airport, this nice jet that is waiting for you. You just bought it and you're very, very happy. You have $65 billion and you built the airplane in a couple of days and it's designed for you. So go in, take your best seat, sit next to the window, and now you can hear the jet roaring and taking off. You're between the skies. You can see all the blues, all the colors, and you're relaxing, having your favorite drink. You arrive to your island. You go down the runway, another red carpet, and these beautiful girls and guys wearing these roses around their necks, dancing, playing music, cheering for you, and then you walk to the beach. You're barefooted and you can feel the heat of the sand under your feet. And you can hear on the background some kids playing. It's not noisy, it's at the very background, giggles of kids. The sun is not burning, but you feel the warmth. And your feet are getting into the cold water, so you have this nice mix between hot and cold and all of that. You go to your seat, you sit down, and the waiter is coming with a big bowl of ice cream. Your favorite taste, flavors, and everything. And it comes to you, and you get your scoop in it, and you put it at the tip of your mouth, and you start tasting it. Ah, onions. It's rotten. It's full of flies. Ah, and open your eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you didn't go to the onions.
It was like I was in the middle of my sleep, and then I was having this dream, and then it drifted, and then I just woke up.
Okay.
I suddenly remembered my trip to Maldives, so we were saying all of that. I think it's just maybe brought a lot of memories and kind of like, you know, where I picture myself and stuff like that. So.
And how did you feel throughout the story?
I don't think a specific feeling. It was more of all pictures.
And these pictures that you saw in your head, how did that make you feel? You were smiling when your eyes were closed. So it brought good memory, happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, I was shocked.
Why?
Because I was feeling good and picturing sitting there and eating ice cream. I normally don't really like ice cream, but then I thought actually now when I'm trying it, it's sort of vanilla ice cream. It's nice, I like it. And then you got the onions and I even tried to put in so much effort to taste it. So then that's kind of a shock, really.
Exactly. So, but you felt it, right?
Yeah.
And what was easier for you in your head? Was it the sounds, the feelings, or the pictures? Pictures were
Just like soothing and relaxing.
okay. And then how did that make you feel?
Exactly,
Relaxing.
relaxing.
All right.
I'm still traumatized
By the onions.
the perfect vacation, 65 billion.
And what was easier for you? Pictures, feelings, or pictures?
Easy for me, pictures.
Pictures. Okay. And how did you feel through the journey?
All right, nothing special.
Okay.
Yeah, sitting, like, visualizing the whole experience was nice. It was relaxing. Yeah, for me, yeah, like meditation combined with, pictures.
With pictures. Okay. And some people will find pictures easier to come. Some other people will find sounds are easier to come. And some other people will feel the heat of the sand and the water and all of that easier. So people are different. But what does that tell you? That if we made up an external event, and we all know it's not true, right? But even though it's not true, it created an emotion. Now, some emotions can be good, some emotions can be bad, but is it really bad and good, or is it the meaning that we give to it? So because you know it's a story, it's an imagination, but you still gave it a good meaning, like, I like what I see, it's reality, so you felt good, right? Because in your head, if you're saying that this was just an imagination, would you have felt anything? Probably not, right? It's just saying, we know that we are in the assembly, we're sitting in a chair, probably not so comfortable, all of that stuff, right? And then you will not feel anything. And then this will be another choice of giving my story a different meaning. Does that make sense? So in a nutshell, things will happen around you, and whatever meaning you give to whatever is happening will create an emotion. Keep repeating that emotion, you will create a state that will not change. I'll give you an example. Do you have any manager, friend, someone that in your head said, I don't trust him anymore, I don't like him anymore? Do you have had this experience before? Okay, so why did that happen? I will tell you what happened. He created one negative event. You had a negative emotion. You said, he's my friend, I will bear it. He did another one, and then he did another one. And every time he creates a negative event, he creates a negative emotion, and then you create a negative state. And what will we call this state at the very end? I don't trust him. So keep repeating negative events, you'll create repeated negative emotions, you will be in a technology assembly word, you have installed a negative state. Now, do you think we can uninstall it? Yes? What can we do?
Change your interpretation, replace it with emotion.
How can you do that? How can you replace it? What do you need to do?
Change how you interpret something or have a conversation.
This is you, but what about the guy who created all of that? Can he change it?
Who created the distrust?
Yes. So what does he need to do?
It means you understand that this creates a negative state of you.
And then what does he need?
Then change the act.
Okay. So I'll
Change the way it's perceived.
exactly. So one of the things that will happen is I will do one thing. Let's say I will get my wife to be upset. So now I want to make a recovery. So I'll go buy 150 dirhams, roses and stuff, and then I will go home and say, sweetie, I'm sorry. And then she takes it and then she throw it and she don't speak to me. And in my head I would say, why she's having a big fuss? I mean, this was only because we were talking about my socks that is always lost and I always cannot find it and all of that stuff. It's not a big deal. Why the roses didn't work? It's simply because I have done so many other things beside the sock thing, so I created a negative state. So one set of roses will not fix that. I need to clean the dishes, external event, and then feed the kids, external event. I need to work hard. I really worked hard to create the negative state, so I really need to do another set of external events, positive one, create a set of positive emotion, and then reverse the state. Does that make sense? So one act will not do because I really worked hard to create this negative state. So when you go next time and amend with your girlfriend, wife, mother, don't expect it's one thing. If you've been creating a whole big pile of negative things, you need to create another big pile of positive things so you can create a different state of trust. And this is why when you have the same issue with a colleague in a work, you don't trust him, it's because he have done so many negative events. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to take a break? Yes? No? We can? We can? We can't? We can't. We can't. We can't. We can't. We can?
I am in no position to say that. I'll let the others.
Okay, so let's have a break, but in a different way. So I will ask you to stand up. Because how many trainings have you attended before, guys? How many? Yeah, so like billions, right? Okay.
Like one each month.
One each month.
Countless.
Countless. Five. Countless. 5 plus.
Yeah,
Few.
like 10,
4.
2, 3.
No, not here. I mean anywhere in the world.
Oh, like for workshops in general.
Yeah.
I lost track.
Okay.
In the past year or just
In your entire life. 60, 50. So many. Thousands. A lot.
I stick to the fact count was.
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Probably like 10, 20.
10.
More than 100.
More than 100. Okay. So how many times out of these countless numbers have you chosen to go yourself? So nobody drove you to go or invited you to go or to push you to go. You said, this is really good for me. I want to go. How many of you have done that before? So just raise your hand. This is something that you have. So you have done it before. You attended something that you really wanted to attend to, except poor you. Never. You've been always pushed to today, okay? Okay. So now, how many of you, those who attended something that they really, really liked and they attended, and they said, yes, what we're hearing is exactly what we need. This is really very powerful for me. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what will change my life. How many of you have heard that before? Like you attended something and yeah, it was great. And then how many of you out of those who...
Percentage starts with degrees here.
What is that?
Percentage starts with degrees here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how many out of these ones that you said, yes, this is it. Now I know what I need to do. And then yet you didn't do anything. How many? Come on, be truthful. Right? Why? Why do you think this happens?
This is a period of time where you're really fired up that you're going to do this very thing.
They triggered your emotions, but
yeah,
you didn't.
And then after a while it simmers down and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then it's not gonna work.
Like I said, they triggered your emotions, but you didn't use the emotion to
Build on it. Yeah?
The external stuff.
And I'll tell you really the reason, okay? So it has nothing to do with your emotions. It has to do with exactly what you said. How can we take this emotion and work with it? And I'll give you the reason. Now, people will go and attend these workshop setup, and what do? Is that sit down again? And I want you to be quick, okay? Because I'm gonna make you sit, stand, okay? So when I say it, do it very, very quickly. You ready? Yeah? Okay. So they would sit, and as I'm speaking, or anyone else, you know what they are doing? Like this. What is that? You're approving it, right? You're saying good stuff, but like this. Now imagine if I'm doing the training and I'm talking to you like this. Emotions are really nice if you use it wisely. Your life, how would you feel?
Like you know what I'm thinking, honestly.
Yeah? Okay. So it does not work, right? Yeah. So when people just shake their heads, they would take probably 20% of whatever happening in the room, and then 6 months down the time, they will only remember or act on maybe 10%, 5%, because they didn't take it really in, all of it. But now if you're writing notes, what happens? Nothing, okay? Because if you're writing notes like this, what happens to the notebook? Usually it's forgotten in the car. 90% in the room, the rest are in the car, and rarely it goes to your home, where it will again be forgotten somewhere under your bed. But what really works, you get moving when you're listening. When you say yes, I want to ask a question. When you move your body, when you shake it, when you understand, when you stand up, when you sit down, when you have energy talking to me. Do you have energy? Show me.
Whoa.
Whoa, yes. Can you scream now? Still not? No charging? Okay, we'll try again later. Okay. So don't think that you got away with it, all right? So stand up. So whenever I will tell you something, when I say, does that make sense? I want you to tell me, yes! Can you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Again. It didn't work again. So, if I tell you, does that make sense? And you really having sense, I mean, don't tell me yes if it doesn't. But if it does, I want you to tell me, yes! Can we do that?
Yes.
No, I can hear, by the way, that they all said it, except you. I've been doing this for so long.
Yes!
Thank you very much. Okay. So if we have this energy, you're going to get a lot out of the day. And it's only 2 hours, guys, right? Which we probably having... How much time do we have left? Okay. Sit down. Okay, do we have an agreement?
Yes. Yes.
Do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes. And I want you to say yes. Okay, can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, but with them.
Okay.
Don't say it alone, right? It doesn't feel good when you're, you know. So okay, again. So are we ready?
Yes.
If you don't do it with them, you're going to do it alone. This is between you and me. Okay, nobody heard that. Okay. All right. So this is how emotions are being created. So external events, we get a meaning, it creates the emotion, senses, state, physiology, and our behavior. Okay? All right. Now, how can we use this? How can we understand this? So let's explain what are emotions and all the set of them. And I know that you are more concerned with what we call negative, so I'll focus only on this because in 1 hour we cannot cover them all, but I will cover the major ones, the ones that we all have. Now, emotions are endless and we cannot count them because every one of us will rephrase them or give them a different name than the other. So let me give you an example. You all know love, right? Love. No, you know?
No, I didn't.
You know it? Okay. So we all know love, right? So this is what I want you to do. Bless you. And do you know what is a chair? Yeah? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Since we don't have pen and papers, this is what I want you to do. I want you in your head, okay, to pick what love is for you in one word only, in your head. But pick the word in your head. Don't tell me, all right? Once you have a word in your head, what is love for you in your head, just do like this. If you cannot find what love is, then we have a different problem. It will need a different course. So when you're ready. Okay. We're waiting. Ah, you've done? Ah, okay, my bad glasses. All right. Okay. So we're all got it, right? Okay, cool. So we'll start with you. And please tell me what you have. Don't change your mind if you hear something better or nicer. Just tell me what you have in your mind. Attraction. Care. Care. Warmth. Loving. Hard. Hard. Warming. These are two. Yes, okay, but we'll take it,
Devotion.
Devotion. Abstract. Comfort. Okay, so different meanings, right? Who's right and who's wrong? What is that? Everyone is right? You come here and tell me everyone is right. Don't say it when you're there.
Everyone is right.
Everyone is right. So how come everyone is right?
This is a personal meaning.
It's subjective.
It's personal, it's subjective. And how did we get these meanings? From our experiences. And how did we create our experiences?
From the external.
From external events. Does that make sense? So we had external events, we gave it a meaning, and we kept that meaning. But this is love, and I know I'm tricky, and I gave you something that can have a different billion meanings. But let's go for a chair. We should have one meaning for the chair. So now in your head, I want you to choose a meaning. What does a chair mean? When you're ready, do that.
Is it one word or?
One word. So no heart-seated soft chair, okay?
No, what are you talking about?
Chair.
What does chair mean for you in one word?
Okay.
In your head, when you're ready. What does it mean? What does it really mean for you? Okay, ready, 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 ready. Why are you doing it like that so I cannot see it? And you push it up, push it up, push it up. Yeah, okay.
Comfort.
Great, fantastic. So?
Comfort.
Comfort.
I did put my thumb.
Ah, you didn't put it.
Furniture.
Furniture.
Comfort.
Comfort. Relaxation. Comfort.
Relaxation.
Relaxation.
Work.
Work.
Support.
Support.
Nothing actually. Like I don't put. I don't.
Comfortable. Furniture. Okay, so from comfortable to furniture to work to support, these are different meanings, right? Total different meanings. So what does that tell you?
Chair is multiple words. No, a chair is multiple words. You can't
Yes.
say one word.
You cannot go and buy chair because you cannot know what it does mean. So, but what does that also tell you?
It tells you people perceive things differently.
100%. So even simple thing like a chair will have different meanings to it. So all of our experiences, all of our emotions will be different because the different meanings that we give it to the stuff. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes! Yeah, so I say, does that make sense? And you say yes, okay? All right. I'll test you again, by the way, right? Okay. So let's go and dive deep into our negative emotions. And let's start with one common one. What is one common negative emotion? Fear. Right? Fear is always, how many of you experienced fear before? Okay. Quickly, what was you afraid of? Give me something. Anxiety. From what? Anything.
An
Exam.
exam.
Future.
Losing money.
Losing money.
It's kind
Screaming in the room. It's very simple. Okay.
but like, my fear was kind of like, it came over teddy bears, but there's a story to it.
Okay.
My mom's slippers.
Slippers. Okay. We all have that fear.
Failure.
Failure.
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster.
Height. Altitude. Height.
Height. Okay. So these are all different ones, but let's take exams first because it will tell you the real purpose of this very, very, very powerful emotion, which is fear. So when we were young, they told us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, right? They told us that. Have any one of you managed not to be afraid?
No.
Never, right? Even the guys at war, do you think they are not afraid?
They're the most.
Yeah? They have fear. And the most courageous are the one who has the least fear, but he has fear, right? He has the least one, but again, he has fear. So what does fear tell us? So this is in your head what I want you to consider. Fear, or all negative emotions, are alarm. Consider it like a fire alarm. When a fire alarm goes on, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do? Panic?
Yeah, we run.
You run. First thing you do. Tiririn, tiririn, tiririn. What do you do?
I would even see
Fire.
What?
You look for the source of
You look for the source of fire. So first you want to check if there is a fire or no. Now you know there is a fire. What do you do next? Run. If there is no fire, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing, right? Shout at the security guy. Okay. So this is what happens. So let's look at fear from the same perspective. I'm going to an exam, and then I have fear. What is fear telling me? It's an alarm. What is telling me? You're not prepared. It's telling you you're not prepared. So what do? You prepare. You get prepared. So remember, what was the first thing that happened when the fire alarm happened?
Can I even check if that's actually right?
Exactly.
I am prepared, but I just feel like I'm not prepared. So I need to first actually assess if that's true, if I'm prepared or if I'm not.
Exactly. And so what do you call this? You want to check that meaning. Right? So exam is coming. What is the meaning I'm giving it? Is it an opportunity to fail, or is it an opportunity to show people how good am I? Or is it no opportunity at all? Does that make sense? So if I have the fear and I look at the exam, and the first thing to check fire, and it's very, very simple. Just ask yourself, is this an opportunity for me to shine or not? And you will be surprised that only answering this question, you will know if the meaning is right or wrong. Because if the answer in your head is no, then now you know there is fire. Now what you need to do is get prepared. Does that make sense? And this is an enormous force and power that you have. No one else can tell you this except yourself, your emotion. Your emotion is the only thing that can tell you that you're really not ready if this is the right meaning that you gave to the exam. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
How old are you? 21. So when I say, are you ready? You say yes, okay?
Yes.
Because I am 17 and I say yes normally, okay? Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So fear will be like the alarm. It will go on, it will tell you you're not ready. You're not prepared for what is coming. Now I want you to think of all the stuff that you just told me that you had fear from. It makes sense, right? You're not ready. So now what do you need to do for fear to go away? Learn to dodge. So what does that mean? Get ready, right? So tell me now, when you're thinking about your fear, tell me one thing that you know if you learn now, you will not be afraid of what you told me. One thing that if you're sure of, this fear will go.
That I can get ready?
Yeah. You just told me about your fear, right? What was you afraid of?
Losing money.
Losing money. Tell me one thing that if you have or learned will let this fear go away. One thing. I want you all to think of one thing in your head. Yeah, I know it's difficult. And imagine one thing. If it happens, you will be free of that. What is one thing that if you have or learned how to do, this fear will go?
That I can be okay even if I lose.
Okay. This is one thing. Okay.
I don't know.
Think about it.
For me, it's positive reference experiences.
Okay. But what else if you learned, if you have, this fear will not exist? So research. Confidence.
For me, it's like if I can be given assurance that I'm not going to die in the road. So that,
Okay. Because your word was everything. Choose one. Let's focus on one thing. Practice. Okay.
Multiple streams of comfort.
Okay, so multiple streams of comfort. So this is revenue and
What?
multiple streams of comfort. What was your fear?
Future.
Future. Okay, so when you say multiple streams of comfort, means I can have many choices. in life. Does that make sense?
Yes, multiple choices in love and money and like anything.
Exactly. So think about it this way. If you now start working on developing this, what do you think will happen to the fear?
I'll be at ease.
You'll be at ease. Okay? But I know what is preventing you probably now is other set of emotions. So when you are starting to think, what can I have now that will remove this fear, you're probably having another negative emotion that's preventing you from thinking about this. What was it? Panic. Time. So this is another fear, right? Confusion. 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 Okay. So I'll tell you multiple of them, and then this will get the confusion out, because when you say confusion, you actually want to tell me it's stress. I feel stressed with this question because it's so many things. Because what is confusion?
Too many choices.
Too many things, right? And if you have too many things, how would you feel? Stressed, because too many things. Okay, so let's first look at the categories. So I'll put them in 9 categories so you can understand them. The first set of emotions, and as I told you, people will express them differently. Number 1 will be boredom, impatience, uncomfortable, and these are the general stuff that we usually feel. You feel, I feel bored, I feel impatient, I feel all of these stuff. So this is one set. We'll call it for now boredom. The other one is fear, and then the other one is hurt, and then the other one is frustration, and then and then and then and then and then and then nothing. Okay, 9. Okay, out of this list, which one, each one of you pick one, say this is my main one. You can't.
Yeah, it's like you have like ups and downs
Of all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frustration. Stress. Stress. Disappointment. Frustration.
Probably
Alone. Stress. Okay. Okay, so here are the steps. 5 steps to work your way with your emotion. Number 1, we need to listen to the emotion. Okay? Understand how you feel right now. And then, what is the meaning that you are giving it? And then, you tell me because I cannot see.
Is it true?
Is it true? So you check is the meaning that you gave, is it true or not? Does he hate me or he's busy? All right? Am I ready for the test or am I not? And then take action. So if my wife have understood the feeling right now of rejection, okay, is it true? No, it's not true. He's only busy. Can I take what I still want? Yes, I can. I just need a different behavior. So fear is like this. Fear is your alarm that is telling you, be prepared. Imagine that you have a door, and behind this door is a dark room, a room that you've never been into before. And then you have another door, and behind this door, again, dark room, but this is your room. And I gave you the choice to go inside one of them, and you can only go inside one of them. Which one would you choose? I don't know, I just forced you. I put a gun in your head and I say, choose one. Your room.
If you put a gun on my head, then I'd go in my own room.
The other room.
My own room?
So all of you said my own room. Why my own room?
Because you said yeah, so I would look for a comfort.
Certainty.
So that's like my comfort.
And exactly, uncertainty is there. Dark room. But if you have another dark room, completely dark, and I told you there might be a treasure and there might be a lion or a snake. Let's make it a snake behind that door. It's dark. How would you feel if I tell you go in and take the treasure, or you might find a snake? How would you feel? It's dark. The room is dark. Yeah. Yeah, but how will you feel before you go to the room? So you will have fear, right? So what is fear telling you? Be prepared. So how can you get prepared? What do you need? Light. So what are you going to do? You get a flashlight. And when you have a flashlight, what will you do? Turn it on, open the door, and check. If there is a treasure, you'll get it. If there is a snake, you can go out of the room. So if I tell you, don't be afraid, am I doing you good or bad?
No, be like yeah, you got to respond to the fear.
Right? So fear is good. I want you to be afraid, because if you are afraid, you will get ready. If you're not afraid, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door and go in. What will happen? 50-50 chance. You can take the treasure or you can die. But which are a smarter choice? Get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a very, 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 thank you very much, very, very, very powerful tool. Use it. Okay? Now let's go to the other one. Out of the list, there was one important one that I didn't mention. Can you remember which one I missed? Anger. You all noticed that? Why you didn't tell me?
You're the one doing the session with us.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like, what if you know better than us?
Okay. Maybe, right? Yes. You're smart. Okay, so what is anger? What is anger? Let me first ask you, do we get angry or do we do angry? I want you to think a little bit before you answer. Do you get angry or do you do angry?
The language says get angry.
The language. What does the language say about do angry? What does that mean?
Is that when you're
I'll give you an example.
physically displaying anger?
Yeah, because
How long do you know me now?
1.5
1.5 hours. Okay, so I will give you an appointment tomorrow at 9, and I will tell you let's do business together. 9 exactly, I don't show up. How will you feel?
You could be stuck in traffic.
Depends.
I remember your words and trying to assess the situation.
I'm frustrated and sleepy.
very unprofessional.
You might be testing my patience.
A bit angry.
Okay, 5 minutes later, I'm not there.
There's a good chance I'm not there either.
No harm done. No, for the sake of the activity, let's say you're there.
Same.
Same.
I text you that I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, probably I'll start checking on you.
Okay.
Yeah, but also check if there's actually, if I need to be afraid, you did it on purpose or you didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'd probably take my leave then.
You'll take your leave. 15 minutes, I'm not there.
Done, sir.
I'll give you a call.
I waited longer, so.
Focus on something else.
Okay, half an hour and I'm not there. I didn't answer your call. How will you feel?
I would just then start like
Okay.
that time.
Different version. Your dad, your mom gave you a meeting at 9. She didn't show up. How will you feel? How will you feel? Patient. Another 15 minutes. Because you know the flying slipper is there. So, so 30 minutes, he's not there. How will you feel?
Okay.
45 minutes?
I might be worried, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, so it's different, right? One, you choose to be angry. The other one, you choose to be worried. Do you do angry or you get angry? You do angry. because you chose to tell me that I am Iron Man, I cannot get sick, I cannot have an accident, I cannot be late, I cannot have anything, I have to be here at 9. But your dad, mom, sister, they can have all the excuses in the world. And you'll still feel worried. Make sense?
Yes.
So it depends on the meaning that you give to that external event. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so what is anger? When you get angry, what does that mean? What is it telling you? And I'll tell you why I didn't put it in. Because when you are angry, you are afraid. Now I want you to think of all the situations where you were really very angry, and you will find out that you were really frightened. Does that make sense?
Not much.
Choose a situation, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Not once one find something that he was really angry. Tell me one example. Tell me, Yossi, this situation happened, I was not afraid. Give me any situation.
Not afraid?
Angry. Like, I was not afraid, I was angry. Because people will tell you, no, I was not afraid, I was angry. Like, as if anger is a better state. You know, as if being angry is like being a billionaire. Like, no, I'm not afraid, I'm angry. I'm from the angry group. Because I was born angry, because whatever, and it's all, okay? There's nothing called like that. It's fear. And think about any situation. I'm walking in the street, and someone tries to pick on my wife. How do you think I will feel?
Disrespected.
And what is this?
It's fear.
It's fear. I'll show it, as people would say, anger, but it's not anger. It is a high level of fear. Does that make sense? If your boss is angry with you, why is he angry? He is afraid. Does that make sense? He's afraid about the target, he's afraid about the job, he's afraid about the project. If your father is angry from you, why is he angry? Because he's afraid about you, right? He's worried about, and he shows us a very common example. Anyone here has kids? Okay.
Is that a genuine
Okay.
question?
All right. Yes, a genuine question. So, if we have kids, what happens? The kid is playing in the room, okay? And if you don't have kids, then you must have been a kid before, right?
Must.
So this you have. So you will have this, you remember this. The kid is playing in the room, and the mother is telling him, don't run, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head. And then the kid doesn't stop, and then he hits his head. What happens? What does the mother do? She gets angry, right? And what does she do? She shouts, right? Ah! What is this? Is this anger? It is? Anger or fear? Fear, right? But she showed it as anger. And we call it anger, but it's not anger, it's fear. I don't know what to do, so I'm shouting at you, all right? So there is nothing called anger, it's only fear. But anger is a different level of fear. So what is panic? It's fear. So I told you, when I chose the words, I chose them, but there is a spectrum of words. So when I say regret, what is another word for regret? Guilt?
Not getting that opportunity again.
Maybe you don't feel that. So it's a different representation of a feeling, but in a sentence. But this is how you feel. Maybe I will not get this again. So it's a spectrum of things. So when I say guilt, take all the words that represent it. When I say fear, take all the words. But anger is one of them. And anger was made, why is it so quick? Why is it so quick? Why people always react angry before anything else? Because it was built inside us for only one reason and one reason only. To protect your life. So imagine someone is trying to kill you. How do you want to feel? Joy. Yes. Kill me. Yeah? You want to feel panic?
Yeah.
When I'm killing you?
There will be panic, yes.
Yeah, but what will happen if you panic?
Die.
Exactly. What is the only thing that can protect you? Anger. And this is why when people get angry, they may kill, because now they are capable of doing it. And this is why it's like 911. Consider this level of fear is like your 911. It will come to you when your life is threatened. And this is why when you are angry, ask yourself, because anger is the only thing that really needs you to check the meaning. Why am I afraid? And once you understand it, you will not be angry. I had a couple who came to me, they're always fighting together, and he said, my wife is always angry. And I took her to the side and I said, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. Yes, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, maybe he will leave me. Maybe I'm getting old. So it was all fear. Now, when she understood that she is afraid, now what is the next step? What do? We get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to shout, because I know you're trying to absorb it. So no shouting this one. Absorb it first. Does that make sense? You absorbed it. Say yes, but very good. Yeah? Okay. So this is anger. So there's nothing called anger. It's only fear. So what do we do when we are angry? Ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And when you know why you're afraid, you'll know that you need to get ready so you're not afraid anymore. Okay? So now, let's stand up. I'll tell you something that you need to experience, and this will tell you how to change your emotion, and then we're going to explain another one, which is frustration, because frustration is a really very, 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 very powerful alarm. When frustration comes to me, I get happy. So my wife sees me and she says, why are you so excited today? I tell her, I'm frustrated.
No, never happens.
Why?
How?
I'll tell you how in a second. But frustration is good news. When you are frustrated, you will be very, very, very happy. So come with us so you don't feel frustrated. Without the chair, come without the chair, and then you can sit back, come in the circle. Okay? So let's do this very, very quickly. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Come next to me. So let's make a circle. Okay? No, inside the circle. Yes. Okay, cool. Now let's look this side. Yes. Perfect. And then we're going to walk. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to be sad. And how do people sad? How many nationalities do we have here?
Indian. Algerian, Egyptian.
Swiss.
What is that? Arman. Swiss?
India, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Bulgaria.
Okay, so we have different things. So, but how people would express sadness when they are sad and different. So how do people get sad in India? What do? Do they look up or down?
I don't think it's an Indian thing. I think.
Yeah, tell me.
Down.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Just bang their head.
Okay, so they look down. Okay. In Egypt, do they move slow or fast when they are sad?
Slow.
Slow. Same in India, right?
They become kind because we are expert in refreshment.
Okay, so.
Very nice people.
Okay, so everything slows down. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to move slowly. So let's move slowly. Okay. I want you to remove the smile from your face. I want your hands to be loose. I want you to really look down, bend your back. It's sad. I know it's similar to zombie thing, but consider it sad for now. Okay. Now I want you to say this. I want you to say, this is a perfect day. I'm really very happy. No, say it really slowly. This is the best training I attended. Why are you laughing? Okay, stop. Why are you laughing?
The way
It doesn't feel like sad, right?
Congruent to what you're actually feeling.
Yeah.
What you're saying and what you're feeling is.
It's there is a contest. Okay, so let's do it now the other way around. Okay, So when you are happy, what do you do in Swiss?
Like this.
Like this, right? Are you loud or not loud?
Energetic. It's
Energetic?
yeah.
Okay. Yes, I'll ask about loud. Are we loud? Yes, we are. We're loud, okay? So remember this. We're loud. Are we looking up or down? Up. Up. Our muscles are tense or loose?
Active.
Active. We're fast or slow? Fast, right? I'm sorry. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Now, I want you to move really quick. Move in a circle. Move quick. I want you to clap your hands. Yeah, make like a beat, like as if you're dancing, as if. Okay, and now this is what I want you to say. I want you to say, this is a very bad day. I'm really very angry. This is very, yeah. Now, how do you feel? Stop. How do you feel?
Good.
Happy, even though our words were not happy. Okay? Have a seat. So what does that tell you? If you are experiencing negative emotion, what can you do? You can move, right? Move, shout, go to the gym, play music, all of that will make you feel good. Does it solve the problem? No. Why it's not solving the problem? Because we're not listening to the alarm. Listen to the alarm, understand what does it mean, then go and act. Okay? Now let's go to one which is really, really, really nice. And to make this nice, we're going to have to do an experiment. And to do the experiment, I'm going to have to tie you. Oops. Can you do something? Maybe my wife heard me and this is why she's calling. Okay. Let's see frustration. Give me your hand. Stand up. When I go to training, I give guys an exercise to do, and this exercise is about a bus. And I tell them that the bus is going to Germany, and they need to go to Swiss. And at the beginning, I don't tell them where the bus is going, but they know they need to go to Switzerland, and the bus is going to Germany. So at the beginning, they go all in the bus, and then after the bus moves, what do you think they discover?
They go in the wrong direction.
They go into the wrong direction. So they go out of the bus, they come back to the station, and then they find again the same bus. And this bus has 4 doors. What do you think these people do? Yeah, it has 4 doors, 2 in front, 2 in the back. What do you think they should do?
Jump off the bus.
The same bus. They came back to the station, they find the same bus. What do? Okay, so they should double check, right? Amazingly, they don't do double checking, they just go again in the same bus. But this time from a different door. So they go from the other side, from the left. They find themselves in Germany. They go back, they find again the same bus. Tell them, now what are you going to do, guys? We say, we'll have the same bus, but now we're going to get from the back door. This is what people do in the training. So what are you going to do? I give you a hint. What are you going to do?
On a different bus, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
It's always the best way. Tied up. Yeah.
Usually, when I do training, and I'm not getting money, so I tie people, and then I don't untie them until they pay. So it's a simple question. I want you guys to get out. Is it tight? Anyone? I did it tight?
It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're not feeling hurt or anything, right? Okay. So basically what I want you to do, I want you to get out of each other, guys, without cutting the rope or untying the rope. Okay? So until you do that, we can have another 2.
Can I skip that one or?
Hmm?
Can I skip that one? Okay.
You don't want to get that? You don't want to pay? All right. And you're gonna play.
Okay.
Because you're gonna have to play.
Alright. I saw this on TikTok, bro.
Yeah? You saw it on TikTok?
Yeah, I don't know how to do this.
Why TikTok are doing my stuff?
Big them too.
It's not a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It's a circle, one way or the other. No. What?
You were very, very close from doing it.
Really?
Yes.
We're going to do it all together. All three of you.
One more.
I think we're
There's three, okay.
No, not with you.
together.
No. Okay.
Wait, so it's just us two?
Yes.
Oh, it's just us two.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, go. No.
My hand is full. But you'll have to.
Okay.
That won't work.
You're done?
يفكوا هذه وخلاص نطلع منها. Correct?
No. Ta 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 ta.
No, you're so tired.
You wanna get tied?
Okay.
So it's not so much.
What's up,
Do you want to try or do you want us to do this quickly?
If it's a closed loop, if I get both my hands on one side.
Yeah, exactly.
Untie yourself.
No, he said you can't.
You cannot untie yourself.
You can't? Okay.
Can I just like slip my hand into
So what's the
one
objective again?
and then
Yeah, do it.
Just have to get out of this.
So what's
But
the
you
objective
need to
again?
be like
We need to
0 years old so you can do it.
like
so I can't cut the rope or untie it?
Untangle, you cannot untie it, and you cannot cut it.
You cannot cut it, you cannot
Yes.
untie it.
But I want you to see what you're doing, okay? Yes, exactly. You're almost there. Yes, fantastic. Nothing happened. Okay. Yes. They are out. See, they are out. He's out. He's in. He's out. He's in. He's out.
We also need to get back.
Fantastic.
He's just saying what they're doing. They're not out of the rope. They're just
I think we should think about the problem. So we can't untie it.
1 minute.
And cut it.
1 minute.
Can I not just? I'm not untying it.
I just feel the
No.
So I can't do it.
No. Alhamdulillah.
Stop pulling it.
30 seconds. Yes, you're there. Yes. One is out. No, it's not.
Wait, now come back. Now come back. No.
there has to be like
10 seconds.
This hand needs to stay out.
Shall I go back? You go inside.
Yeah, we did the same thing, man.
Okay, then you
How do you feel?
happy.
Oh, fantastic.
Excited, but confused as well at the same
Okay.
time.
Turn on to Google.
Don't.
No, we're
My entire life revolves around Google.
It's like this.
When I don't, I Google it.
If I don't know something, I Google it. It's not a closed loop. I can almost.
Okay, time.
Okay, sure.
Before you Google it. Okay. So let me show you what are you doing, guys. Oops.
We did it.
Yes, I know. Okay, let me show you. Have a seat. Let me show you what you're doing. So this is what's happening. You remember that I told you about the bus, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do? At the beginning, you came down and you asked the guy in front of you to step in, right? So he steps in. And then what did you find out? Nothing doesn't work. So what do? We really get very smart. Okay, let me go in. And then you go in. What happens? Nothing happens, right? So what do? Okay, now let's do something different. You do it. No, let me do it. So people keep going in the same bus. And then how will you feel? Frustrated, right? So what is frustration telling you?
To change direction.
To change?
Direction.
To change?
Direction.
Direction? Change?
Orientation.
Change the meaning of what.
Change what you're doing. Okay? Frustration is a very powerful message that is telling you stop doing what you keep on doing and expecting different results. Because we're doing the same thing. He's in or I'm in, it doesn't really matter. And then we really get very smart. Let's do it backward. Maybe if we give it our back, it will work. It doesn't. The same result. Okay? And then when it doesn't work, then he tries it with his back and so on. And we keep doing it. Frustration is telling you what you're doing is not working, change it. And when he's telling you change it, he doesn't mean you go in and I go in. It means let's change what we're doing. Totally. Okay, so let's do it together. And I was happy that you said it was not closed loop, because it's not closed circle. Let me try you. So what does frustration tell you?
Think.
Change what you're doing. Don't think, he already did the thinking for you. He's telling you, don't do it. Do something different. And this is why, and this is why, when they give you this good advice of, when you feel stressed, play music, or when you play music, what do? Nothing. You didn't change anything. You're simply distracting yourself from the problem. The problem needs a different approach. So basically, stop going inside each other and coming in and out and in and out. And all what you need to do is really do something different. How did that happen? Ah, okay. Do something different, and simply, I will take this like
there
this.
we go.
And you like this. See, you were very, very,
Very
close.
Very close.
All right?
Wow.
Okay?
Let's loop this.
And I'm not showing you this, guys, so you learn how to do it. We'll talk about frustration. Okay, I'll show you after we finish. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Frustration is telling you, because I want you now to think about it. When you feel frustrated, when does it happen? When do you feel frustrated? When something isn't working, right? When you tried and tried and tried. Now frustration is telling you, stop, think about what you're doing, change it. And when we say change it, you need to change it. So some people are looking for a job, okay? And I'm looking on LinkedIn. So someone else, change what you're doing. Instead of sending 10, send 20. Instead of sending 20, send 30. Are you changing? No. What you need to do is take your CV and go visit people. Do YouTube videos. Do something totally different. Does that make sense? So when you feel frustration, is it good news or bad? It's really good news. It's telling you stop because think about it. Can anyone else see that you're doing the same thing? Can anyone even notice it? Sometimes. And the majority of the time they will not. Your emotion is the only thing that will notice that you're doing the same thing. And it's the only thing that will tell you. Other people will not notice. If you came to me and you said, Yusri, I'm sending 10, but now I'm sending 20, they would tell you, good job. But your emotion knows, and it will not stop. It will keep hitting you and telling you, the bell will keep ringing. Stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing. And if you keep doing it, it will not work. Does that make sense? So this is frustration. So now we know fear. Fear is telling you to get ready. Frustration is telling you to stop doing what you're doing, expecting different results. We know the definition of insanity and all of that. Yeah, right? So it's a very, very good alarm. So use it. Okay? And then what is anger? It's fear. So back to the mother thing. So when the mother is shouting at the kid, is she helping him? No. Why? I want you to take the shoes of the kid, and we'll close with this one. When we don't listen to our alarms, we'll do wrong behaviors, and when we do wrong behaviors, we'll get results. And this example is really, really powerful, because when the mother shouted, and let's look at the kid now. The kid who was playing, he's never been hit before. He doesn't know the experience. When he's hit, how do you think he feels? What is the first thing he feels? Hurt, right? And then after the hurt, what is the emotion that will come to him? Sad or fear? No, let's say he doesn't know anything. This is his first experience with getting hit. Okay? So he'll feel fear. If he is afraid and hurt, and he can see his mother next to him, what do you think he will expect? Comfort, right? Protection, all of that. But what does he find? Angry, attack. In his head, he will understand that when I am in the most hurtful situations, when I'm really hurt, when I'm really in fear, the closest people to me will attack me. And guess what happens year after year after year? When we are old or teens, when we do big mistake, what do? Do we go to our mothers and fathers? Usually not. Why? Because they taught us and they trained us, when you are hurt, when you are afraid, don't come to me, because I will hurt you more. Does that make sense? And this is not because they are not afraid. They are afraid, but they didn't understand the real meaning, that when you are angry, you are afraid. So if you understand why you have the fear, the mother could have solved the problem very, very easily. Why is the mother afraid? She's not prepared for her kid to be hurt, right? This is the preparation. So I need to be prepared. Prepared for what? For my kid running. So what do? I have the table. What do? If I want to be prepared? Remove the table, and easier, you can get some cloth and wrap up the table from the places, and job is done. Now when my kid is playing, will I fear? Will I be afraid? No. Job is done. I got prepared. Does that make sense? Yeah? So in essence, all of your what we call negative emotions are alarms. They are telling you how to deal with negative and challenging situation. If you really understand them and you check the meaning that you are giving it, and then you take action to get ready to change the way you're doing it, to be prepared, then fear will go. If any one of you have ever had fear of public speaking or talking to a group, if you have this fear, it's basically telling you, be prepared. And how do you get prepared for something like this? Practice. I'll speak with 2 guys, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. My first time was in front of 200. I panicked so much. And I kept looking at them and looking at me. And like, what do I say? And I froze for like a minute, and it felt like a year. And then that was it. All right? Okay. So let's have 5 minutes of questions and we close. Any questions about any other feeling.
Can we overlap these negative emotions with, how do we overlap these negative emotions spontaneously with?
You cannot. It's a built-in alarm system. Use it. When you go to any angry management course, they will tell you, you will not feel angry again. They are lying. It will never happen. You have to be angry. Why? Because it protects you against death. If I come, let's say you go to an angry management training, and miraculously, he made anger disappear from you, and now I'm coming to kill you. What will you do? Feel love? Or feel, what will you feel? Nothing. You'll die. You need to be angry. You need to feel afraid, so you get prepared. You need to feel frustration, so you change what you're doing. You need to feel regret, so you understand that the lines. So what is regret? Another important one. Regret is basically telling you, you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. I said I will not do that, and I did it. So your emotion is the only person, if we call it a person, he knows that you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. So he's telling you basically, please respect your own rules. They are made to protect you. And all what you need to remove regret is to promise yourself that you will respect your own rules. That's it. And it's as easy as that. If you tell yourself, I know now that my rules are good for me, you will always respect it. Because once you cross, how many times have that happened to you? And you knew that what you're doing was wrong, and you do it. And then you feel regret. Does that make sense? And then they will tell you, don't feel regret. No, please feel regret, because if you don't feel regret, you'll do it again. And how many times have you felt regret and you did it again? Because they told you not to regret it. Does that make sense? So don't call them negative emotions, call them emotions. And they are alarm against all bad things that will happen. Use them. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
We seem to be very advanced as a civilization of people who speak languages, people, software, magnificent things. But this is very rudimentary. Why have we lost touch with this emotion and their meaning? And how can we learn this?
Because we were always taught, and I think most of us are still learning the same thing, that they will come to you and tell you, don't use your emotions, use your brain. And and that doesn't really work. Humans are built, you know bats? Do you know how bats fly? What do they use? Sonar, right? Humans are the same thing. We use emotions. Emotions are the most important thing that we... Why do you think we're doing anything in life? Let me tell you, what is your biggest wildest dream? What do you really want to do in life?
I'm not old enough to answer that question. Can someone
tell me something that you want now, not with something that you really want now.
Money.
Okay, why?
Because I can get things.
Okay, and when you get things, what will happen?
I just get the thing. That's the entirety of it.
Yeah, and then what will happen when you get these stuff?
Some semblance of happiness.
Okay, what do you really need?
Do I really need?
Yeah. Think about one thing that you really want.
Success.
And success. And when you are successful, what will that make you feel?
I'm gonna feel more confident.
Okay. Tell me something material that you want, something that you really want in life.
I'll get to the next question. I want to be fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And what is fulfillment?
Success, money.
It's an emotion, right? Yeah. It's an emotion. What do you
To basically close the next funding round.
Okay, and when you have that, what will happen? Security. And what is security? Feeling. So think about anything. At the end, what do you want? You want to feel something. And so emotions are very important, because at the end, this is what we want. Nothing really matters. What matters is how will I feel after I get it. And this is why happiness doesn't really make any sense. If I tell you, I want you to work to be happy, you cannot. Simply do all the things that you want to do, and then you'll be happy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is why emotions are very important. Humans, like bats, we operate with our emotions. Things are happening in life and we emitting our emotions. They go, they hit it, we get a meaning, it reflects to us, and then we start thinking. Think about anything that you, think about the guy who thought of flying. How did it start? Do you think it started in his head or his feeling? His emotion. Okay? Imagine this, there was no flying, we don't know anything about it. And I was sitting like this and I saw a bird flying. What do you think the first thing happened?
Wow.
And what is wow?
Inspiration.
Yeah, what is wow? It's a feeling, right? Yeah, I feel I can do like this. Then he start thinking. When you buy a car, what is the first thing that attracts you to buy a car? Feeling, and then you think about it. Think expensive, nice, better, or, right? So always emotion and then anything else. And this answers your question. So people, because we were always brought to, don't use your emotion, don't use your heart, don't, no, it's, okay? It's always use your emotions. It will not lie to you, but you need to check the meaning first. So first step, listen to your emotion, check the meaning, if it has the right meaning or not, then take action. As simple as that. Final 2 questions.
I have a question about what if basically you're communicating, you try to communicate your emotions, right? In a certain way, basically, that the environment can understand and can change. When we were talking about, like, you know, what creates a negative state, but you're not getting maybe actually that that willingness to understand emotions, right? So what would be the best course of action?
So what you're telling me, I'm trying to communicate with other people,
yes,
on an emotional level, and they cannot understand it.
No, it's not like you don't understand. You don't see the willingness to understand.
Okay.
When it comes to when the discussion, you know, where there are some people, what he was saying, there are some people who don't want to get, you know, in touch with their emotions,
Yes.
discuss this stuff anyways. They try to put barriers, like, you know, when those kind of discussions come into place.
Yes.
So I'm not even getting yet to the point of, like, you know, you understand it or not understand the emotion, but can we speak about that? Because, like, sometimes, you know, some people just, like, completely isolate themselves.
Okay, what you need to do is you need to take this picture that you're looking at and just reverse it the other way around. Let me give you an example. Now, if you go to a training, have you ever went to a training and instantly when you saw someone giving this training or session, you felt, I'm turned off? And then after maybe a couple of hours, you said, yes, I was turned off and I'm still off. And I know now that this is the end of our relationship. And has that ever happened to you? In any setting, meeting, whatever, right? So what does that tell you about what you're telling me? Who's responsible to get your attention and your emotion? Me or you? In that setting. If I really want you to be with me 100%, and I want to, it's my job, right? So my job to create certain emotions inside you that will make you interested to listen and work with me. If I fail in doing it, then I need to change. Does that make sense?
I mean, I basically genuinely believe in this, and I'm a public speaker, so I know that. But there are some times actually where you are trying absolutely to use the sandwich theory, right?
Yes.
Like we start with a positive actually emotion. You try to help trigger them to motivate them or to make them happy, or, like, you know, remember any memory and stuff, and then discuss whatever you really wanted to do, and then you end it also with a happy ending that actually
Yes.
is, like, you know, you get it into it. But what I'm talking about is basically some sort of people when you have, like, a certain kind of, like, kind of relationship with them, when you are in the stress of, like, work and entrepreneurship and all of that, the type of discussions that you usually have are not emotional discussions. That's what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden, you are, like, you know, bringing a different type of discussion that we want to say.
Okay. So let me here ask you, when you say it's not an emotional discussion, what do you mean? Emotional like it's emotional, or emotional like what we are talking about here?
No. I mean, most of the time we're discussing numbers or, like, you know,
Okay.
the logical
Okay.
stuff.
Now, again, humans communicate with emotions. Now, it doesn't really matter if we're using numbers. So let's say I told you, we didn't really make our numbers this month. How will you react? It's an external event, right?
Yeah.
What did it do to you?
Disappointed.
What is this? Okay, so whatever I say, number, business, meeting, whatever it is, first thing, it will create an emotion. Now, depending on the meaning that you are giving to the guy who say, so I can tell you we didn't achieve the number, and you give it a meaning that lousy, why did we hire him? He's not doing a good job. Or maybe I didn't help him enough. Maybe he needs support. Maybe he needs more tools. Will that make your behavior different? Right? So just to make it simple, think about it as a relationship. If I have a relationship with someone and he did something, and in my head immediately I gave it a meaning that this is the end of the relationship, how do you think I will behave? And do you think it will be different if I give it a meaning that this is the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is basically how to make people open up. That's what I wanted to say. It's not about triggers. We're not trying to. Sorry, you have to find their triggers. That's a good one. Yeah, it's like because it's not that basically they're not motivated or we're not taking the right direction. It's always with a positive mindset that actually we want to help each other, right? But it's just some people keep closing up.
Who said that it is right? Remember the exercise that we did about the meaning of the chair?
Yeah.
Now you could be doing me the most wonderful thing, but my meaning is totally different. So when you're giving me the chair and you're telling me, Yusri, it's comfortable, I maybe look at it and say it's authority. So in your head, you're seeing it comfortable. In my head, I'm seeing it authority. So what do? Is you communicate with people, understand them, ask them how do they feel. When I work with my team, I always ask them, how do they feel and how do they want to feel and what can I do to make them feel that, because I cannot guess. And I don't need to guess. Okay? And make it a casual thing. We don't have time to this, but maybe next time we can do this. I'll tell you how to listen, because listening is not your ears at all. It has nothing to do with your ears. Ears are for hearing. Listening is a totally different story. And so you need to listen so you can get on the same wavelength. And this is why they call it emotion intelligence.
This is what I said, like exactly ask this question, how do you feel? And they're like, nothing. Obviously it's not nothing. Like, your body language doesn't say nothing.
And because most of the time people see, this is a taboo in our region, and not our region, in the world. People don't like to feel that they are feeling anything negative. They don't like to feel that they are afraid or angry, or it gives them a sense of weakness. So they will tell you, no, I don't feel anything. Like I told you, they feel more prestigious to say that they are angry rather than fear. Okay? So it takes time for them first to understand that emotions are a good thing. And actually, it is the only thing. Okay? But they are trying to be intellectual and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing. There is nothing called like this. You have to feel, then you think, you feel again, then you think again, and then you take action. I fall in love with the car. I took action. I bought it. I drove it. I'm feeling again. I like it. I keep it. I don't like it. I take a decision, sell it. I have another feeling, regret. It's always like this. Feel, think, decision, feeling, think, decision. Does that answer your question? So it needs work, and I know I didn't give you all the answers because it's only 2 hours. But it's next time we'll do another thing. Completion.
I'm glad to hear there's a next time. We will schedule another one.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I enjoyed today's workshop. I hope you guys did as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, he's here if you guys want to catch me. He's here inside as well. There is a video link that I can share with you guys where you can just upload your video testimonial or what do you call it session? Not very long, 50 seconds, 1 minute, whatever. I think if you registered, I sent it on email to everybody who's registered. I can send it again. So really appreciate feedback on this one. All right. Thank you, Yusri.
Thank you very much. So stand up. Let's do something very, very quickly to close our day. If you can join us, ladies, I think you're done.
I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others. So we're going to kick off our values episode. Now, if you've been a fan of this show for a number of years,
I am,
and paid attention to anything that Johnny and I said, some of you even write us about all of the notes you've taken, you've heard time and time again how important defining your values are. A value-based life leads to personal happiness, mental health, well-being, and a host of other things. And one of the most common questions we get is, how do I choose my values? And of course, a lot of us, when we think about our values, we look to mimic others. We look to take on values that we see around us, but it can be a little overwhelming at first. It can be difficult for you to really put pen to paper. So our goal today is to talk about our values, share the company values as well as our personal values and our journey discovering these values about ourselves. And then we'll get in all the host of science behind why values matter so much.
Yeah, and I also just want to start it off by saying that by understanding and learning values about values, my life had changed of how I was engaging in the day every day. You know, it's funny. I've always said that we run on scripts, and these scripts, if you haven't meticulously put it together for yourself, you've adopted one that you've gotten from family, friends, media, wherever it might be, and it wasn't specifically chosen for you. You just adopted it, decided to live by it, and your life will slowly become a result of that script. When you change the guide rails to your life and meticulously put together the values that you feel best living through, you will see your life then be a result of living through those values. And of course, today we're going to be talking about how whatever goals you choose, how we can backwards engineer what the values would be that we would need to get there, so that by living a value-based life every day, we get closer to the life worth fighting for,
to those goals. And that's the thing. When most of us think about planning out what we want to do, figuring out our North Star, the first thing we think about, or the first tool we think about, is goal. Mm-hmm. Okay, set up a goal, and now I work towards the goal. And goals are very helpful. There's no doubt about it. And as we talked about to start this year, setting some resolutions and goals for yourself, that's fantastic. But there's also values on the other end of it. And when your values align with your goals, you have essentially endless willpower. You have the ability to push through when times get tough, when things aren't going your way, when that goal feels further off into the distance.
Well, you mentioned about times getting tough. They're going to. That's just part of life. There's ups and downs, ebb and flow, trauma, loss, victory, success. All these things are going to play a role. And in each one of these things, and this goes back to something that Stephen Hayes has talked about, how our body works like a calculator that doesn't have no subtraction or delete. You can only enter things in, and then you have to compensate for what you've entered in. So those losses and trauma and victories, they're all going to be crammed in there. And you have to go about your life with those things adding up, and it gets more and more difficult. However, by putting together those values, you have something you can lean on every day to get you through that when everything else, because of that trauma and loss, seems to muddy the waters. It doesn't give you a clear picture which way you should be going. And so in order to not have to worry about that, you just push through and leaning into those values, and they'll carry you through whatever dark, muddy waters are there.
And this is not to get confused with value, which is another topic we've talked a lot about on the show. Value is what we give to others. We define that as attention, appreciation, and acceptance. But what we're talking about here is those core motivators in your life that you want to live your life by. And these become very clear in all of your decision making. I know we had a decision making month theme back in, I believe, August. And decisions are complicated to begin with. And if we're not clear on our values, if we're not clear where we stand or what's worth fighting for, then it's very easy to become indecisive.
I also think in today's world, we've sort of lost sight of the railings that hold us together, these values that we can lean on, exactly what you were saying about when there's times to make difficult decisions. And if you don't have these values to lean on, then the idea of being a principled person falls apart. If you don't have anything to lean on and you're not principled, or there's no principles set up to lean on, then you become very unwaverly in who you are and what you stand for. It makes decision making incredibly difficult. And it also makes the people around you uneasy, because if they can't recognize patterns of principle within you,
where you stand,
where
if
you
you're
stand,
wishy-washy, if you are wavering in your viewpoint and unsure of yourself, well, of course, that's going to lead to people not feeling at ease or comfortable around you. And this brings up a good point. Why are we on a podcast dedicated to self-improvement, of course, but really focusing on how we communicate with one another and build relationships and conversation? Why are we so concerned about values, which are internal? Guess what? These values influence who you spend your time with, who you build relationships with, who you seek out, who's in your network. So they are important to define. And for a lot of our younger listeners and even our younger participants in our coaching programs, boot camp especially, picking those values for the first time or thinking about it can be a little bit daunting, a little bit scary if I don't really know what I value. Or, you know what, I have 20 things that I value. How do I pick the top 5? And we'll get into that, but I want to talk a little bit about the problem with goals and goals alone, because goals are all about something in the future. They're a desired outcome. Values are more encompassing than that. Values are the deeper motivations that get you excited, that get you fired up. When your goals spring from those values, then magic really happens. So when we were getting ready for this show, we were talking with Michael about how excited we were to share our values, because I think for a lot of our listeners, they probably picked up on them here or there, but I don't think they fully know what our values are.
Well, I also want to state that even for myself, when I was younger and I would hear about these things, I would brush them aside. Why? Because I was like, I know what my values are. I'm good. I have values. I don't need to do it. I don't need to do the exercise. However, and we're going to talk about how to do this exercise, but upon doing it, this goes with anything when it comes to writing it out. The ideas and the thoughts and the goals and the aspirations that you might hold in your brain are just that. They're thoughts, and there's not much weight to them until they go to paper, or until you've given them enough attention to where those thoughts have then turned to beliefs. But even so, they need to be actually articulated for you to understand what those beliefs are. This is why, for a lot of the guys, the clients who come through our programs, how they view the world coming in is different when they leave. Why? Because they had the opportunity to articulate to themselves some ideas that weren't ever fully fleshed out. And because of that, they were nebulous. The proper filter or lens, I like to call it, could never be completely built. But once it's articulated, that lens then comes to fruition, and now you're solidly looking through it.
And you're not swayed. You're not influenced by things that take you off course. That's the point of value-based living, is that it gives you a level of resilience. Because listen, sometimes you're not going to be able to achieve those goals. sometimes it's not up to you. There are other factors that go into those goals. And what happens when you don't achieve your goals? Are you set up for success? And that's really where the values come in. And, you know, studies show that very goal-oriented people sometimes have a fragile sense of self. So what that means is when all you're focused on is external outcomes and factors and motivations, when things don't align, when you don't reach those goals, your sense of self is going to collapse. It's going to crumble. It's going to lead to a lot of inner turmoil and stress. But if your values are solid and clear, even missing a goal is not going to shake or rattle you because those goals are in alignment with those deeper values.
And this, to throw it back to something our first guest of the year, Dr. Judy Ho, had brought up, when she brought out her life acronym, and the very first part of that was low self-esteem, shaky self. And as you were just mentioning, if you're focused on that and you don't have the steps that it takes to get there, you can easily get knocked off course because there is no plan.
And listen, it's okay for your values to change. You know, when I think about starting this company 13 years ago and throwing myself into coaching, you know, my values at that stage in my life were very much around proving other people wrong, right? So I had doubters, I had people who, and we've talked about this, family members even, who didn't believe in what I was doing or the choices I was making. And out of that, some of my values were actually unhealthy, right? When you're trying to prove it to someone else and your values are not anchored to yourself, well, all of a sudden you're going to find yourself between a rock and a hard place and frustrated. And I valued socialization to the extreme, going out constantly because I was introverted. I was trying to work through that introversion. I was trying to gain all these skills to be a good coach. And now that I'm in my 30s, I don't value that as much. I don't value going out and going crazy, socializing as much as I did in my 20s, and that's fine.
Well, the goals have changed. And so if the goals have changed, then so did the steps in getting there.
Yeah, so I want to point out that as we talk about our values and unpack our own, it has been a journey for us. There have been values that we tried that didn't work for us that we'll get into, and understanding that it's not set in stone. We're not carving this out and stamping it on our tombstone and saying, these are your values for the rest of your life. But values serve a very important purpose in your life. And, you know, this is something that I learned growing up, being raised Roman Catholic. Obviously, there are a lot of values instilled by the church. And those values then lead to goals, lead to the way we interact with one another, the way we treat one another. So that's what we're getting into today is how do we develop our own values that matter to us? And now, with all of the guests we've had over the last couple of years, we now realize that when we plug in those values with some great goals, that willpower component that we're struggling with, the getting up, the going out the door to work out, that shrinks. It doesn't have to be so difficult for us if we only focus on the external. Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that when we're talking about values and how important they are, it's not about discarding your goals now and saying, oh, I have no goals, I just live in a life of values. They go hand in hand. They're synergistic and they are important here. So how do we go about finding our values? Well, when you think about values, what do you stand for? You know, how do you want to behave as a human? How do you want people to view you? What do you want to hear them say behind your back? Right? These are good starting points to start building those principles that you live by, as Johnny was saying earlier. And we've talked about how important it is for companies to build out their set of values, that everyone on the team knows, okay, this action that I'm taking is in line with our values. I feel good. I know that I'm moving the needle forward.
Something else to go along with that. We have a guest coming up. It's going to be in a few months, but his name's Kevin Cruz, and he wrote a book called Leaders Don't Have Rules. And one of his points in the book was just that. Leaders don't have rules that they live by. They live by values. And he was talking about the importance of getting your team to rally around those values so that everyone is on the same field. Whereas if we give people rules, there's all sorts of objections of, I don't like to live in the rules, I'm a rebel, or I don't like people telling me what to do, or
just figuring out ways to tweak the rules, to get one over on the rules, to find the loopholes.
We know those people as well. That's all there. Once there's rules, and I think there's just something innate in humans of wanting to break the rules. But if you can get everyone to subscribe to the same values, well, now things are completely different, and you may interpret them differently than the person sitting next to you, but they're still holding true to that same value. And there's usually a mutual respect that can go along with your approach to it, as long as you're still having that same value.
And when it comes to corporate culture and building this company, we didn't start with the values first. Mm-hmm. We kind of all came in, jumped in, started working with our own value set that we were bringing to the table. And there was a lot of times in this company's history where the values weren't in alignment. We didn't put them to paper. We didn't commit to them. And then we would get frustrated because team members were not doing what we wanted them to do. But that comes from the top. And someone who's run the company, I now realize not only the importance of values in my own life, but also the importance of instilling values in the team and the way that we want to treat our customers, the way that we want to be seen, the way that we want to be treated as well.
And just to go back to that point, rules certainly doesn't work. People tend to think that you're trying to put them in a box when you hand them rules as well. I can even, as someone who sees himself as a creative, the minute I hear rules, that's my first thought. Because what if my creativity has me venturing outside these rules, and now you're neutering me, so to speak, to be able to do what I do? However, if we're rallying around values, that completely changes.
Yeah, and let's say, for instance, a value is loyalty, right? So a company's value is loyalty. Well, for Johnny, that might mean following up with customers who just came through in the last month. For another team member, that might be sending a birthday message on Facebook to cheer up our customers. So even having a value of loyalty, each person is going to respond to it differently, but it's a framework to start from. Mm-hmm. So I would like to dig into my values.
Yep.
And they've been a work in progress, I'm not going to lie. And in talking a lot with Amy over the last 6 years of our relationship, they've evolved over time. But the one, and I think we can all sort of pick up on this from the trajectory of the company, the first and most important value to me has always been deliver value. Sometimes to a fault, right? We hear a lot on the show is so dense, you guys go into these topics, I want to learn more about you. But I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others.
Well, that's why it's the first rule in the company, or the first value in the company, above and beyond.
And understanding that there are going to be times where it's difficult. And there's certainly been times when Amy's been a little frustrated with me. But that commitment to going above and beyond has allowed us to build a team that not only supports one another, but then supports everyone who comes through our doors. And I view it the same in all of my personal relationships. I want to be there for my fiance. I want to be there for my friends. I want to be there for my family.
And when you think of that and the way it works, you can... For me, it's to make sure that the listener of this podcast gets a lot out of it. For me, it is for the person who comes through a program, knows that we are there for their journey. And we are going to be there when you sign up. We're going to be there when you come through. And of course, all the systems that are in place for you when you leave. And you know, I continuously let the guys know that I'm always here. And one of the things that I say is I have time for everybody. It's just a matter of me finding when that time is. But if you let me know you have something that you want to discuss, or an idea, or a problem, you text me, you send me an email, and I will send out Calendly invite, and we will figure out a time.
And listen, we've been in the self-development space for a long time, over a decade. And when we started, and we met a number of people doing coaching, social skills coaching, personal development coaching, leadership coaching. And I've met coaches whose viewpoint is we start working together when the check clears, and we stop working together when the seminar is over. And that's how they live their life. We have never, as a company, entertained that idea. All of our alumni have our personal phone numbers. We talk to alumni who've come through the program 9, 10, 11 years ago. And I feel that not only is that in line with my value, it becomes very easy for me. It's not a willpower thing. It's not a, oh my God, I have to answer this person. Oh God, I have to help this person out. It's in my ethos. And of course, as someone who's led the company, it's infused into the company's ethos. And it's one of the most important lessons that we try to teach in all of our programs.
Well, I think you could also say a lot for the people or the podcasters and the coaches that we enjoy. You know, when I think about the podcasters that both of us get a lot from, we see that ethos, if you will, that you to use your words, in their work. And of course it's like, well, of course that's going to be in ours because that's who we're modeling.
And it's interesting. I get a lot of emails from people who are starting out in podcasting, people who are fans of the show and want to start podcasting, and ask, you know, how do we prep for the show? How do we deliver value in the content? And, you know, we have 3+ pages of notes, science to back it up. We have multiple conversations about anything that we're talking about here recorded for you. And that's been the case for over a decade now of putting in the prep to deliver the value. And this is something that we do for free. This is not something that we're charging for. So that delivering value is not only my own personal value, but I look for that value in others, right? And that's how I stay away from transactional relationships. You know, we laughed about this last week with Violet about, you know, the types of people as you become someone who's an influencer or grow an audience that you tend to attract. And listen, there are a ton of transactional people out there, but being someone who values delivering value for others, I look for that in others, and I look to lead my life by that. And that's really one of my core values. And that wasn't very hard for me to find. So that one's been pretty standard. The second one, and this one, you know, has led to some people leaving the company, has led to change on the team. But this is really a personal value, is keeping it real, being honest and transparent with how I'm feeling, sometimes to a fault. I know Johnny laughs that I wear my emotions on my sleeve, but
I think we both do that. That's the Midwest.
At the same time, I would rather be in a situation or an environment where people are being upfront with each other. And I want that in my personal relationships. I want that in my friendships. And of course, I want that in my business partners and the people that I work with. And it is challenging at times to be authentic. It is difficult to deliver bad news. And for a long time in my life, I tried to avoid conflict and avoid arguments and being a people pleaser. You know, sometimes being authentic is not always the easiest road. It can be difficult to be truthful in those situations. But what I've found is that it allows me to say no to things that aren't helpful. It allows me to be more committed to the things that are the hell yes. And it allows other people around me to know where I stand. The third value for me, and trying to keep it straightforward with these 5 here, the third is just loyalty. And I think that really was instilled by my family. My family's very connected and loyal to one another, and loyalty growing up was a very important value for my father, and I picked up on his relationships in life. And of course, because of that, I've lost some friends along the way. I've had to make some difficult decisions around relationships. We've talked about value vampires and people who may not live up to that, but loyalty is being supported by the people in your life and being true to the people who've been there for you, which is funny. You know, you move to a big city, it's easy to get drawn into some of these other circles, and people back home, at least for me, remark about how I've stayed true to myself, and I try to surround myself to do the same.
Oh, that's always a welcoming picture to have from somebody who's known you for such a long time. and I know for myself that I really enjoy hearing that, and it's not so often that East Coast friends can make it out here, but when they do, I do try to spend quality time with them, and that is certainly one of the things I love hearing. I don't want to hear this town has changed me. However, there's those people too.
Well, they'll see the social media and they'll ask, why are you talking about that? Why is that important now? Yeah. And it's easy to get caught up in some of that. But ultimately, yes, trying to stay true to myself and true to the people, certainly back home, who've supported me on this journey, not just no offense, Johnny-come-latelys who get excited about the big numbers and what's going on after the 10 plus years of hard work. The fourth one, and this one we've talked about a lot on the show. In fact, one of our favorite guests hammers this home, David Goggins, and it's discipline. In everything that you want in life, all the success you're looking for is based on your habits, and habits are built through discipline. There's no getting around it. There's no shortcuts. We've had, how many guests now talk about that exact thing? Whether it's getting up early, whether it's always working out, whether it's watching what you eat, whether it's making sure you follow through with your meditation, that discipline instills the successful habits that you need to reach the goals that you have. And there are certainly times where I fall off. There's certainly times where I'm less disciplined than I would like, but it's an aspirational value that I think is really important in my life.
Well, and that's one of the things that makes value-based living important and fun, is that it's not something you just turn on and you begin doing. It takes effort, and it takes consistent effort every day. However, you do know what you're doing, so all you have to do is go ahead and get to it. But no one said it's going to be easy.
No. No successful person has built their empire or achieved what they wanted on shortcuts and lack of discipline. Now, this one, the fifth and final value for me, might feel a little opposite of the last value, right? So the last value is discipline, straightforward. The fifth and final value for me is spontaneity. I do think that variety is the spice of life. Johnny's seen me learning how to cook and always trying to pick up new skills, traveling, exploring. I'm always looking for those moments. And what I found that's so interesting is as you become more disciplined, you actually unlock more freedom.
Yes.
It's counterintuitive, and I know that we've had guests come on and talk about this, but when you have those guardrails of discipline that you're not going to be out too late, you're going to get things done in the morning, then you can create that freedom in your life to be spontaneous, to try that spicy Thai food, to go on that trip, to zip out to Las Vegas for a weekend for the hell of it. That is something that I value in myself, is that ability to try new things, to not be stuck in a rut or a routine, and also to be more open and accepting of others. And the spontaneity one at times has come in conflict with Amy's discipline, and it's been funny.
I've seen it.
Yeah, as someone who values it so much, now about to marry someone who spontaneity is not the name of her game. Right. But it's fun to add that. And it's also fun to see how Amy's values have influenced me over time.
Sure. Absolutely.
Johnny, I know you've been sitting there somewhat quietly around your values and my values, and I know that there's some overlap.
Well, there certainly is. And I talk about these every week with the guys because I can't expect them to put theirs out there if I'm not willing to do that for myself. And certainly over the years, they have changed. But the ones that are important to me now, first and foremost, I take health out of the way. And that to me is diet, sleep, exercise. Those three things all make up.
Now, that was not always the case. As someone who's lived with you.
Exactly.
Seen what you eat, seen when you went to sleep.
Yeah. And certainly I can still get better with some of those. But I take those very seriously because... And I've stated this multiple times, and I'm going to state it again because this is important, and this is why health is the first one. Because I know what I need to do, eating, sleeping, exercise-wise, to be at my best. And when I'm at my best, the longer I'm in that zone of my best, the better my life is. And the better my life is, the better other people's lives are who are around me. And so I owe it to myself and to those people because of that to be at my best. And that takes care of that. And that's number one. And I don't think there's anything else I need to say to that other than that very
Yeah, this is not a health and fitness podcast, so we're going to stick to things we're experts in.
Yeah. So that's why I take that very seriously. The other ones that come in, creativity is certainly one of them. I want to be able, and it's important for me to engage in things that A, allow me to create, and B, think creatively. And so whatever I need to be able to do those things. So reading, film, music, these things allow those juices to flow. And then from there, I get to create myself. And so I take that very seriously. And I want to be able to produce more than I consume. And so that's very important to me.
Yeah.
Next is humor. And I've been saying this for a long time, which is, as an entrepreneur, I find humor one of the most important traits that one can have because of the ups and the roller coaster that is entrepreneurship. And you need to be able to laugh at yourself and the circumstances that you're in order to make it to the other side. It does get dark at times. You do question yourself a lot of the time. And if you can't laugh about it, it's going to be grim. And one of the things that always stuck out to me, being the Dan Carlin fan that I am, which is he was doing a podcast on trench warfare. I believe it was his World War I series, which is phenomenal. And in one of the questions he was asking, or had been asked, is what did he know about the soldiers who were able to persevere in the worst of conditions? And the worst of conditions could be in those trenches. It could be life in a gulag, in a internment camp, whatever those awful conditions are.
Humor.
But it's always been purpose and humor. Those two things go hand in hand. The purpose is the hope that pulls you out, but humor allows you to deal with the situation while you're in it. So humor is certainly for me is one of those.
Glad that you compared the company's history to the Gulag and trench warfare. It's quite the analogy.
Well, lost.
I'd temper it a little bit.
Once again, finding the humor in all of it. It used to be presence, but now it's moved more into mindfulness as a whole, because for everything that's going on, I need more opportunities to defuse thoughts from emotions. I think that helps with creativity. It also helps with humor to be able to compartmentalize things and see them for what they are. I think that all plays a role. And lastly, ceaseless learning. So, which also fosters the creativity and the humor. I want to be able to learn every day. Now, out of those 5, it is when I wake up, I'm excited because I know what I'm doing every day. And what's also great about this is looking at your daily calendar.
Yeah.
And how you're going to arrange and engaging in those 5 values. The other thing that we know about this is through our own research we have a challenge on Facebook, and part of that challenge, number 2, is to put up your values.
Yeah, you can join our Facebook group at the challenge, theartofcharm.com/challenge. And this challenge is a fun one for a couple reasons.
Yeah.
Number 1, it's intimidating. So a lot of people sign up for the challenge. They're like, great, I'm going to work on my social skills. And we hit them with, well, what are your values? And then it's like, oh, man, I haven't thought about that. Or, oh, I want to see your answers. And it can be something that if you're not prepared for, might feel a little overwhelming. But the flip side is when they complete the challenge, there's like this sense of relief of like, oh, now I have clarity, or as my buddy David calls it, a North Star. You have a guiding light, a flashlight as to what direction you should be going in.
And the other thing about it that goes along with that is most people can easily put 2, 3, maybe even 4 together. But once you get to 3, and we realize that people had stopped at 3 because they still have this giant list of values, but there's now only 2 spots. In the dilemma becomes, well, I don't want to leave something out. Well, it doesn't mean that you're leaving it out. These are just the things that are important that you need to engage in and to get one step or one day closer to your goal. And on top of that, to have a sense of being fulfilled at the end of the day that you've engaged in what is important to you. And so the best thing about this is, let's say that you've guessed wrong. After 1 week, you stand on Sunday and you review your week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. Were you able to engage in your values to the level that you wanted to? If you answered yes to all those, then did you feel fulfilled at the end of the evening?
That's a pretty good week.
Yes, absolutely. And if you've engaged in those to where you're fulfilled, you've been incredibly productive. That week is going to blow your mind, which only sets up for you to do this again. And so why wouldn't you want to? You've just engaged in everything that gives you a sense of being and purpose.
It's that
and
superhuman productivity that we're all looking for.
Everyone. And so you're fired up. But here's the best part. Let's say you're not. Let's say something was missing. Let's say that, I could have been better. Okay. Then you either have to think about, as you set up the new week, what do you feel you were lacking in and that you can gauge in to a better degree, or you change up one of the values that you feel just wasn't doing it for you. And then you give that a shot. And guess what? After a week, when you stand on the next Sunday and you're looking at your week, you'll either know exactly what you're going to be doing and fired up to lay it out again, or you'll know exactly what you need to shuffle around and change. I mean, this changes everything.
Now, you bring up some powerful points, and this, again, is the distinction between goals. So you can bring your values into anything you do.
Yes.
You could bring your values into the way you cook. You could bring your values into the way you do the chores. You could bring your values into your relationship with your friends. Goals are outcome dependent. They are in the future. So you can't live in your goals. You can work towards your goals, but you can live in your values, meaning your values can be present in every moment that you are awake, you are alive, you are in action. And it's completely up to you to live your values.
You pick them.
You get the choice. And then you get to instill them in others by the way you live your life. And guess what? They're never checked off. They're just that guiding light for you each and every day, every morning, to fire you up, to get you through, to not have to worry about the willpower.
A lot of people spend their evenings before going to bed staring at the ceiling and asking themselves what if. And this is where you're in FOMO, as what the kids call it, fear of missing out. Yes, fear of missing out. You're staring at the wall, and you have this, and there's a feeling inside of, I'm not living life the way everybody else is. And it's easy to get in that position when you're looking at social media and everyone else's amazing lives. However, going to bed late at night or whatever time it may be, you don't have to go to bed experiencing FOMO. And we laugh, we talk about this, but you could flip the script and actually go to bed experiencing JOMO, joy of missing out, where you're content, you're fulfilled. There's nothing left on the day.
The no is not an issue. The no is not anxious or what am I missing out on? The no is I'm clear on my values, and that's not in line with my values.
Rocked them out.
So it was a great day, which leads to a great week, a month, and a year. And as we said, with goals always happening in the future, we need our values to keep us on course. Goals sometimes get met, and I would love everyone, perfectionists included, to reach all of their goals, but we know that's not always helpful. That's not always possible. So what happens when you don't reach your goals, right? That's why these values are so important. And Stephen Hayes, who we've had on the show a number of times now, said values work helps to build socially positive emotions like gratitude and appreciation. and the feeling that you're making a meaningful difference in the lives of others. So it may feel self-centered to decide your values, to define your values, but actually it's a service not only to yourself, but to the world around you, to the people you interact with. When you are in alignment with your values, you have these superpowers. You have the initiative, the wherewithal, the excitement, the joy, everything that we're talking about. So we want to end with, how do you find your values? It's been a journey for me and Johnny. And I know that, for example, the loyalty value, how did that arise? Well, growing up, my dad was a single parent and he won custody. And what I always found remarkable is he was in the Navy and his friends were scattered all over the country. And he remained loyal to all of his friends, all of their relationships, and his friends remained loyal to him. And they were there to support me and my sister when he needed a helping hand. And I'll never forget that value that he instilled in me of staying loyal to the people in your life, because at some point you're going to need each other. And if you're not someone who's loyal, you're going to be left without having that support. And that was a value that was instilled in me and I picked up. Discipline was not something that was instilled in me. I wouldn't say that my dad was very disciplined with his diet or working out or his habits. He was a hard worker, and in order to make ends meet, he was forced to be disciplined for work, but it wasn't something that he really instilled in us. And that led to my sister being a creative. It led to me being spontaneous, but now it's something that I've picked up from others. And truthfully, the guests on the show have really inspired and instilled that in me. And as I started putting some things together, physically working on my health, all of a sudden I started to realize that, yeah, discipline actually unlocks this unseen potential in myself. Things that I didn't even imagine I could do were now possible because I was getting up at the same time every morning, because I was disciplined in my routine.
Well, values giving you a glimpse of what you're capable of is truly, it could be a bit scary, but it's also liberating, because you're now being able to really crack your true potential. And
that's what I love. So if we were to tell you listening, hey, come out, spend a week with us in LA and we're going to define your values, you'd be like, well, that doesn't sound like much fun. What the heck's that? I want to learn how to talk to people. I want to build better relationships. I want to be able to reach my goals and build allies and wow my boss. Values? That doesn't sound like a valuable exercise to me, an interesting exercise. The fun part is Saturday after the week is over and everyone in the week has started to crystallize around their values. They've started to really look into themselves internally and define what these values are and how they want to live their life. They are so fired up to go back home, to live life through these values, that it unlocks that extra battery, that supercharger in your life that allows you to stay motivated. So for those of you who are listening, feeling run down, feeling you're lacking in motivation, feeling everything's a struggle, taking some time to think about your values and going about your life in alignment with those values can start to recharge that battery.
Something I want to add to that, if you do decide to do our challenge on Facebook, it's theartofcharm.com/challenge. If you do decide to do it, it is challenge number 2, where you're supposed to put up your values. A lot of people just put their values up and they're like, I'm done, then they move on to the next. I'm going to let you know that not only are you supposed to distill all these values down to 5, I want the reasons and the how you got to them. Why did you choose them and how did you get to that? Because having an understanding of how you arrived there and why it is so important to you only fuels it inside you that much more, but also gives you a sense of its importance so it sticks much better. And then also put it somewhere as a visual cue where you're going to be reminded of it on a daily basis, whether it is...
So you can't forget them, right?
So you can't forget them. And Michael has his, our coach Michael in Vienna, has his on his phone screen.
It's a wallpaper.
And then also stick it on Post-it notes around your house. Because when you see it and you're like, oh, right, that's, you know what? And it is those visual cues of those values that will lead you when you don't have answers.
So let's do this week's challenge. Let's help the audience define their values. Now we've learned how important they are and what our values are. And there are many ways to find your values. We talked about it with Judy Ho. You can check out her book. She has a great exercise. But here's a visualization exercise that we're going to do that I think can help you with a few questions you can ask yourself at the end of this visualization. So close your eyes and imagine that you've reached all of your goals that you could ever imagine. You're the richest, the most successful, the healthiest person on the entire planet. All of your wildest dreams and goals have been reached. And ask yourself, how do you want to be treated? How do you want to treat yourself? How do you want to treat others? What do you stand for in life? Right? So now that we've removed all those external factors, all the things we're chasing, the cars, the house, the fancy this, the fancy that, we've achieved those. What's left? The way that we treat others, the way others treat us, and what we stand for, right? And what you're aiming for, as Johnny said, is key. 5 or 6. We're not asking for 30. No. Overwhelm does not help us here. So you want to have it concise so that it's easy to remember. And the important part is, after this visualization, take pen to paper. Write them out. Write out your values and write out why it's important to you and how you intend to bring this value to life. How do you intend to infuse this value into your daily schedule, your habits, your routines, your choices? And this is a fascinating study that we'll end with. A recent study done by Emily Sandoz and Emmy Herbert titled Meaningful, Reminiscent, and Evocative, an initial examination of 4 methods of selecting ideographic values-relevant stimuli, found that by taking the time to write out our values, it can actually give you a huge It can actually give us a huge boost towards implementing them successfully. So the act of writing them out, committing to them on paper, thinking about the why, actually makes you more likely to succeed in achieving and implementing those values. That's powerful stuff. So now that you have your values, write them down and put them somewhere you'll see frequently. Save them as your wallpaper, like Michael. And especially at the beginning, it's important that you're reminded of your values often. As we start to try to build new habits, instill some discipline in our lives, it's important that you're reminded, hey, these are my values. This is what matters to me. And as Johnny said, in those days when he hasn't had an opportunity to tap into creativity, or he's been bogged down in emails and he hasn't had an opportunity to quench his thirst for knowledge, listen to a podcast, read a book, whatever the case may be, that's a rough day. That's a tough day. But when you realize that's part of your values, well, I'm going to make time for it.
And I can also say that I know that when I do not engage in them, at the end of the evening, when I'm laying in bed, I'm pissed off. I'm mad. I feel I left points on the board. And at this point in my life and everything that we have going on around us, I don't like to have that feeling. That feeling is awful. And so, and you for working with me as long as you have.
Well, as a Lions fan, I know about leaving points on the board. So it has a special meaning for me.
Yeah, it's awful. But I have recently arranged things in such a way that certain things get done at certain times, and that where it's the
values have infused your calendar.
Yeah,
they've infused your routine,
and so those things get met and easily and consistently, and that makes for a great evening and a great sleep. And it just with entrepreneurship, things can get difficult. And however, I know that I'm always able to lean on those values and even in the worst times go, well, I know that I'm doing the right thing. Why? Because I engaged in what's important to me.
Even in the best of times.
Yeah, well,
You
it's
know?
just
the
icing
ups
on
and
the cake.
downs,
Yeah.
right? It's without values, it's tough to stay grounded.
Yes.
It's tough to stay humble and have humility. So if you've enjoyed the episode and you're ready to define your values, join us on the challenge. It's a free Facebook group with other podcast fans. Johnny and I are in there, and you can share your values, commit to your values as part of our social skills challenge. You can find more at theartofcharm.com/challenge.
But I feel alive with you. Take it easy on my heart, otherwise I fall.
So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. So something cool that I noticed when I was having breakfast today at the bed and breakfast where I was staying, basically I was eating breakfast and there was this family staying there as well. They were Canadian. The mother, she had mentioned she was originally from Malaysia, and it was her and her 4 children. And I noticed that as they were all eating breakfast together, none of them, not one of them, was using a mobile phone, was sitting there chatting or playing or interacting with their mobile phone. And I thought that was great, because obviously we live in a world where most people are very strongly addicted to their phones, even to the point where when they are in social circumstances, even in those circumstances, people will often be on the phone. I've even seen many times couples, people who are apparently together, instead of interacting with each other, they're interacting with their phones. So when I saw that this family, literally none of them were on their phones, I thought, this is great. They weren't very talkative. They were kind of quiet and unassuming and very polite, and that's cool. But they were engaging with the world around them and with each other and with me and with our hosts, rather than with their phones. So that gave me a small glimmer of hope that all is not lost with humanity. On today's video, I'm going to share with you why and how I was able to overcome my addiction to sugar. An addiction to sugar is one of the most pervasive and one of the most difficult addictions to overcome, and it is one that can cause and does cause significant damage to our health. So to kind of set the background of this story, it's going to be important for you to understand how much I used to suffer. How much I used to suffer as a result of my addiction to sugar, which has been a lifelong addiction. And also I want to clarify that an addiction to sugar doesn't just have to be an addiction to candies and sweets. Yes, of course, that's a part of it. But when I talk about addiction to sugar, I'm talking about addictions to any and all foods that contain sugar in a significant amount, or really in any amount. I'm talking, of course, about fruits, including those delicious fruits that we often think of that are very sweet: bananas, mangoes, papayas, even grapes. To a lesser extent, berries and others, because they have less sugar, but they still do contain sugar. And I'm talking about foods with a high glycemic index, like refined grains, white bread, for example, or even bread in general. Why should we even care about the effects of sugar? Well, this is a very large body of science and research that if I were to try to get into all of it in this video, it would be a very long video. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to refer to a couple of the doctors, experts, and resources that I have used to help me gain a better understanding of the damaging effects of sugar. And I'll just mention a few briefly here as well, but I'll provide some links below so that you can more easily do your study. Glucose and sugars are one of 2 main forms of fuel that the body can use. One of them being sugar, in other words, glucose, fructose, and other types of sugar, which get converted into products that the body can use as fuel. And of course, fat through the process of ketosis and generating ketones, which is another source of fuel. These are 2 very different sources of fuel in the body, Sugar being a very fast acting, that's why you say you get a sugar hit, like a hit of energy. It's a very fast acting fuel, but it has significant consequences in the body. And ketones, ketosis, the process of burning fats, is a slower process. It is not necessarily even the primary process that the body would rely on, but as we become adaptive, what's called fat adaptive, our body literally starts to use ketones and fat to burn fuel rather than sugar. And literally you can get to a point where you're literally not relying at all on any external sugar sources for your fuel. And this is what people are attempting to do when they go on what is called a ketogenic diet. They are putting their body into a permanent state or a semi-permanent state of ketosis, where literally the body is using the fat burning process for fuel rather than using sugars and glucose as fuel. Glucose has a lot of damaging effects on the body, particularly when you eat it with other substances, because glucose can bind to proteins. This is a process called glycation. Glucose and sugar has been associated with elevated blood cholesterol. There are some research studies about this, so it can therefore be associated with problems with hardening of the arteries. Literally, it can get to a point where you can't think clearly. And I've experienced this myself, because now that I'm almost always in a state of ketosis, I've noticed that my ability to think clearly has significantly increased. Sugar is so harmful to our bodies. It creates what's called insulin resistance, because what happens is the body has to protect us from, for example, there being too much sugar in the blood, your blood sugar level. This is where diabetes comes in, when the body starts to lose its ability to properly regulate the amount of sugar in the blood. So sugar in the blood can be very deadly when it reaches a certain level. So the body has certain mechanisms to protect us. One of them is insulin. One of the main roles of insulin is to control the blood sugar level and to basically lower the level of blood sugar when it starts to get too high, for example. So when the insulin is overused, because just like any mechanism in the body, it serves a purpose, but if it's constantly firing, if it's constantly being used, then it gets to the point of fatigue. So when it gets to the point of fatigue, it can no longer function optimally, and it can even get to a point where the body simply cannot produce the insulin necessary. And this again goes back into the realm of illnesses and imbalances like diabetes. Sugar can damage your teeth. This is something that I can speak of from firsthand experience. I've had many problems, many dental problems that could have easily been avoided had I not eaten the foods that were so sugar or even acidic. It can affect your mood. You can have big mood swings. That's something that I've experienced as well. So generally speaking, to optimize our health as human beings, it is optimal to either reduce or even completely eliminate sugar. The problem is, of course, because eating sugar and sweet foods is so pleasurable, who doesn't love the taste of even a good fresh fruit like a banana or a mango, not to speak of delicious desserts. The problem is that it becomes highly addictive, because unless we learn to exercise a certain amount of self-control and willpower, it's going to be very easy to succumb to that. The other problem is there's the floodgate effect. And this is basically where, for example, you can't just eat one grape. Try to eat one grape. Try to put a really sweet fruit in front of you, or even in front of a young child, and say, just eat one of them. It's almost never going to happen. And this is because what happens is when you taste that delicious sweet flavor, the body automatically wants more. Because if we were in a situation where we're starving, if we're in a situation where we need a quick hit of fuel, where we don't have anything else and we're literally on starvation's doorstep, then this is going to be a highly prized and highly precious source of fuel, and we're going to want to eat as much as we can. So in those situations, it makes sense. But when we don't exercise that control, we don't really need it because it's not necessary, but we eat it anyway, then it opens up the door to addiction. And addiction is a problem in general because addiction is just generally a lack of self-control. It's generally a principle where we lack the willpower and self-control to restrain ourselves, and we just succumb easily to the pleasures of life. And I've certainly been guilty of that many, many times. That's a big part of my story and basically what led me to suffer for a great part of my life. So I said to myself, how can I overcome this addiction? Another thing that propelled me to do this is I started to suffer more and more. Now, I haven't really talked about this extensively recently on my videos, but over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, it started in earnest right around the start of the scamdemic. So right around the time of the start of the plandemic, I started to experience an increased amount of pain and discomfort in my lower back. At times I could barely walk even. It would flare up at nighttime. There would be even days where the pain was so constant and so difficult that I was in a perpetual bad mood. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to interact. I didn't even want to get out of bed. It was really bad. It was getting to a point where a typical person in typical society might even cave in and go seek out medication or go to a pain clinic or try to get on disability because they would consider themselves disabled, because literally it is disabling. However, I decided to choose a different path, knowing that I had, just like you have and all of us, I had the ability to heal myself internally. I did not need to rely on any external sources, any external authority, or any external medicine or medication in order to either heal or alleviate my pain. I made it my mission to figure this out. I made it my mission to apply these principles of natural law, apply the principles of how the body works and how we heal and how reality and nature works in general, to figure this out on my own and to solve this problem, to basically save myself from this pain and discomfort and figure it out. And it took some time. I'm not saying that it all happened in one day. I'm not saying that it was easy even, but after a lot of trial and error, after a lot of testing, after especially eliminating certain foods and experimenting and going in every direction, sometimes eating more sugary foods and fruits, then going the opposite direction and doing a lot of research and not giving up. Basically, that was the main thing. I never gave up. I finally was able to figure it out. And I finally was able to unlock something very important, and that was the direct correlation between my consumption of sugar, any food that contains any kind of sugar, and this pain and inflammation versus my body being able to heal itself. So now, today, as I'm recording this video, do I still have some pain and discomfort? Pain, I would say I don't have. Some tightness, a little bit of discomfort. There's still some healing going on. I don't know how long that process will take, but fortunately, I was able to sleep very well last night. I'm very grateful. I think I only woke up once in the nighttime, compared with sometimes waking up multiple times in the past. And I woke up refreshed and ready to face the day. So to me, this is a sign that my body, that I am in the process of healing, and these decisions I've made to eliminate sugar are working. They are having an effect. This is the main reason why I personally decided to eliminate all sugars from my diet, because I could see very clearly the direct correlation between consuming sugars and sweet foods and the damage that I was doing to my body and actually preventing myself from healing as part of that natural process of healing. And also all the other benefits that I started to unlock: better sleep, better energy, better mood, clarity of thought, clarity of focus. If that was all there was, it would have already been worth it. What I suspect is, because I'm kind of new to this journey and I've only been eating this way for a couple of months, that probably I'm going to be able to even unlock greater levels of energy and abundance as long as I keep going. I made a very conscious decision that I was going to heal myself, and I was not going to rely on any kind of external force or entity to save me from my pain and my suffering. I was going to accept the pain, accept the suffering as the teacher, as the lesson, and I was going to figure out the solution on my own. I was going to figure this out. I had that determination. Once I made that decision in my mind, and once I really adopted that way of thinking, there was no backing down from that. I was not going to back down. After that, it just became a matter of research and study and learning and observation of what others had been able to do, and gaining the knowledge and understanding of the science behind the foods that we eat, and then kind of putting all the pieces together. So through this experimentation, I would notice that if I went even as little as a day without eating any kind of sugars, any fruits, that I would immediately feel better. Wouldn't necessarily feel completely like a new person. I wouldn't necessarily feel as great as I do now, but I would notice a significant change. Conversely, when I would eat fruits, let's say I would cave in and eat a banana or cook up a sweet plantain, which was one of my favorites, admittedly, or any kind of sweet, or even worse, if I would cave in and eat, for example, some kind of cake or desserts or cheesecake, all these things which they're delicious to the taste, then I would suffer greatly. And oftentimes, especially more recently, the suffering would be almost immediately. In other words, within minutes to hours of eating that food, wow, I could feel the effect in my body, and it was pretty significant. And so this kind of direct feedback and correlation with me actually paying attention, being honest with myself about what I was actually experiencing in my body, in other words, not lying to myself and saying, oh, it's all in your head, or it has to be something else, it can't be the sweets, but just being honest with myself and saying, look, this is what's actually causing the damage, what are you going to do about it? And then going and eliminating that and eating in the opposite manner and feeling great. I only had to do that a couple of times to really convince myself that I was onto something. And then from there, it was just a matter of doubling down and cultivating willpower, because obviously it takes willpower to say no repeatedly to something that is so tempting. And these temptations will never go away, because fruits, for example, and sweets are not going to cease to exist in our reality. That's not going to happen. They're always going to be around. In fact, they're always going to be in abundance. If we rely on the fact that they're not going to be around so we don't have to think about them, that's kind of delusional thinking. And that kind of defeats the purpose of being empowered. So it would be incorrect to imagine that somehow we could rely on the fact that these temptations are not going to be around, because that is the nature of this reality. These temptations of all kinds, not just in terms of what we eat, but all of these temptations that want to lead us down a bad path, they're there specifically to tempt us so that we can learn certain things. So I knew that the internal battle, the internal strengthening of my willpower was something that was going to need to be constant. I could tell intuitively that just like strengthening a muscle, or just like becoming proficient at speaking a language or any other skill, for example, video editing, something that I've become good at through years of practice. Any other skill, in the beginning it's more difficult, but then as we keep doing it, as we keep practicing, it becomes easier and easier, and it becomes almost second nature. So I knew that as I adopted this journey of saying no to sugar, in some senses it would become easier, and the rewards would become greater and greater, which would then serve as a positive feedback loop to allow me to continue down that path, even in the face of the challenge of the temptations. If you're suffering from any kind of chronic illness, whether it's been diagnosed or not, if you feel like often you're not able to think clearly, if you're experiencing any kind of mood shifts, if you're struggling, if you're always getting hungry, for example, if you're constantly feeling like you're hungry and you can't even go 3 to 6 hours or more without eating, without feeling like literally you're going to die, if you feel like you have to go pee often, if you go to the bathroom often, for example, if you feel like you have low energy, you're not sleeping well, any of these things. I'm not a doctor, I'm not trying to give you professional medical advice, but I would strongly, strongly encourage you to consider eliminating all sugars from your diet. So I want to encourage you to give it a try. If you've never gone even a couple of days without eating any kinds of sugars or sweet foods, then do it for 3 days. Give yourself a 3-day challenge. After that, if you see some kind of benefit, great, do it for 7 days. Now, a lot of people, they may not have gotten to the point where they're actually experiencing constant pain and physical suffering, so they may not be experiencing physically manifested or recognizable symptoms. These people can still benefit from eliminating sugars. It may just be that you're young enough that your body hasn't gotten worn down yet where you can feel those effects, like I was for many years before that, or it could simply be that you're eating a low enough level of sugar that the cumulative effect is not as great as it is on someone else, or someone who has an injury, who already has an illness and it's exacerbating it, right? But we can all benefit from this. I want to encourage you to give it a try, even if you're feeling pretty good already, and just see what it can do. And one of the other benefits is it's going to help you to sharpen the sword of your willpower. We need willpower in order to act rightly in this world, because often doing the right thing, this goes beyond nutrition, but just in general, being a good person, doing the right thing, standing up against evil and wrongdoing, standing up for yourself and for us as a species, this requires willpower. This requires us to act often in ways that are not comfortable or easy to do. So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength to face all the other challenges and all the other things that life is going to present you with, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and reclaim your sovereignty and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. That's another reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction, because I knew that as a freedom fighter, which I consider myself, I use those labels because it helps to understand this work that I do. So I sometimes call myself a great worker because I'm engaged in doing the great work. I call myself an abolitionist because I'm actively seeking to end our slavery to the predator class, the occultic priest class, which enslaves humanity. I consider myself an anarchist because I know that the proper state of a human being is self-rulership and not rulership by authority, all authority being evil. So I wear all these labels, and one of the things I realized vis-a-vis this addiction to sugar or any other addiction that I have is that for me to be the true warrior, for me to be the true freedom fighter, to really step fully into my power, I could not allow my energy to be drained. I could not continue to harm myself by eating improperly, even especially knowing in my own mind that these behaviors were actually causing harm to me. It was a matter of stepping up, bucking up, putting on the big boy pants, growing a pair, and really just making it happen. That is the deeper reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction. And all the other things, the feeling great, the sleeping at night, these are all both benefits, but they are also supporting my work that I'm doing because they give me more energy and more fortitude to get up here, to create better videos for y'all, to do this work, to be the best that I can, and to keep growing and being better. Hopefully, just from what I've shared in this video, you've gotten a real sense of why and how overcoming the addiction to sugar is going to be a game changer for you. If you have questions or if you need help on it, you can always send me a message. I will, as I said, share some of the resources of the content creators or the resources that I found most helpful to both understand the dangers of sugar as well as the importance of overcoming it and the benefits. So I'll share some resources in the description of this video. There's one thing I would want to end this video with is to just let you know that, no matter how difficult it seems to overcome an addiction like that, it's absolutely worth it. And I would even go so far as to say that this kind of discipline is a requirement. It is a requirement for us as a species to be free from authority, from slavery, from the control of the predator class. So go tackle this and see what you can create. Thank you very much.
And what we're going to talk about is money and kind of the really core fundamental basics that I think we don't talk enough about. So it's weird for me because talking about money and writing books about money now is my job, which is very, very weird to me because for most of my life, believe it or not, I was absolutely absurdly terrible with money. If you think that you're bad with money, I promise you I was worse. I grew up in one of those families where you could talk about literally anything around the dinner table. You could make jokes about like farting or sex jokes. You could have a robust, respectful conversation about religion or politics. Everything was allowed. But the one thing that we never, ever, ever spoke about was money. And so when I entered the adult world and I got my first job and very quickly got my first credit card, which just arrived in the post one day, I had this incredible financial strategy, which was just never think about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll all work its way out and whatever. And spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. By not understanding how money works, by not having these kind of really basic concepts that you understand, there's this ironic thing that happens where the less you understand about money, the more money ends up controlling your life. And that was certainly true for me. By having this very, like ostrich approach to finances, and it was so bad, by the way, that I was that person who, when I would go and draw money from the ATM, I would get the slip and I would scrumple it up and throw it away without ever looking at it, so that I didn't have to see how little money was in my bank account. And at its worst, I managed to get myself into more than 300,000 rands worth of debt by my mid-20s. I don't even know who gave or offered a 20-something-year-old 300,000 rands worth of money. My brain wasn't fully developed yet. I certainly could not be trusted with these infinite credit cards, and yet I was. And things got worse for me when and one day I had this realization, and I was must have been about 25, 26, and I had this realization that I hated my job. I was in a relationship that was making me really unhappy. And I felt like I couldn't leave either of those things because of my financial situation. And I'm really, really glad that that happened, because that was the wake-up call that I needed to put on my cowboy hat and confront this thing that I had seen as I thought was really terrifying, and I thought was uninteresting, and I thought this is just not something I ever want to think about. I realized I kind of had to. So I made learning about money my mission in life. I managed to sneakily get myself a job inside the finance industry, because I figured if you go into the belly of the beast, that's the best way to figure out how it actually works. So I ended up working in the finance industry, and I did everything I could to learn these basic lessons about money. And what I learned was kind of nuts. It was kind of wild. And so I became really passionate about sharing those really surprising things that I learned while I was there with other young people, specifically young people. Here's the first crazy thing that I learned. It's to do with this very large number at the top, 451 billion rand and some change. That is the amount of money that South Africans spent on gambling. And that is in 1 year alone. That is in I'm busy checking my notes. That is 2019. They spent 451 billion rand in that 1 year, and 32 billion, that is the amount of profit that the gambling industry declared in that same 1 year. Nuts, right? And this is only legal gambling as well. So this excludes online gaming, and it excludes all of those like dodgy things that your weird uncle is always trying to convince you to waste money on. And that was the first thing that I learned, really, was when I was walking around the world feeling like I missed something. There was a class at school one day about how money works, and I must have been sick that day, and I'm the only person who doesn't understand how money works and what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was feeling so ashamed of that and so scared of asking for help, because I felt like I should just know all of this stuff. I realized that wasn't true. I realized that most people feel like they don't understand what they are supposed to be doing. And of course they don't, because we don't do a good job in South Africa or anywhere in the world really teaching young people the basic principles of money. We just don't. And then we just assume everyone will sort of just figure it out on their own. And unfortunately, people are not figuring it out on their own. Time Bank ran a study, I think it was 2-3 years ago now, where they interviewed South Africans across the income spectrum. And they found that 76%, so that's 3/4 of people, run out of money before the end of the month regularly. And in fact, more than half of people, 57%, run out of money by the 15th of the month. And if you think that that's just a problem of income, and certainly in our economy, that is often part of the problem, is people just are not earning enough money. But that's not the only part of the problem, because in fact, if you just go and ask individuals who earn more than 50,000 Rand a month, which is the top 1% of income earners in South Africa, nearly half of them are running out of money before the end of the month, every month. Also, you can't really out earn not knowing what you are supposed to be doing, not feeling like you are in control of your spending. And it was really helpful to have this realization when I made it my job to start talking to people about money, because it made me feel less alone. And the other thing that I learned, which was even more optimistic and even more hopeful, is that it's really not actually as complicated as I had been led to believe. This is the dark secret that most of the financial services industry doesn't really want us to understand. Because a lot of people, when they talk about how money works, they very quickly start talking about a bunch of complicated financial jargon, and they start talking about products, and they start saying, oh, you know, you should know what a TFSA is, and you should make sure that you've got a retirement annuity, and you've got to think about stocks and bonds and all these different things, and crypto, and they throw a lot of words at you. But the good news is that the fundamental principles, the things that really matter most, are really not that complicated at all. And that's a really good thing. One of the biggest kind of mind flips, I think, happens when you start thinking about your money in a sort of fundamentally different way. Most of us, when we think about being good with our money, being in control of our money, what we're thinking about is just getting through from paycheck to paycheck. We think about, I have this amount of money left and I'm going to get paid again on the 25th, and I need to get from here to there. And if I can just do that, and it's sort of like a trapeze, right? Or George of the Jungle swinging from vine to vine. If I can just do that and never miss a vine, that's okay, I'm coping. And many people aren't even able to do that. They're not even able to get through the month, right? But really what gets really powerful and can help you change how you feel about your finances in quite a different way is to take a step back from that month-to-month picture and to sort of just visualize all of the money that you're ever going to earn over your whole lifetime as a whole. So I want you to do that now. I want you to imagine this huge big pile of money. You can imagine it with like actual physical cash, and you could imagine you could dive into it like this oak, like Scrooge McDuck, and you could swim through it. And just imagine that big pile of money. And that is all the money that you are going to earn between now and the rest of your life, right? Now, the good news is that pile of money is probably bigger than you think it is. So what I want you to do is I want you to find at the top of this graph the number that is the closest to your average monthly income. And on the left of the graph, I want you to find the number that is closest to the age that you are right now. And see where those two numbers meet, find that number. So that number is the amount of money that you will still earn over the rest of your life. It assumes a 6% increase every year for inflation, or you could remove that and do some different maths, and it assumes that you work until the age of 65, right? So that's a big number. It's a bigger number than most people realize often. So that's the good news, because every rand that you will ever earn is really a piece of possibility, because you could do anything with it. Money is what we call fungible, which means you can turn the same rand into anything. You could turn it into a holiday, you could turn it into school fees, you could turn it into whatever you want. So you have a lot of choices. That's the good news. But the bad news is you don't really have a lot of time to make those choices in. So I'm not going to do a lot of math in the next hour, I promise. This is the last bit of math that we have to look at. Imagine that you work for 40 years. So you work from age 25 to age 65. and you get 12 paychecks every year, and you never take a break, you never stop working, you work for that full 40 years, that means that you only have 480 paychecks over your whole lifetime. And really, those are your moments to decide where all of that money is going to go. Because let's be honest, once the month goes on and money's in your bank account, it just tends to vanish, right? That happens to all of us, which really means that you have 480 choices, 480 times to decide what you're going to turn all of that money that's going to flow through your life into, what it's going to fund in your life, right? And the truth is that even though that pile of money might be big, it might be bigger than many of us think about when we're stuck in our month-to-month cycle, it's not infinite. None of us are going to earn money forever. If we're lucky, many of us, the reason that we will stop earning money is because we will get old and we will not be able to earn money anymore, and will also hopefully deserve some good, calm downtime. And the biggest flip that really helps people to start to feel more in control of their finances, in my experience, is thinking about how they can make sure that they can still pay for the things that they need, even in times when that next paycheck is not there. And that means thinking about that pile holistically. So really the goal is to think about how you can earn money during the times when you yourself are not earning money. And that's what assets are. Jobs are things where you go out and you use your labor and you go and create an income. Assets are things that you can buy that put your money to work so your money can make money for you, right? And that, my friends, is the single core, most important lesson about feeling in control of your money. Buy assets, build a portfolio of assets. That's it. That is the single most important thing to know. Everything after this is how do we buy assets, right? I have a little story that I like to tell myself to really help me imagine what this looks like in my own life. And with the story, I like to imagine that I have all these little pets in my house, and I call them snorgels, and they're cute as heck. This is what they look like. And snorgels need to eat apples to survive. Every one snorgel needs one apple every day. Otherwise, your snorgel will starve slowly, and no one wants that because they're cute, right? So every day I have to go out to the fields and I have to go pick apples and I have to bring them back home so that I can feed my snorgels, right? And that's good and well, but there are times when I can't go do that, and there are times when I don't want to be doing that. So my goal is to rather start growing my own orchard of apple trees that I can laze around, I can play Xbox, I can teach my snorgels to hula hoop, and I don't have to go and pick apples every single day. Or it's not a disaster if there are days when I cannot pick apples. I think in the last year, all of us have confronted the fact that there are times when those paychecks dry up, and that's not in our control. That's not about us having done something bad or wrong. That can happen to everyone. So the goal is lots and lots of apple trees, right? Simple. How do you do that? 3 things. You save, you get out of debt, and then you start investing. You grow that money. Done. That's it. That's everything you need to do. But obviously, it's easier said than done. And the first part of the first step, really, which is saving, is interesting to me because it is the easiest one to understand and it's the hardest one to do. Saving is a lot like running a marathon, right? It's not complicated. In order to know what you need to do to run a marathon, you don't need to go and get a degree in biokinetics. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to understand what proteins muscles are made of. All you have to do is you have to put running shoes on your feet and you have to actually go running every day until you get fit. And saving is kind of the same thing. It's the easiest thing to understand, but it's so hard to do. So what do I mean by saving? Saving just means creating a surplus, which is making sure that you have apples left over, that you have more apples coming in than your snorgels are eating, right? So back to the snorgels are eating apples. You either earn extra apples. Maybe you have a side hustle, maybe you get a long overdue raise at your job, or you put your snorgels on a diet and then you have a surplus. What you can do with that surplus is you can keep them aside so that you've got a bit of a spare cash if there's a day when you need some apples. And then once that pile is big enough that you've got emergency apples, you can then also start planting some of those apples, which is the investing side of things. Saving has to come first, right? But the reason that saving is so hard, right, is everyone hears, okay, I need to start saving money, fine. And then the first thing that we all think about is, okay, I'm going to go and create this big, long, complicated spreadsheet called a budget. And then I'm going to follow that budget. And that budget is going to tell me that I am never allowed to eat sushi or buy coffee or do any of the things that are fun. And I just have to follow the spreadsheet. And then, great, excellent, I'll have saved money. Problem solved, magic. And of course, all of us who've tried creating a budget and just following it know that unfortunately they're very seldom effective. And the reason that they are very seldom effective is that we like to imagine that our brains are these perfect computers and you feed our brains instructions and then your brain just does what you tell it to do. And that's kind of what a budget is. It's like a set of instructions for your brain, and then cool, you just follow those instructions. But the truth is that your brain is not a computer. You have the brain of a primate, right? You are a primate with pants on. That is all you are. And your brain doesn't work like that. And we set ourselves up to fail when we treat our brain like a computer instead of treating it like a brain, which is this fallible thing. And you've got to work with how your brain really works, not pretend it's something that it isn't. So instead of just trying to save by writing down how you want to be spending your money in an ideal imaginary world, which is often all budgets are, try something that does actually work. So 3 of the tactics that are best supported by the data. So research shows that these things tend to be more effective than just trying to change your behavior. The first one is just to make saving automatic, something that you don't think about. And this is that old idea called pay yourself first, which when I was in my 20s, I told myself meant that on payday, I could take myself shopping. That's what it meant, to pay yourself first. Sadly, that is not what it means. What pay yourself first means is on the day you get paid, have an automatic transaction that goes off your bank account so that that money goes off away into a savings account or an investment or paying off debt. So you never see it to begin with. It's gone before you get attached to it. It's just away. The other thing to do is, rather than focusing on all of those small, tiny things that often give you a lot of pleasure, normally when we feel like our spending is out of control, we start off by thinking about the small things we do often, right? Because we do it often, so it feels like those are the things that matter. But really, if you look at where your money really does go, you'll find that for most people, there are 3 things that consume most of your spending, and that is where you live, how you get around, and what food you eat. Those 3 things. For other people, school fees can be number 4, or even sometimes number 3. But for most of us, it's those 3 categories. And if you just make one big change in one of those 3 categories, it is so much easier to free up a big chunk of money every month. And it doesn't mean that you have to constantly feel bad every time you spend a little bit of money on something that makes you happy. So it can be much more effective to focus on the regular recurring bills in your life rather than the kind of fun money. But ironically, we always start with the fun money. And then the third thing that you can do is, there's this funny thing our brains do called mental accounting, which is we think about different kinds of money as being different, right? So we think about money that we get from bonuses or from a side hustle as being free money, and that's money that we generally spend on nice things like holidays, right? But really, what can be very helpful for a lot of people if you're struggling to find extra money to save is to just have a rule with yourself that you actually save 100% of any of that magical money. Because think about it, that is money that you were planning to do without already. So it can be very easy to just funnel that 100% into your savings. Or just in general to have rules for yourself that maybe it's not 100% because buying things is also nice. Maybe it's 90%. But whatever it is, having these rules that certain types of money is just for saving. And that those are three things that can be easier for people. But a great way to start is to just start seeing where your money actually goes today. I used to work for a local app called 227. It's now a part of Old Mutual. And what it does is it's a totally free app. You can connect up all of your bank accounts. You can connect your investments, your credit cards, your store cards, even if you've got like a Edgar's account or whatever, you can put it in, Pick and Pay, cards, everything. And it can give you a full picture of where your money is actually going. So it'll categorize your transactions for you. So for example, if you spend money at KFC, it'll say, cool, that's eating out. If you spend money buying the last pie at the garage at 10 p.m., it'll say, cool, that's bad life choices. That's the diarrhea category. So it gives you a picture for the first time of where your money actually goes. And we used to do a lot of research with people where we'd play these guessing games with them. So we would ask them to write down where they think their spending goes. So we would say, what do you think you spend on eating out every month? What do you think you spend on petrol? And then we would get the real answer. And people were often very surprised by the differences, and often in good ways. Like I think many people are surprised to learn how much of their money is going into these bills or these subscriptions that you've forgotten about often, that aren't really bringing you joy. And how much money is going into stuff like insurance, which is important, but a lot of people have too much insurance in South Africa, or it's been a while since we've gone and actually shopped around for cheaper insurance because it's a hassle. But when you see how much easier it is to control your spending with the boring monthly things than all the fun things for most people, it can be a great first thing to start. So if there's just one thing that you do after this evening, install an app that helps give you a picture of your true spending. It'll be insightful. Don't be like me, who was like an ostrich and just didn't want to know. So saving is the most emotional part of the process, because it's the part that's about controlling your behavior. So the good news is once you have confronted that step and you've dealt with all of those difficult feelings, figuring out what to do with the surplus you've created, with all the money that you've freed up, that's actually pretty easy. It's not the complicated part. And it can be quite like step by step. And for many people, the next step after you have built up some savings and you have freed up a surplus every month, so you're saving consistently every month, is to start thinking about getting out of debt. So we have this idea when we talk about debt often that people get into debt because of frivolous things, because they weren't in control of themselves and, they were just being silly. And that is certainly sometimes true. It was definitely true for me. But the most common reason that people get into debt, particularly in South Africa, is because they have unexpected emergencies that come up and they don't have a savings cushion, or they lose their job temporarily and don't have a savings cushion. And we talk about debt in this really morally loaded way. And it's part of what makes people feel so ashamed when they are struggling with debt. And that shame doesn't really help anyone, because it just means that people like me who really needed help don't ask for help. So if you are struggling with a lot of debt, this is my permission to you to stop feeling bad about it and to just deal with it. Just make a plan, right? It's okay. Debt is not a moral failing. It's a consequence of our economic system. So what debt is and specifically how consumer debt works. I'm not talking about like house debt to buy a house. So go back to our lovely snorgels. What happens when something happens and you can't go and pick apples for that day and you don't have any emergency apples in your savings pile? You have no choice but to go and borrow apples from your very creepy neighbor. I call her Myrta, and she's very mean. And she'll give you apples, that's fine. And then there's an IOU, right? So like if you borrow money from a friend, you can have some apples now, but you have to give them back to me later. That's not the problematic part. That kind of debt, which is more like how we often loan money to friends and family, that doesn't cause debt spirals. What causes debt spirals is usually if Myrta, the person I'm borrowing apples from, is a bank or it's a store card or it's a credit card or a personal loan or a mashonisa or anything like that. It comes along with this creature called interest. So Myrta says, I'll loan you these apples, but you now have to adopt my pet too. And my pet is the interest monster. It's a bit gross, it's fine. The problem is that the interest monster also needs to eat apples and it grows. And the longer that you keep it, the bigger it gets. And the bigger it gets, you still only have the same amount of apples every day. And eventually the interest monster is eating all of your apples and there's nothing left for your own snorgels. And that is a debt spiral when that interest monster is growing faster than you are able to keep up with its growth by picking more apples. And in South Africa, what that often looks like is people who end up spending 60 to 70% of every paycheck just paying their interest. So that's a real stat from Debt Busters, which is one of the biggest debt counseling services in South Africa. So by the time a customer comes to them and asks for debt rescue, on average, it's 64% of their income, their paycheck is going just towards paying their debt, keeping up with their debt, which means they're now living off 36% of every paycheck, which is really, really hard. And that's why debt spirals are so dangerous for people, specifically when we're talking about high interest debt. The other thing about carrying debt is if the goal, we keep our eyes on the prize, which is the goal is to grow lots of beautiful apple trees, to have lots of assets so that you can, feed your snorgels even in times when you can't go pick apples. Carrying debt erodes that whole plan. And that's because of something quite simple, which is that if you go to the bank and you ask for a credit card, the interest rate that they will make you pay on it is about 18% usually. And if you go to the same bank and you say, here's my money, would you pay me interest on this if I keep it in a savings account with you? They will typically give you like 4%. And the difference between 18% and 4% is the reason that bankers drive nicer cars than you do. That gap is why bankers make so much money. And the thing is, if you are sitting on debt, almost always the best investment you can make is paying off your debt first. And again, this only applies when I'm talking about high interest debt. So that's stuff like credit cards and store cards, right? But there is no investment on earth that can guarantee growth of 18% every year. And that's the growth that you get by paying off your debt. So the really thrilling thing about paying off your debt is, if you've had debt, you're used to living on a small chunk of your paycheck. So you are used to creating a surplus, and once you've paid it off, you can really start to grow your money in the future, and you can free yourself from paying for stuff you bought in the past, and you can start focusing on growth. But you can't start focusing on growth if you are carrying debt, because it makes no sense to be investing in something that might be giving you 12 or 13% growth as an investment if it's losing value on your debt faster. See what I'm saying? So get out of debt. You don't need it. Your life is better without it, I promise. Once you've done that, you can start doing the really fun part, which before I knew anything about how money works, I assumed was the difficult and boring and scary part, and now I know is the fun and also incredibly simple part and very satisfying. So you want to get to this step as quickly as you can, and that is starting to invest. I used to think that investing was something that just wasn't relevant to people like me. investing was something that you had to worry about if you were like, I don't know, some swanky oak living in Santon, and, or I don't know, you had a yacht and you would read the business news on your yacht and you'd listen to Bruce Whitfield every day. I love Bruce, he's great, but like, you know, no one wants to be listening to business news every day. Some people like Simon, I think, find it interesting. Many of us do not. So for a long time, I was just like, well, investing just doesn't apply to me. It's only for people who really know a lot about business and are interested in business. But the truth is, all of us have to figure out how investing works. And the reason is that keeping your money just in a regular savings account, ironically, is the most reliable way to make it lose value. And the reason is not because of, you know, like little kleptomaniac tokoloshes who are like living under your bed, eating all the savings you've got stashed under your mattress. The reason is because of inflation. And all inflation means is that your money is worth less every single year. So the 10 Rand that today can buy you a can of Coke, in 20 years' time will only be able to buy you half of that same can of Coke, probably even less, right? That's what inflation is. So we have to invest to just preserve the value of our savings over time. It's something that all of us have to wrap our heads around. And the other thing about investing that makes it relevant to all of us is that most of us who are alive today will, if we're lucky, statistically, live a very long time. And it's very difficult to keep working in a job after the age of 65. It's not fair, but that is the world that we live in. Most people who lose their jobs between the ages of 60 and 65 find that they cannot find another job even when they want to, right? So the reality for many of us is that we are likely, on average, to live for often almost as many decades after we're retired as we worked before our retirement. Now imagine that. So imagine you live for 30 years after you retired, from 65 to 95, which is very feasible for many people alive today, statistically. That is almost as long as many people's working careers. So imagine that every paycheck you get, you have to fund 1 month of your life now and 1 month of your life after you retire. Imagine you had to always live off half of every paycheck. It would be really difficult. Now, the good news is if you can invest smartly, you don't have to do that. You can get some of that extra money that you need by investing in that extra growth, right? So that you don't have to, like, I don't know, live on salty cracks and 2-minute noodles now. That's the goal. So investing just means buying assets. And assets is like this complicated term, but all of us instinctively really understand what assets are, I think. So let's talk about a cow. A cow is an asset, and it's a very popular type of asset in a lot of South Africa. And I think we all understand how a cow can increase in value. You can buy it as a small baby cute cow with cute little eyes, and you can feed it, and then when it's big, you can murder it, and then you can eat it. Or you can make it produce milk, and you can sell its milk, right? So we understand a cow is a really good asset. A cow produces value. I don't have a cow, I have a cat. I have tried selling his meat. No one is interested in buying it. The cats are terrible, terrible assets. But the problem with cows, obviously, is they are, I don't know if you've seen a cow, but they're very big, and I don't have room for them in my house. They also poop a lot, and then you end up with cow dung on everything, and it's stinky. No one's really got time to own cows. And that is why the type of asset that I am most unironically enthusiastic about is the stock market. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't actually know what the stock market was until my mid-20s. So if you don't know, don't worry about it. I will tell you what it is. So I want you to imagine that you go to the Pick and Pay, or you go to this shop, right? So you can picture a shop with shelves. Except I want you to imagine that in this shop, you can buy literally every type of product that the world makes. You can buy cannabis oil, you can buy cat food, shoes, you can buy gallon drums full of petrol, anything that the world makes, you can buy it in this shop. Now, all the stock market is the stock market is that shop, except instead of buying the products, you can buy very, very tiny pieces of the companies that make those products. So instead of buying a laptop made by Apple, you can buy a very, very tiny piece of Apple, the company. And that is what the stock market is. It is a virtual market. It used to be a real place in specific cities. Now it's all on the internet. So it's more like Superbalist than like Pick and Pay. Does Superbalist still exist? Side note. But the great thing is that as a person sitting in South Africa, it is very, very easy as shopping online and buying jeans, to buy tiny, tiny pieces of the biggest companies in the world. So all of the brands that you already know and you already love, you can sit on the loo with your phone and you can buy tiny, tiny pieces of those companies. And you can often do so now with very, very small amounts of money. So it's really cool. There are two ways that your money can grow by buying shares. The first one is what we call dividends. So if you think back to the cow, if your cow produces milk and you go and sell that milk, that's equivalent in the stock market to a dividend. It's just a boring name for it's the profit, right? So when Apple sells lots of computers, they make a profit. They can either reinvest that profit back in their business, or they can pay it back to its shareholders. And if you own 1/100,000th of Apple, you will get 1/100,000th of the profits that Apple distributes, and those are called dividends. And they're awesome, right? Similar to the milk, because you still own the underlying thing. You haven't killed your cow. But if you do want to rather go and kill your cow, or rather just sell your cow to someone else, you don't own it anymore, you sell it, and hopefully you sell it for more money than you bought it for. That in the world of investing is usually called a capital gain. They're fancy words, but if you come back to just remembering what the underlying thing is and what you are doing with those businesses, I think it's actually pretty easy to understand. Now, here's the problem with buying and selling shares on the stock market. Some people find it really, really fun. They like trading. They like reading the business news. They like looking at the price graphs and figuring out, is it going to be smarter for me to buy Burger King or McDonald's? Who's going to do better? But if you're like me and you just don't know much about businesses, and you don't want to know much about businesses because you like doing other things, the good news is that you don't have to. In fact, for many people, the best way to start investing on the stock market is so absurdly easy that it almost feels like it shouldn't be allowed, but it is. And that's called buying a product called an ETF. Again, finance people give things terrible names, but it's really, really easy. What an ETF is imagine you go to this stock market shop and you take every single company that's on the shelves, all of them, just like Reggie's Rush your way through the stock market, and you just stick it all in a trolley. And you go home and you put all of those little pieces of companies into a big blender and you blend it up, and then you make a smoothie. And that smoothie contains tiny, tiny, tiny pieces of Coca-Cola, of oil companies, of everything, right? That smoothie is now an ETF. It's a blend of pretty much everything that you can buy usually. So you can get ETFs that are truly global. So they go to all the world's stock markets, all the big ones, and they put everything into one smoothie. Or you get ones that are local. So you can get something that just is the South African business smoothie, and that's an ETF. And the cool thing about an ETF is it is really diversified, which is a fancy way of saying you haven't put all of your eggs in one basket. You can have a whole global pandemic even, and not every business is going to fail. Some businesses, like tech businesses, have done really, really well. So the great thing about spreading your money across thousands of businesses means that it's much less likely for something to go horribly, horribly wrong. So this is why they're a great investment for most people. There are lots and lots of different ETFs. Some of my favorites locally are, there's Asterix Top 40. You've probably heard of that one. What that means is it is just the 40 biggest companies on South Africa's stock market in a business smoothie. That's all it is. Or you can get something like the MSCI World, which is the global version of that. It's like all of the companies. And there are ETFs in every country that you want to invest in. But for many people, the easiest thing to do is to just buy a South African one that is a smoothie of companies all around the world. Because by doing that, you are making sure that all of your risk is not attached just to South Africa. You're like, something has to go wrong in Taiwan and South Africa and England and America and everywhere else at the same time for you to lose your money, and that's unlikely. And the good news is that for most people, this really lazy way of investing actually works out better than trying to do that intense trading. Trading can be really fun and it can make you a lot of money if you know what you are doing. And if you don't want to invest all of that time, great way to start, just start buying ETFs, business smoothies. And you can literally do that with as little as 20 Rand. And you can start today, and you should. Now, on average, the South African stock market has grown at about 7.2% every year. And what's cool about this number is that we have over 100 years worth of data about this. So investing in the stock market can be a bit scary because in the short term, the price is really, really wobbly. Today, something will be worth 100 Rand and tomorrow it'll be worth 200 Rand. And then the next day it'll be worth 50 Rand and it just jumps around all over the place. But if you zoom out, the money tends to kind of go back to the normal growth rate, right? So investing in ETFs is not for money that you need tomorrow. It's not for money that you need 3 months from now. It's best suited for money where you can wait at least 5 years, because then those short-term wobbles don't matter. Over the long term, there's no other type of investment that has performed as well as equities that we have this much data for. So it's a really good place for most people to start off with. And at about 7.2%, what that means really is that your money doubles about every decade, right? Which can be powerful. Sorry, I forgot to say this, which is just that the stock market has performed much better than many other types of assets in South Africa, and especially residential property, buying houses on average for most people. But that is a whole side thing. Let's not get into that. Okay, so investing in the stock market is cool. Your money can double about every 10 years. Why is this great? This is great because of a little thing called compound interest. Compound interest is also probably something that you've heard of before, but it can be really hard to understand exactly how powerful it is until you see it in action. So to see it in action, I'm going to stop talking about money for a second because that's boring. And instead, I want to talk to you about vampires, which is my true passion, honestly. So have you ever noticed that in vampire TV shows and movies and books, vampires always live in mansions and they always wear fancy waistcoats and they're drinking good wine? In other words, vampires are always loaded, right? They are rich. And have you ever stopped to wonder why that is? And the answer is compound interest. And what this means is when you invest money, it doesn't grow just in a straight line. What happens is that it grows in a curved line, a lot like COVID does, is kind of like a terrible analogy. So if you have 100 Rand and you invest it and it doubles after 10 years, which is on average what it does in the stock market, then imagine you have 2 little pockets of that same 100 Rand, right? If it doubles again, both of those 100 Rand notes that you now have double. So, and then imagine it keeps doing that. Now that's exponential growth. It's not as easy as just the original thing doubles every 2 years. And to see why that's so powerful, I want you to imagine that 200 years ago, Edward Cullen, Dream Bay, went to Capitec Bank, and all he had with him was he had 1 200 Rand note. And he put it in a Capitec savings account earning 6% interest, which is more than Capitec will give you these days, but a couple of years ago, they were giving you 6%. And then he forgets about it. for 200 years. Now, Capitec didn't exist 200 years ago, neither did South African rands, but just go with it, right? If you invest 200 rand and it grows at just 6% interest, but you leave it for 200 years, what that turns into today is 1 billion rand. Just think about that, 1 billion rand. That's crazy. And that is because of the power of compounding. And the thing about compounding is, and all money that you invest pretty much grows in this compounded way. And what it means is, what matters more than any other variable is how long you leave it alone for. That matters more than how much you start with. It even matters more than how fast it grows. The variable that is the most powerful is time. And you might be thinking, well, I'm not an immortal blood-sucking demon. This doesn't apply to me. But the thing is, it does, because there is a reason that you will want to invest for a very long period of time. And it's the one that we spoke about right at the beginning. One day, hopefully, you will retire. And compounding is a superpower when it comes to saving for your retirement. You might have seen this graph before, and forgive me if you have, because I think it is one of the most important things that I saw when I was learning about money. And it's this graph that compares two different people. Person A, let's call her Bella for lols. I want you to imagine that Bella starts saving for retirement when she is 25, and she saves 1,000 rand every month, and she does that for 5 years until she's 30. So age 25 to age 30, 1,000 rand a month. And then she stops. She never saves another cent for her retirement. So in total, I think she saved 60,000 rand over that 5 years, never saves another cent. Now compare Bella to Edward, who does exactly the same thing, also saves 1,000 rand a month for 5 years, and he just starts 5 years later. So he starts at age 30 and he saves until age 35, saves the same amount of money. Now, Bella's savings by the time she's 65 are going to have grown to almost 1 million rand because of compound interest. Awesome. And now it seems like Edward, it shouldn't matter that much that he just started 5 years later, but it does. It turns out that it's a difference of nearly 300,000 rand, which is almost a third of the final amount that you end up with. And it's much, much more than the total amount of money that he saved. And this fact, this truth about compound interest, is why I'm so glad that you decided to spend this time here right now, this evening. When I was young, the biggest mistake that I made about money was I told myself that this could be future me's problem. Because I told myself, you know what, I'm young, I'm having fun, I'm not earning a lot of money right now. Let me wait until I'm 30 or 35 and I'm a proper adult and I've got more money, and then it'll be easier. Then I will start saving. Then I will start growing my orchard of apple trees. But that is not how money works. You only have 480 choices, moments to choose what is going to happen with all the money that is going to flow through your life. And because of compound interest, it is those early paychecks that matter the most, which means that every month that you delay starting this process, it's not just the extra 100 rand or 1,000 rand that you might have saved in this month that you're losing out on. It's all of the money that that little amount of money would have doubled up and doubled up and doubled up into by the time you retire that you're wasting. So it is so important to start. And starting is not as hard as you think. Well, it's hard, but it's not complicated. You already know everything that you need to know to get started. The most important first step is just to start saving. Figure out how to create a surplus so that you have more money coming in every month than you have going out. Once you do that, everything else is simpler. You already know what you need to do. You just now need to go and do it. And it is worth doing, and it is not that scary. And I am rooting for you to do it. And if you want more extra goodies and bonuses, go check out my website, which is sandbagmessenger.com. And there are a bunch of things on there, like a detailed guide for getting out of debt if that's what you need, recommendations for apps to go and install. I hope that this last hour has given you an idea for one action you could take. It's more important to just start doing it than to stay stuck wondering and worrying. And that's it from me.
Yeah, so, and I'm never going to get that vampire out of my mind. Why are vampires rich? Of course, they always are. They wear the most swag. I mean, it's insane. A couple of points.
They do.
Yeah, they do. They proper in that sense. Sean's commenting costs compound similar. Sean, 100%. Hence, Sam mentions ETFs. You know, you're coming in with costs there. At Asterix 40 is 0.1%. And I've told the story often about my first unit trust, which I think was 5% plus performance fees. So costs are hugely important, and hence ETFs. I mean, I think the expensive ETFs in our market are about 0.8. So they absolutely are quite cheap. Sam, a great question coming
it's
from...
such a no-brainer.
Yeah, from Luzani Gugu. And the comment is that they're actually... what they return is slightly better than the cost of their debt, which is unusual. It's usually the other way around. But they're commenting that they still want to pay off the debt because it stresses them. And my response to that is, you know what? Sleep well at night. Pay the debt. I don't like debt either. We were chatting off air before we went on. You know, if you have a phobia around debt, and it's not a bad phobia to have, and if it causes you stress, the spreadsheet might say one thing, but do what makes you comfortable.
I couldn't agree enough. And people ask me this question all the time, and it often comes up with people who owe money. Where it comes up the most intensely is where people owe money to friends and family, and often those agreements are interest-free. So if you run that through the spreadsheet, exactly, the spreadsheet says, you know what, like rather invest and wait on this debt. But for me, I think the biggest change in how I think about my money now is understanding that my money is finite and limited, and so is my lifetime, right? So it's really important to not waste money. I don't hate spending money. I love spending money, but I hate wasting money. And for me, you're wasting money when you are funneling it into things that doesn't add to your happiness. And paying off debt might be one of those things for you that adds enormously to your happiness because it adds to your peace. And that's worth doing. Like, it's impossible to give general advice about what you should spend your money on because everyone values different things. But what I encourage everyone to do is make sure that you are being thoughtful about what you are spending your money on, and you are actually putting your money into what you value. And if what you value is relationships, sleeping well at night, totally pay off your debt.
No, I agree 100%. It's about being comfortable. Martin makes a great point, and Martin's point is, how do we get everyone to hear the message? And Martin, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that, let's be clear, corporates, governments the world over are not spreading this message. In fact, governments are pretty much doing the opposite of everything that Sam says, in that they're spending our future money and they're not saving, and they are the worst to follow. That means the responsibility falls on us. And I talk about, I do presentations to the JC Schools Challenge, and I talk about the responsibility of knowledge. When we know something, we need to go and talk about it and tell peeps about it. There is one trick, however, with, I suppose, any knowledge, but mine is about money. You can't talk to someone about it who doesn't want to listen. It's as simple as that. You the cliche, you can lead the horse to the water, but if that horse don't want to drink, there's nothing you can do. You can kind of plant seeds and then wait for people to come back to you and engage them. Sam's got 2 great books, one for adults, one for kids. There's content out there, but kind of let it be known that when people have questions, you're the go-to guy for those questions.
Do you know, it was so amazing for me becoming someone. So, I grew up in a family that just never spoke about money because, and bless my parents for this, their intentions were good. It's because they found money really scary. So they wanted to protect us from ever having to worry about it. But, it had this terrible consequence of, therefore we just, were clueless. And what I do now is I make up for this by, I talk about money all the time. I have no scam. I tell people everything about my money. And what's incredibly powerful is that once I started doing that, other people started telling me about their money problems. So I found that that's really powerful as well, is just start being really open and honest with the people in your life about the things that are worrying you, but also the trade-offs that you are making. Like, oh, I'm choosing to downgrade my flat because I am doing this with it instead. And, you know, talk about those things. And that is an invitation you'll find to other people to start opening up to you. And few people feel like they can talk about money. So when they find someone that they can talk about money to, they're often very excited to do so.
Yeah, no, this is true. A bunch more coming through. Julia, you worried about 22/7 and sharing details with Old Mutual. I remember when it came out. I know folks who were involved in the process. Your stuff is safe. I mean, they you know, at worst, what they might do is give Old Mutual your email address to phone you, but that hasn't even happened to me. I signed up. Was it 2012, 2011? It came out around mid-year. The Old Mutual's got, they're not going to suddenly start peaking it. I mean, it's just not in their interest. Truthfully, our finances are never that particularly interesting anyway. Here's my favorite.
I will say though.
Yeah.
So just a quick thing on that, like, I absolutely, I will also, as someone who worked there, can tell you that it is really secure, but I do really respect that you are skeptical, because
Yes.
you should be skeptical
Be
whenever anyone
skeptical.
asks for your money. Well done for asking the question.
Yeah, be afraid. Be very afraid. Sam, here's one that's going to bless your heart. I'm 10 years old and I would like to invest my savings. What do you advise? Forget starting at 25.
I love you.
25 is an amateur.
No. Buy a 3D Switch. No, that's super exciting. I'm so pleased that you are here. I wish I had started investing when I was 10. One of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, started investing when he was 11. So
Yes,
you
you're ahead
already
of him.
have a head start. Well done. And my advice to all newbie investors is the same, which is try one of these business smoothie products. But what I would suggest if you're 10 is Easy Equities, which is this really cool local website, has a demo account. So you can go on there and you can start off playing with imaginary play money, which is a good way to a good thing to do until you feel comfortable and you understand what's happening. And do get an adult to help you open a real account. But it would be the same advice for everyone else. You're investing for a very long time because you're 10. You're basically a vampire. You have forever for your money to grow. So definitely put it into something like a good business smoothie product like I spoke about, would be my suggestion.
Yeah. And you're ahead of Warren Buffett, and I think he's the 4th richest man in the. Yeah, anywhere in the top 10 is good enough for me.
But do save some cash to buy me a Ferrari later, because if you're starting now at 10, you are going to be so rich.
You are going to be so rich. A bunch of comments coming through about it should be part of schools. Some people love your book. No surprises there. Tons coming through. Question about the SAB BEE shares. Is it worth investing? Lauren's short answer, yes. There might be a bit of a price spike as everyone rushes in. A couple of points I'll make is obviously individual stocks, so there's a little more risk than that smoothie that Sam spoke about. But what I like about BEE shares is you get them at a little bit of a discount, and I've never met a discount I didn't like. There's no certainties in life. I mean, could people en masse stop drinking beer? I mean, they could, right? I mean, we'd never heard of pandemics a year ago, so it is possible. But yeah, I do. I like it. I actually did a podcast about it. It's out this morning. You'll find it on Just One Lap. Sam, a question which I really like: is there such a thing as good debt?
Yeah, definitely. When you are able to use debt to buy an asset, and it's always a bit scary to do that because you are consolidating your risk, and leverage increases your risk like astronomically in math ways that are weird. But if you are using debt to buy something that you really, really value, that you do think is going to grow in time, then sure, it can be good. So specifically, I think that often student loans, if you are very thoughtful about why you are studying what you are studying, and you are very realistic about how that will increase your earnings, I think that can be a really good form of debt. Specifically in South Africa, we have NFIS loans,
Yes.
We hope one day fees will fall, but until they have, NFSEA loans are fantastic. They are really low interest rate loans, great type of loan. I think in certain cases, taking out loans to start a business, if you are able to somewhat protect your personal assets or are comfortable about the realistic risks you are taking on, that can be good debt. It's very hard for many people to start businesses without debt. Your other option is to bootstrap, which is what I did when I started a business, because I am terrified of debt. And debt to buy a house mathematically often comes out as kind of neutral as long as you stay in that house for at least 10 years on average in South Africa. It usually works out that buying a house that you fund with debt will work out over time to being sort of equivalent to what you would have paid on rent if you would have paid the same amount of rent. So you're not using the debt as an excuse to buy more house than you would have otherwise.
Yeah.
So those are 3 specific times. Simon, is there anything you would add to that?
No, that's what I would have added to it. I mean, education definitely, and even not always necessarily as an 18-year-old or as a 10-year-old. Maybe you're 40 and you want to re-educate yourself or get ahead. Be realistic. I take Sam's point. A house, but don't do. My wife and I moved to Joburg. We'd been living in a 1-bedroom house in the hills of KZN because it's just the 2 of us, a couple of dogs and some cats and a horse, but the horse had a stable. And we came to Joburg and the bank gave us a loan. So we basically made the house fit the loan, which we then had 4 bedrooms. And there were still only 2 of us and a couple of dogs and a cat, and the horse still had its own stable. A last question, because we have hit time and because I don't have a very good answer. Emmanuel's asking, how do you manage money in a relationship? I'm more conservative while my wife is carefree. So in my case, my wife is the conservative one. She would not spend a dime if she could. I'm the carefree one. I mean, I don't know. Same, relationships are tricky. Throw money into that pot.
I encourage you to go onto my website, and I wrote a long blog post about this topic about a month ago. So I would encourage you to read that. I think that we often think that, sorry, my thingy keeps falling over. We often think that money should be unemotional and we should be unemotional about money. But the reality is that when you're talking about managing your money, you're talking about quite deep questions about what do you value? What does a good life look like? So, someone like Simon who's more carefree, that means that you value experiences, you value those things in your life. And so money is always going to be a part of any relationship, because when you are arguing about money, you are often really arguing about values and you're arguing about quite deep questions. So I think I don't have a quick answer, but the long answer is it is worth being very thoughtful about what you are actually talking about when you talk about money. And a very practical first step for many people is to make a financial plan together. That is the expression of both of your goals. Often that plan, you're just going to throw it away, but the process of making that plan together and the conversations that it can open up can be really powerful and helpful.
Yeah, a great answer. That's why Sam's the boffin. Go to the website, sambeckmessenger.com. I'm going to quickly run through. Would you pay off your car as soon as possible? Yes-ish. I mean, again, it depends how it stresses you. Balloon payments I hate, but car debt's not too expensive. And as long as it's not like the Ferrari, which someone's going to be buying Sam at some point. We've got a 15-year-old. Should it go local or offshore? You know what? At this point, you're 15, you're starting, you're so ahead of the curve. Local or offshore is not really going to be the issue. Sipa, you're worried about unit trusts. If you're worried about the price, things go up and down, as Sam says, in the short term. You zoom out, they go up. If you're worried about what's in them and the costs and the like, I'm not the biggest fan of unit trusts. They're a giant industry. But if you, again, to the point, when you're we live in the future, and if something makes you uncomfortable, we'll change it. We can, and there might be a little bit of a cost associated. Maybe you've made some money and there's tax, but rather sleep well at night. That's always the important point. Julia, when does Monday podcasts come back? Yeah, in time. I can promise you, I have not forgotten, I have not neglected, I have not abandoned, I have just not found the answer. But I'm young and I'm patient. Well, I'm not so young, but I'm patient. I promise I will. The other 90%. And then Sam asking what happened to your podcast.
Basically it was taking up so much time, and so I have ADD, right? So I basically I can only motivate myself by doing new things all the time. The podcast was a really fun experiment, and I am now doing other things. I guess if we can find a sponsor, I think we will make another season at some point. I do still have a podcast that I do with one of my best friends, Simon Dingle, about once every 2 months, called Take Back the Day, which is about productivity. It's not about adulting. But thank you for that question, because that tells me that someone listened to the podcast, which is always good to know.
No, the podcast was epic, and I love the one that you and Simon Dingle do, Take Back the Day. What I love almost most about it is it's completely random. It just pops into my feed. None of this, when I do a podcast, I'm ADD, but I go the other way. I'm also OCD. So when I release a podcast, it's released Monday, 12:30, every Monday, Christmas Day, New Year Day. No, not you and the Dingle. You just randomly drop this thing
No,
in.
just basically whenever we can get our shit together.
Folks, I'm going to leave it there. We've done all the questions. We've run our time. Huge thanks to the JSC for facilitating, and massive. Sam, you're absolutely epic. You're awesome. We appreciate you coming back. Thank you hugely. And to everyone who stayed and
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room door. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah, because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process and there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes. Yeah.
And built into that contract, as I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries.
Yeah.
Before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
What do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that's really in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory I mean, you're trained as a transaction analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage,
Yes. Yeah.
for example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration,
Yeah.
any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to.
Yes. That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come and, my wife has said, I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract here is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin,
yeah,
then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being.
Yes.
So they may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious, and being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to.
Yeah. I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to, the child ego state I'm talking about, developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place. Yes.
Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions
Yeah.
That would be one thing if you wanted to do that. Another one would be if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I think, I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that, we were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, you know, a daily rate. So it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, you know, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it, it's a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, you know, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
I nearly always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, you know, tell me a little bit about, you know, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now?
Yeah.
Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, you know, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, you know, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, you know, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah.
And ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. You know, like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out, well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry to get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah.
And often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving anger or frustration or attacking transactions of the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had. It was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work. But I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is if you go developmental, help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. So they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past. So they connect the two.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Oh, which
is completely the opposite.
But it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And usually I say to them, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, in a quite calm way, or whatever way I say it. But do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker. Because most people don't want to, I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but you know, people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The
Yeah.
father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example,
Yeah.
or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, you know, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant others, you know, actual anger, and it's
Yeah.
not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client sometimes. It's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present,
Yeah.
then you're going to get there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
What's happened? Oh, I don't know. What's happened? Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
As well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, you know, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with then you need to, you know, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up.
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, you know, in many cases, their anger might be valid. You know, that's the other things. If you start, but you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if you know, whether you work relationally or not, you know, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared. And are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place. And that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they, you know, what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's, you know, it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only, you know, it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah, emotions are very complex anyway, at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions, so, you know, relationships break down, for example, I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to, you know, go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and
yeah,
what's it all about, and that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not to people who work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you hear, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, you know, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, you know, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, and that you've got maybe even a button that you could press, and all these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
Yeah. I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean, and things like that. But in the early days, when I was, you know, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than, you know, potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, you know, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, you know, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody who's got a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Not to just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, you know, so we can never be 100% sure. But it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, you know, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, you know, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, you know, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because you know, the angers come up in the therapy development, you've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, you know, what you said then about, you know, the relationship, I think that's really important, you know, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express the emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that, again, is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes, yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, you know, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's, you know, it's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. You know, we can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.
Hi everyone, I am Carolise, and today we're going to be talking about a very special topic, and that is how to deal with difficult stakeholders. So don't go anywhere, I will be right back. We're talking today about dealing with difficult stakeholders. So everybody's dealt with a difficult person, right? And you know that it's no fun, right? Especially if you are the business analyst and you need these people to give you information so that you're able to do your job well, and they are just completely difficult. Like, what do you do in that situation? I completely understand because I've had to deal with difficult people in many, projects I've worked on over the years. So the first thing to do, though, when you're dealing with difficult people is to, first of all, make sure you're talking to the right person. Make sure you have identified the right stakeholder. Not because a person has been involved in the project or, around the project, or somebody told you that they would be a good stakeholder means that they are. You have to look at your project, do some observation, like I said in this video right here, about how to elicit requirements. That will also help you to identify who your stakeholders are, and so that you know you're talking to the right person. But let's say, for example, that you are talking to the right person. They are a stakeholder and you need to get information from them, but they're being difficult. Now, you have to understand some of the reasons why people are difficult, right? It may not just be as obvious as it seems. There is sometimes a resistance to change. Remember, you as a business analyst, you are an agent of change, right? When you step into a project, you're there only because they want to change something. Something is happening that they want to fix, or they want to change, or they want to improve, and that's the reason why you're on the project. So you are an agent of change, and people naturally are resistant to change. So they see you coming, they already put up their guards, and they don't even want to talk to you because they know you're just there to change stuff. So you have to understand the psychology behind why people are difficult sometimes. And sometimes even further to that, the people you're talking to who are difficult, maybe they were the ones who actually championed whatever the process currently is. So it could have been their process. It could have been them that came up with it. And now you're coming to change it, and they feel like that is an insult almost to them. And so they are already kind of committed to the process because they created it or they have inherited it. Could have been that it was passed down to them from some other boss or some other department or something, and they've just been working in it. And so now you come to change it and they're very resistant to you. So that could have been the reason why they're difficult. Another reason, sorry, my phone's going off. Another reason is to avoid blame. So if you've been working in a process for a while and it's going awry to the point where management sends business analysts to go figure out how to fix this process, then there might be this feeling that, you know, I'm going to be blamed for it being wrong, or I'm going to be blamed because it's not going well, or it's not profitable, or it's not working out. So people are a little bit, you know, difficult because they don't want to be identified as the root cause, and they don't want their name to float up and for them to get the blame. So they're trying to protect themselves, a kind of a CYA activity to be difficult to you, to hinder you, because they're trying to protect themselves. Another thing that could cause people to become difficult is this concept of seniority, right? I've been at the company so many years, I've been working here for so long, and now you come, you're a little upstart, and you want to ask me all these questions and make all these suggestions to change things. Like, who are you? Like, where did you come from? So it's like they've been there so long, they're so ingrained in the entire process that they are resistant to you because they feel like they're up here, they're above you, they know more than you, they've been there longer than you, and here you come trying to make changes, and they just don't like that because you're too new. So they resist you, and they're difficult to you for that reason. The other thing could be just personal reasons, right? Sometimes people are going through hard times. Sometimes people are going through divorces, breakups, their children are giving trouble, you know, they have mortgage problems, I don't know. But sometimes people are going through personal issues and they just become difficult at work. Sometimes they have health issues, like they're sick and they just don't know what's going to happen to them next. And then you come asking a bunch of questions and they just blow up on you, right? They're difficult to you. And it also could be work frustration. Some people are like very disgruntled. They have real reasons to be disgruntled. It could be that they think they should have been promoted already. They think they deserve to be paid more. They see other people moving up the chain and they're not going anywhere and they've been stuck in the rut for a long time. Who knows? But there could be like work frustration on top of personal frustration. And so you don't know who you're going to get on any given day of the week. So these people, they are difficult. So sometimes it's you catch them on a good day and you get everything out of them. Sometimes you catch them on a bad day and it's like the door is closed, right? So that's kind of sometimes the underlying reason why your stakeholders are difficult. Another reason could just be job security, right? They've been working in this process. They know the process. They've been doing it for many years. And now there's a project to improve the process, and they know when things change, people get let go, people's job roles change, and they don't really want to risk their job, right? If they're doing a very manual process and there's no longer a need for that manual step, what's going to happen to them? And so they have all of these things going on, and when you step in there to do your interview and to elicit your requirements, they just don't want to deal with you. They don't want nothing to do with you. You are a problem, and they will just not be nice or not be helpful as they could be. So these are the ways that people are difficult. So sometimes they're not like openly difficult. They're not like in your face with their attitude, which sometimes they are, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But sometimes they're just giving you little cues, and you're like, is that person being difficult with me? I mean, I feel like they're just being difficult, but I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. So I'm going to give you some ways in which people are difficult, even when they're smiling. They're smiling, looking like they're helping you, but they're not really helping you. And these are the things that they do. So first, they give you vague information. So you ask them a very pointed question and you're trying to drill down, and they just keep giving you pie in the sky, very high level information that you can't really use. And no matter how much you're asking pointed information, you're just getting it back, you know, at this level, and you're like, wow. Yeah, sometimes it's not deliberate. Sometimes people just don't know how to explain things, and so they tell you at a high level that you can't use, and no matter how much you try to drill down into them, you can't get it. Part of it is your skill as well as a business analyst. How are you able to challenge information? How are you able to get a stakeholder to actually give you the information that you need in a very fluid way? So you have to be skillful too, to know how to drill down, what kind of questions to ask, how to probe, and not just, you know, give them questions that they don't have the context to. So if you are skillful with a stakeholder who's giving you vague information, you can get that out of them. But sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes you just have to give up and say, you know what, maybe I'll find another stakeholder. Because for example, if you work at a bank, and I love to give my bank examples. If you work at a bank and you need to talk to the bank manager, and you're at a particular location and that's the bank manager you have access to, and that person is just giving you vague pie in the sky information, you probably could find another branch and another bank manager who has a similar role, do the same kind of things, and get that information from that person. So you don't have to stick to the one person if you can find the same role, doing the same job functions in a different department or a different branch. And that way you just avoid that person altogether. You know, that's always an option if you work in that kind of environment. If you work in a small company and this is the only person who has the knowledge, you just have to up your illustration skills. You have to, or you have to try to find some way to connect. Sometimes it's all about making the connection. You're almost like a salesperson, right? You have to build relationships with the person. So if you just come in and you're only there when you want to like grab information out of their heads, there could be this strong resistance to you. But if you try to make a connection, like find out, you know, how long they've been at the company, get some background on them, like did they win an award last year for being, you know, head of the, I don't know, football committee or something. Were they like active in other things that you can connect with? Do they like sports? Do they like movies? Do they like theme parks? Like what is it that you can find as a common ground to kind of have a relationship with them before you jump in to ask them a bunch of questions, right? So try to make that connection. Sometimes you can just take people for lunch. You know, hey, you know, we're going to lunch. Would you like to come? You know, I want to go to lunch with you and sit and chat about something. And you go to lunch. You're eating. You're in a casual environment. You can start asking them questions, and maybe you get the answer that way. So you just have to be creative. If this is the only person that has the information that you need to fulfill your project, you're gonna have to find a way to get it. You know, you just have to be creative like that. The other way that people can be difficult, or stakeholders can be difficult, is with shifting priorities. Now, what do I mean by this? I mean, today, and this is specifically for external clients, right? When you're dealing with a client and the client is a stakeholder and you're working on a project, and when you talk to the client, they're like, the most important thing for us is ABC. You know, this is the first 3 things that we want to get done in this project. And you run off to try and do those, and the next time you talk to them, they're like, oh, well, you know what? We actually want to do D first. And D is more important than C because we just had a call with our CEO, and the CEO now has made this project the most important thing, and he wants to make sure we get D in. And you run off to do D, and then they call back, and then you have another sit down with them or a meeting with them, and it's like, well, you know what? I think between D and A, we definitely have to get C done. And you're like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, clients can do that, and you don't really have any control because they're the client, they're paying the money, right? So it's like shifting priorities. Now what you do with that is every time they shift the priority, you shift the timeline. You make them know, hey, you know, if I get this done, we can definitely do it, but it's going to impact this and this and this, and this is a time estimate for getting that done. Now, is it still that important? So you kind of have to push back in the ways that you can. If it's with an internal staff member, you can do the same thing where the timeline is going to change, but also you can start asking more questions if it's internal, like, you know, is there a client waiting on this? Is there a reason why we've changed this priority? And stuff like that. So that's the kind of way stakeholders can be difficult because you have to work with them, and they keep shifting the priorities on you, and that makes it difficult for everybody because nobody can figure out what they need to do next, right? And then there is the stakeholder that gives you overly complicated information. Like you ask them something simple and they go into all of these acronyms and all of these jargons, and they tell you the history about people who even left the company and what they didn't do, and you are overwhelmed. You're like, I know I got a bunch of information, but what do I do with it? Like, it's just information overload. And typically these people are, you know, like, they're very knowledgeable and you respect their knowledge, but it's like they don't know how to package that knowledge in a way that a person who's not had their experience, not been at the company that long, not in their world, can actually consume it. They don't have that skill set. It might be that they may not want to be difficult, but they don't have the skill set to package the information in such a way that it can be consumable by somebody who's not living in their world. So those are the kinds of ways that people are difficult. Now, when you meet a person who likes to give you overly complicated information, you have to know when to stop them and say, okay, so you just mentioned the ACS. For you, what does ACS mean? And it could mean something different for me, something different for them. So they got to go through what the ACS is. And then you got to say, okay, so when you say the refactoring process, what exactly does that mean? So you kind of stop them and clarify. Stop them and clarify. And God help you if they want to clarify and get into more overly complicated details. You know, so again, you can always piggyback on the fact that maybe there's somebody else who has that knowledge that you could get the same information from. Because normally in an organization, not only one person has all the details, right? You could get it from multiple, you know, different sources. But if this is the one person you keep being pointed back to, you got to use your analytical skills. You just have to, because, yeah, people can give you very, very complicated information that you don't even know how to consume. The other one is kind of aligned with the complicated information as a way of being difficult, but it's also rambling. You have your rambler. These are storytellers. So you're asking them a pointed question and they're giving you a whole world of story, like all of the history, all of the details, all the people, everything. So this is kind of good in some cases because you might want to see the history of something. You might want to understand how it started, but sometimes you just want a pointed answer and you just can't get that pointed answer. So what I would do in that situation is when they tell you all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this stuff, slim it down, get to the essence of it, and confirm. So after all of that, what I'm understanding is ABC, and they confirm, and you say, okay, cool. Just know that you have to budget more time with this kind of person than another kind of person, because you know if you have an hour, you're probably going to go into 2 hours. If you need 15 minutes, you have to go into an hour because it's going to be so much fluff around the story. Let me turn my phone off because it's just making a lot of noise right here. See, I'm an important person. People keep sending me messages. Okay, so the other thing is the way that people can be difficult is that they are unwilling to compromise. And this, again, is very typical with clients. When the client is a stakeholder where they don't want to remove anything. They want the whole gamut of everything that was talked about, but they want it within the same timeline, and they don't want to compromise. They don't want to give on anything. You're like, okay, well, we can get all this done in phase 1, but we're going to need at least another 6 months to complete the other things in phase 2. No, we want the whole thing in phase 1. I want it within the same timeline. And you're like, this is not how, like, we're not going to be able to work magic here. You know, this is not a magician show. But, yeah, so people can be difficult because they don't want to compromise. So what you have to do when you have this kind of unwillingness to compromise, you have to work within the parameters that you can't move. Like sometimes in a contract, the price is already fixed, right? Sometimes it's not. So if you can say, well, we can put more resources in to get this thing done within this time, but it's going to cost you XYZ more, then maybe they'll change their mind. Or if you say, well, we can give this to you for free, but you're going to have to wait the other 6 months to get the rest, then so whatever you can negotiate with, then that's how you try to get the compromise. and always try to find win-win solutions, like things that you win as the seller of the company, or you representing your company, and think that they win. So when you're a business analyst and you're coming up with a feature, most of the time, if we're dealing with internal people, is that we have to deal with developers, and maybe we don't have the amount of resources to get the exact feature that we want in. So the compromise will be taking out some of the functionality so we can get something in that's still meeting the need and meeting at least the MVP that we can actually deliver. So that's usually where we compromise as business analysts, and also on processes, right? So sometimes we're doing a process revamp and we have to eliminate some steps, but because we eliminate the steps, it causes things to be more expensive, or even though we reduce the time, we affect some other part of the system. So it's like, how can we find a compromise between both? And we have multiple departments who might want different outputs, and you have to deliver it to them. So always look for opportunities where you can find win-win situations, and that way, and work within your framework. So if you can, like for example, internally you can't really work with price because you're not normally billing a different department, but you have people that would have to work between both. You can say, well, I can give you a resource on your team if you let me do this within my team. So you have to work with whatever parameters available to you. Chasing your tail, that's the other one. So people can be difficult because they have you doing this around and around and around and around. So you talk to Tom, and he says, the best person to talk to about this is Mary. Mary says, no, go to John. John says, no, goes to Amy. And so by the time you're done with Amy, you go right back to the person that you started with. And they just keep sending you around and around and around and around. And the reason they do that is because they don't want to actually answer your question, right? They want to just send you on a wild goose chase. That is them being difficult, and sometimes it's because they don't know. It could be that they honestly don't know, and you ask them a bunch of questions that they should know, but they don't know, and so they just pawn you off to somebody else. So when you find that you're being sent around and around, one of the things that you can do is, with the person that you're with, say, no, I want to talk to you. I want your input. I want your opinion. I value you. I value your opinion on this. So if you have any thoughts on this at all, I want to hear it. And it's kind of like putting them back in the picture, so they know you're not just there to suck out of them for a process or for improving something, but you actually care about what they care about. You care about their world. You care about what they're doing. And that would give them some incentive to be more helpful, to be more open, and that might stop them from being difficult with you. The other thing that you'll know that someone is being difficult with you is when they give you outright attitude. And this attitude doesn't have to only be verbal. It could be your body language. So like you're talking to someone and they're like this, or their face expression is like, so they don't have to be like rude, like cursing you out or whatever, but they're just giving you all the cues that they don't care, and they don't have time, and this is not their job, and they don't report to you, and who cares? So you will get attitude like that, and sometimes you can't really change the attitude. What I would do if I started in really bad attitude is I would give the person a break. I would just reschedule the session, or have another time later on when they're in a better mood or something. I wouldn't want to continue when people are already giving me attitude, because I don't want to start giving them attitude because it's going to rub off on me. So I would rather just reschedule, do it again another day, and kind of start from a different vantage point. So if I started one place that I found that they were not very receptive to, then the next time I meet with them, I try to start somewhere else, or try to change it up somehow, switch it up, make it more interesting for them, and hopefully they'll be more motivated to tell me stuff. So that's it. So those are the ways that your stakeholders can be difficult. I hope this was helpful for you to understand that this is a kind of a natural part of the job. As long as you're dealing with a lot of people and you have to get information from people, you will have people who are going to be difficult. And so don't go into the job expecting everybody's going to be nice, it's going to be great, I'm going to just do well, I'm not going to have any trouble. That doesn't happen in the real world, right? And as a business analyst, remember, you're an agent of change. And so you're going in there to change things, and nobody likes that, right? So you just have to find ways to get what you need But at the same time, when you come across a difficult person, I've just explained to you some of the reasons they could be difficult. You now have to use your analytical skills to see how can I circumvent that problem and what can I do to just make myself more amenable and be willing to understand their vantage point, and for them to be more willing to open up to me. Whatever I can do. There are some people that are going to be so difficult they're just going to give up and be like, I don't want to deal with them. I don't. But, you know, for the sake of the project, for the sake of your job, for the sake of just being a professional, you have to put on a smile and you have to try again. And every time you find yourself hitting a wall, then you say, okay, what can I do? Maybe I can go around this way. Maybe I can go over. Maybe I can go under. Okay, maybe when I touch this topic, I get a bad response. Let me do it this way. And you get the same result, but you could just find different ways to get to the same result, right? So those are my tips for that. I hope this video was useful. And please, guys, subscribe. Check out my blog, carolise.com. And also check out my Facebook page, facebook.com/Carolise. And I also have a Facebook group that's very active called Real World Business Analysis and IT. So thank you again for watching this video. And I will see you next time. Take care.